very rare that we do a live stream. I thought we'd do something new and interesting, specifically for this, because we couldn't think of a different way to do this. But yeah, we've got I've got a couple of people who've joined me today. You can unmute yourself, guys. We've got Lag and
Hello.
Oh, that's Cello. Cello.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to get the boss tier list up, and so I had to struggle for a moment.
Oh yeah, I need to pull that up.
Hello.
Okay, sorry.
Question mark. I had it muted so I don't hear myself.
Yeah, just keep
Oh wow, there's kind of a long delay between when we started talking and when I heard it.
There will be
Yeah.
There will be a bit of
Okay.
It is fine
So-
for my sounding.
Right. I don't know. I want to mute the stream, but I still want to be able to see the thing.
Yes.
a
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
this screen. I really hope
Lit, lit.
the chat box starts working.
Window placement work. There.
Who else is supposed to be joining us?
A few people, but they are not here yet.
Okay.
Cool. Cool. It worked. It is.
There it is. Okay.
Worst boss so far was the Wafer Gamers 3. Oh no.
You're not wrong. What is going
It changed so many people's perception of this series.
What is going on with the chat box? I'm kind of messing around, but for some reason it just wanted to stay like that. Hello, Ark. Actually, it was Ark and Arch. And hello, Red, White, and Blue Streak. It's good of you to join us. Yes, I agree that the worst boss so far is Waiting for Kingdom Hearts 3. So, I will say that the music that we have playing right now in the background is it's actually someone else's live stream. It's a stream called Sunday Vibes, and they're live streaming Kingdom Hearts 5 music right now. So that's kind of what we've done for the chill of the chill vibe of this stream. But yeah, like if you're looking for specific music, go to him. I'm sure I'll tell people during the stream as well.
Hi, Jenna.
Hi, Jana.
I'm quiet.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Jenna. Rather.
Hello.
I'm quiet. How do you know,
I didn't mean that.
No, apparently I'm quiet.
Oh.
Wait, is I can change my mixing on my side. Hang on. How do I sound now?
Sound alright to me.
Yeah, no, I mean based on the live stream.
I know,
Oh.
I know.
My microphone is separated from everything else. All of your stuff is coming through his desktop.
Yeah, you sound fine on Discord. I think the live stream in general could be just smidge louder. That could be me, though.
I've just put it up now, so hopefully that will.
Okay.
Alright.
But yeah, we'll start with the tier list. You'll have to bear with us because it's pretty hefty. It's over 200 slides.
230.
Right.
234
This is
bosses.
We will take a break at maybe the 100 mark because I guarantee we'll be going quite quickly through the early stuff.
We need an intermission.
Yeah,
We're gonna reach there and just gonna be like, alright guys,
Yeah, no.
we've done enough talking for the day. We gotta go.
If you want to know the actual like halfway mark, it would. Well, I'm not going to spoil it, but it'd be 117.
The actual
Is the
halfway
act-
mark, okay. So
Yeah.
close enough to 100. Yeah, we'll call it 100.
All right, cool.
Just
You
about
guys
there.
are on chat duty because I can't actually see you right now.
Oh, okay,
Right,
no problem.
So we'll go.
You like YouTube chat?
Yeah, the YouTube chat. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got
The
our
chat.
rules up here. So we're assuming that this is standard difficulty. Beginner feels like a lot of those bosses are way too easy for where the placement is. Proud is very much like you're going in for the challenge. Critical, what are you doing? we're assuming standard difficulty because everyone's done standard difficulty. We're also assuming that all bosses are the first encounter. So it's assumed that this is the first time you've ever fought this boss fight. So yes, a lot of boss fights take on a different meaning when you fight them a second time. But Kingdom Hearts is very much like the first time you fight this boss. This is what it means. The biggest example is something like Roxas's fight in Kingdom Hearts 2. The context of that fight does change if you've played Days first. Next one is story bosses from Chain of Memories, Days, and Coded. Honestly, if we included every single boss from just Chain of Memories, in fact, just from Days, it would be a nightmare. Like, there's so many bosses in that game that are just bigger versions of enemies from other games that we like.
We would be here forever.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Yeah.
just those three
No.
games would probably add another 100 bosses.
I had completely forgotten about the Chain of Memories Disney bosses. Like that's
Yeah.
that's a ton.
Yeah.
This stream's already going to be long enough.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
We don't need extra.
The context
No.
of story
There are
bosses,
tons.
we've got things like we've got the Roxas fight when you're fighting Riku, or Shion fight, or fighting Sayax when you're leaving the castle. Those sort of fights from Days. Coded is very much things like Pete and Sora's Heartless and those sort of things. Chain of Memories are the fights outside of the group, so when you're fighting organization members, the one exception being Vexen, who you fight in Twilight Town.
Yeah.
No Colosseum fights with 2 exceptions. Oh, I should actually say, I didn't actually put this on the rules. There is one exception for story bosses in Chain of Memories because it felt unique enough that we felt we could include it. But don't worry, it's not
It
that
inched
hard.
its way
It's
into the
not that hard.
rankings.
It's still like
Gotcha.
For breaking the rules, it has been ranked even lower than we intended.
Colosseum fights, there's only 2 exceptions. You'll know them as soon as they come up. This also means we're not including the Final Fantasy fights, so things like Tifa or Cloud's second fight. We'll be including Cloud's first fights when you're doing like the prelims, but not the actual cup fights. No Leon in the Colosseum, no Yuffie, anything like that. Sephiroth does count because he's in his own thing. Same with the Ice Titan, that will also count. Finally, for Remind, we're only including the unique boss encounters. So if the boss feels distinct enough from the original version, we'll be using it. So something like the Terra Xehanort fight, when you're fighting as Zorba, just after the lingering will goes away. That won't be included because that fight is exactly the same as his encounter when you're fighting him with Vanitas. And that's basically everything. I don't think I've got any other things. Art says, I feel like the cup fights need more exceptions. Ice Titan, Rock Titan, Sephiroth, and the 4 yeah,
Which I think you kind of touched on.
There are some exceptions, yeah. You guys are on chat duty, tell them.
Yeah,
I can't see
Sorry!
No, you're fine. So
when the thing is
Oh,
up,
sorry.
I can't see the live stream. I can't see the live streams.
It's just
you're
there.
good.
There
You're
are
good.
exceptions. Don't worry.
Yeah. No, I was honestly waiting for you to finish, Adam. So, but you're good.
Same.
All right.
But hey, Adam, real quick, since Bucky cannot join us at this time, and Kosa's here, can we let Kosa do Bucky's choices, takes?
Kosa's here. I didn't realize. Yeah,
Hi, Kosa.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Kosa. Sorry, I'm eating a meatball.
But I think that should be fair since at least Bucky will get some representation, not having like all of us do the same one. So
Yeah. I will say,
True.
I also can't see the Discord thing, so if
Yeah.
someone does join the Discord call, interrupt me.
Yeah.
Well, don't interrupt me, but sort of like wait for a moment and tell me that they're
yeah. Of course,
All
of
right.
course.
If you
Well-
enter and scream.
We are getting onto our first boss fight. And you guys are probably going to yell at me and tell this doesn't count, but it absolutely counts.
Yeah, we should point out before we start that this has been ranked completely and truthfully, objectively by Adam's standards, from
Yeah, so-
the worst boss fight in the series to the best. So
I should give
they've got a numerical ranking.
I should give a little bit of
You're starting
context.
at the bottom.
I should give a little bit of context. So, when the background changes, so you'll notice if I go back to this one, it was a white issue. This has now gone to a grey. This is showing F tier. I should actually bring up the thing on my phone. That would be very.
There she
You
is.
should probably have the list.
Yeah. So this
There's
is
our
That's what I
gal.
did.
this is the Melody and Memory fight from not the Melody and Memory fight. This is the Ursula fight from Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
Is it really a fight?
Yes, because it has a lose state. You can lose to this fight.
She has a health bar.
Yeah, this is true.
He does have a health
She
bar.
has a health bar.
Yeah.
All of the button prompts do damage to her.
You just gotta sing.
Damage. Air quotes.
But as you can tell from our reactions, the fact that we're discussing whether or not it even counts says how bad this fight
Yeah,
actually
that's a
is.
good point.
Yeah,
I just say it does just because I mean it's technically a Disney World that you go to, and it's I mean it's Ursula, so
But it's
Yeah.
the fact that Kingdom Hearts 2 has such great boss fights, and then there's this. It's like, come on.
I feel like
I just
this-
recently did this boss fight, and it's like, yeah, no, I forgot how bad it is.
Fair. I feel like this deserves last place simply because of poopsies.
Sweetest oopsies.
It deserves last place just because of that.
Yeah, like you said, the fact that we're even able to loosely define it as a boss fight kind of cements its place as the worst boss fight.
We are trying to justify it.
We're trying to
As
find
we're-
any
as
reason
we're
to
in the
include it in this
ranking.
list.
Oh,
Gosh.
sorry, I have almost got the document up on my phone. Thank you for buying me time. I remember what the next three are.
You're
next
welcome.
fight, chat's gonna be mad at this. I've decided to put Maleficent here. Oh, and right next to them, I have also put Ansem, and I've also put Zemnis.
do we want to explain why?
Should clarify, these are all the Melody and Memory fights.
Yeah. Again, loosely defining them as boss fight.
Very
They
loosely.
also have lose states. They also have health. Well, they don't have health bars, but like when you have a health bar,
Win requirements.
yeah, no, you have a health bar. So
There are win and loss requirements.
That's true. Yeah, I guess they do
Um,
have health bars.
yeah,
So
you
it
absolutely
kind
can
of
lose to
counts
fight.
as a boss battle, kinda.
It's basically just watching an AI robot take control of Sora while you're trying to go to the beat of the music playing.
It's weird that like the Melody of Memory fights and the Ursula one in the same premise as like trying to turn a musical mini game into something that resembles like regular gameplay, like trying to build that system
Right.
within a different game context.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the one hand, this is as good as they could get with the idea that they wanted of just we need to
Yeah.
put the boss fight in here. But on the other hand, it's also I need to keep the beat. I need to keep the beat. I need to press these buttons. I need to make sure this is all right. Oh my gosh, look at Sora go. I need to keep the beat. I need to keep the beat.
Yeah, no.
I guess-
I guess what?
Huh?
Black?
Oh,
Yes.
I guess. Wait,
Sorry.
who was talking?
Was
Was it you or me?
I wasn't
No, I think-
talking. I
No,
just talked.
okay.
Cello, sorry,
so-
cello.
No, you're fine. I think being a musician, I didn't like. I had a little bit of an advantage playing Melody of Memory. I found some of the diversity of the controls, like the different kinds of inputs you can do, get a little bit confusing, especially because the boss fights use a completely separate system from the main game.
Yeah.
But also like. Oh no, I forgot the second half of my statement. It's all right. It's all right. Move on. Forget about it.
All right.
Fine.
It's cool, it's cool, we're fine.
It's fine. Beat Saber boss.
Beat
That's
Saber
fine.
boss.
They are 100%
Wait, no, wait.
Beat Saber
Wait, no, wait.
bosses.
No, wait. Hang on. Beat Sabor boss.
Ew.
Oh my gosh.
Boo!
Boo!
Boo! Boo this man!
Let's move on to our next, arguably our first actual boss fight. We have Glut the Shark from Kingdom Hearts 1. And yes, his name is Glut.
In the movie, does not have a name in the game.
Yeah.
It's the baby.
But yeah, this is the boss fight from Kingdom Hearts 1. You fight him multiple times, but the last time you fight him is just before fighting Ursula. And he is just one of the worst fights in the entire game. Like,
Yeah, he's rough.
He's ugly.
oh,
Mm.
Look at that face. Look at that face. That's a cute
I
face.
just had to throw it out there.
Nah.
did that man dirty.
Look at his nose.
But not only is he a terrible boss fight, but he's also one of the ugliest things I've ever seen.
He's chonkers. What are you talking about? He's cute. He's chonkers.
He's hungry.
He's obese. All right.
Hey now.
Well,
You don't fat shame
I'm
in here.
sorry. I'm sorry.
well, his name is Glut for gluttony, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, that's fair.
But I mean, again, this is 2001 graphics, so.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, some of these pictures are going to be terrible because we just couldn't find like decent images.
Oh,
That's
God.
funny.
The next one on the list is Demix 1 from Kingdom Hearts 2. So this is the Olympus Coliseum minigame fight. Again,
Costa, you want to take this one?
You have a
Yeah.
health bar, you can lose. It's not a real game, but it feels like it should be.
Oh.
In the Discord chat, Bucky, who was supposed to have a comment on Demix 1, they left a little
Oh,
note.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they were saying like,
Yeah.
the first. Yeah. I mean, they were saying like the fight's very like basic and bland. Like you don't really even get to like fight Demix, which that's true, and it just ends when all the clones are gone.
Yeah.
But I know the later fight's definitely a lot better too,
Yeah.
which Bucky also mentioned.
Our next
It's also weirdly the only organization fight to like have a preview fight where you like get to
Oh,
encounter
yeah.
him before the actual fight. But it's like,
Yeah.
why him? Why did he get a second fight?
I mean,
He's not even
technically-
intimidating the second time.
Yeah, I mean, you technically
He's
get it with that.
okay, he's a
but-
little
I
intimidating.
think it's down to a joke.
Dance,
It's
water,
what,
dance.
What if we send the coward to What if we send the coward to hell?
Mm,
Yeah, it's more for the comedy value.
mhm.
Which does this?
I feel
I
like it
mean-
was probably some kind of like meeting that happened where Demix avidly said, I don't want to do that. I don't think I want to do that either. You know what? Can I stay out of that one? To which Zemus was like, all right, the last thing is hell.
I mean,
That's your
it's like-
last
it's-
option.
Yeah, it's like the employee that like hardly shows up to work, and he's got to
I
be
can-
scheduled at least once.
I can picture like the higher ups were just like, hey, Demix, listen, you got to do something, but listen, all you have to do is just get this one item, and you don't have to fight anybody. And he probably took it to heart, and then found out who he was up against, and then was like, hey, and that's when he meets Sora, and they're like, hey, I'm running.
I'm gonna do this job so well, they might even promote me. That's literally our number one target. Never mind.
Shall we move on to our next fight? And Jana,
Yeah.
why don't you take the stage for this one?
Yes!
Shanzai, Banzai, and Ed, specifically, the second encounter in the second visit of Pride Lands.
Yeah, this one's just annoying. It's annoying, it's pointless. I feel like it leads to nothing. I barely even remember what
No, it
leads
legit
to.
does. Like there's like the whole story beat is we don't know anything, and you spend all that time
Yeah.
chasing them down.
Oh, absolutely.
Just
You-
spam
you
magnet
catch
and you're
them,
fine.
And they're just like, wait, we don't actually know anything. Why are you chasing us?
Beat them for no reason.
Solid 20 minutes of chasing them down.
She's thunder.
Gosh, and that's the most annoying thing of you having to chase them down. Is there a
Yeah.
time limit on this fight? I don't remember.
No.
No, there isn't. I had to
No.
do this
You
research.
can just
There
get there
isn't.
for hours.
Ah!
Wait,
So
I can-
you just run around
It's a
trying
big
to
open
catch
area,
these.
yeah.
Wait, I get confused. Isn't this the one with Isn't this the first boss whenever it's with Timon and Pumbaa? I thought that's
No.
No, that's the
Oh,
second
okay, never mind.
That
never
one's
mind.
actually a fight.
Oh, the other one. The other one.
Yeah,
Okay, never mind.
that one matters. That
Yeah.
one actually matters. This
Yeah,
one,
there's stakes.
whose idea was this?
It's also that the in Kingdom Hearts 2, some of the mechanics are not well explained, and it's not super intuitive. So like a lot of people who play this for the first time didn't realize that they had the dash effect,
Right.
like that was added, and you need that to catch
Yeah.
up to them and hit them. So
And that only made it even more frustrating.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Now,
yeah, because unlike you, they can just change directions on a dime. They just like change
Yup.
directions
For real.
midair. It's like, oh, okay,
They don't
You
Tokyo
finish a
drift,
combo.
they Tokyo just straight up turn
Yeah.
around.
yeah.
I hate these
to
things.
be fair, I do love
Tokyo
the fact
dip.
that when you kill or knock out Ed, it's an E instead of a check or an X, which is hilarious.
Is it like a circle? It's like a
No,
spiral.
it's E. No, it's E. It's E. It's an E because it's Ed.
Okay,
It's
that's-
it's his
Hold
letter.
That's
on.
really
Yeah,
funny.
I'm
it's an E.
consulting the wiki.
I thought it was-
That's
I thought
really
it was
funny.
an
If
X,
that's true,
an X is circle.
I thought it was
if
just
that's
like a
true,
spiral.
this gets a few more points. It gets a few more points because that's really
Barely.
I
Just
hardly
a
remember.
few. I'm talking like
okay, I
3
can't
to
see it.
2 more
I'm
points.
sure
I
someone
hardly
in the
remember.
chat
I
will show
blitzed.
some
I blitzed through and hardly remember. So I
So
don't
just
know.
regular Hyenosaurus.
That's sort of styling on. For real.
Let's move on to.
They're not magical. They're not heartless. They're just regular people that he is whooping for no reason.
Hyenosaurus is like, hey you, get shocked.
I think we should move on.
Yes, let's move on to.
Yeah,
the
we
next
should.
one.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Ryan, you can start us off with this one. We have Kingdom Hearts 1's Rock Titan.
So Adam, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever just wanted to go up to a boulder and slap it in the face a couple times?
You know what? No, I haven't.
Oh, perfect. So get this, you get a giant boulder that you just climb up on top of after sweeping off its feet, and then you're like, hey, how you doing? And then you slap it in the face.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Yeah, no,
What's good, girl?
And honestly, the boss itself, okay, going back on the first time experiencing it, it's like, oh my god, I'm going up against a giant titan, from Hercules, and you just don't even think about them encountering them because you're like, okay, where's Hades? When am I fighting Hades? Unfortunately, this being in the Hades Cup, Hades is 10 places below Rock Titan. Why does Rock Titan get number one?
That's the most insulting part. So this fight is so easy. It shouldn't have been the first fight. It shouldn't have been the team.
You don't expect it to be either, because you're like Hades is number 10. You're like, holy shit, what's number 1?
Yeah.
And then I don't think I've ever lost to this fight.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, it's disappointingly easy.
Now, the thing though is that luckily, like once you beat the cup, you can at certain intervals you can start the cup at a specific point. So luckily, you could easily farm grind between him and the blue Rhapsody one that gives you the experience when you juggle it in the air. So you can
Red Truffle.
you can farm grind between those two because they're specifically in that one section of the cup. But other than that, it should not have been top one.
It's. Never mind. I was about to say something really technical.
I think it would actually just quicker just do Rock Titan, because with the Red Truffle, yeah, it's one hit, but it takes a while to get those 100 hits in.
And it's hard to do.
At least with the Rock Titan, if you have experience boost, you go into the fight, slap them around for about a minute, and you have 6,000 XP plus all the XP, like the tech points.
I thought it was one. Wait, Oh wait, you do get EXP in Kingdom Hearts 1 in the tournaments. Yeah, and you get the tech points. That's right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yep.
let's move on to the next one. Our first representative from 3D is Ursula. Oh, Ursula got
Yo, again!
Marcus.
She's back
Marcus was
to take her wrath upon the sea. Triton can't be rid of me. Not that easily.
Marcus sadly isn't here to talk about it. So we'll talk about it.
Oh.
You cannot die to her because if you reach 0 health,
Literally impossible.
you're healed.
I didn't know that.
I heard the low health indicator on this fight once and I felt insulted. I felt insulted that I let it get that far.
Riku only heals you. Is just like, you stupid idiot. How could you?
There are other tutorial fights. We have to accept that this is a tutorial fight, so it's going to be on the easier side. But Kingdom Hearts has better tutorials. Like even
For real.
is a better tutorial boss than Ursula.
Yeah.
But that's why she's at the upper end of F tier. Is that she is a tutorial, and it's nice seeing. Oh crap! A Disney boss is our tutorial boss.
But
She doesn't even register in my head as a boss fight.
Oh yeah.
But she
Yeah.
has a
And
massive
she's
health
got a
bar.
pretty good. She's got a pretty good scene and setup. She's got aura, at least. That's
Yeah.
all she's got going.
She's got
for her,
aura!
But she has that.
Let's move on first of
D tier?
E.
Oh,
E.
E. That's right.
You know, and
It's Master
There were
Sword.
so many bosses, we had to create a separate category between D and F.
Yeah. We've got Master Saber. Again, she specified this is the Melody of Memory fight.
You should probably,
You should probably say that before you say which boss it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So the reason Master Xehanor's Melody of Memory fight is actually a tier above is simply because it's actually tied to the story of Melody of Memory. Like you have to beat the actual main game to get to this fight, and this
Ugh.
it ties into the actual story. So that's why it's a tier above. Plus, you get to see low poly Kingdom Hearts 3 Sora, which is hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's a fun. I say it's a fun fight. It's terrible, but at least in terms of gaming, it's okay. Yeah.
It's fun. For
Why
the
did a
people
rhythm
who
game
like...
have story elements?
Also, isn't this like, if memory serves, isn't this the only boss fight that, or the only fight that has any like real bearing on the story?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. This is
You are
the
correct.
only reason Melody of Memory is considered a canon game and not just
You can
Whee!
actually skip the other 3 Melody of Memory fights and just do other levels.
I mean, yes, this is true. This is what I did the first time I played Melody of Memory, but
It also
This fight
it doesn't help.
This fight is fun for those who like playing Melody of Memory.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help that like the song that
All 3 of them.
is Dark Domination, which is already a really hard song.
Mhm.
Mm.
And so when you tie it into the battle mechanics of Elden Ring, it just makes for a horrible fight.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing, and that's probably the issue I probably take with all the like these types of boss fights in Melody of Memory is like, oh, Melody of Memory is a fun game when you're not changing the combat style every like 5 minutes, but
Xylophone.
Let's move on to the next one. This is a little bit of a weird one. We had to categorize
Oh, excuse me.
it a different way. This is Kyrie's Dark Side of Kingdom Hearts 3 Reboot. So this is the Dark Side.
Forgot that was a fight.
This is
So
the
did
Dark
I.
Side.
Yeah, I forgot about this one's existence.
Just when you're doing the exploration part of Scarlet and Violet, and yes, this technically does count as its own fight. It's basically the same as
That's-
the Dark Side. It's just
Oh, that's Kyrie's Dark Side? That's...
It's just. Do
Yeah.
do you remember that boss tutorial that was all watery? Here it is again.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
Remember that one guy we
Ooh, I'm not
keep bringing back
transparent
over
anymore.
and over and
Oh yeah, Dark Domination was very painful, Sora.
Welcome to
Hey,
the
Adam.
chat. Oh, I think I should say welcome, Mimikyu and Sora. Welcome, both of you.
Hey, Adam.
Hi, Sora.
Yeah, what's up?
The stream volume is very quiet. The voices are very hard to hear.
Oh,
Oh.
which voices? Like our voices?
Like everyone's.
Oh.
Oh.
Give me a.
I'm sorry that I just noticed.
Should we scream? Should I scream?
No, no. What
It's,
I'll
like, it's way lower than the Discord volume.
Give me a
I
second.
could scream.
Give me a second. I will.
Scrim.
I'm gonna put the.
Scrim.
I'm gonna put the-
Screaming is my talent.
Ah, stop!
I love
Right,
screaming.
I'll put the music volume down a little bit, and I'll put the stream volume up.
I'm very close to screaming.
Okay, how do I sound? 'Cause I'm on a second.
It's like a 10-second delay, so give it a second.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second.
I know. I should have noticed this earlier. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Ah.
fine. I know that I didn't see that someone made a comment about the voices.
Ah.
But they didn't say anything after.
Yeah.
that, so I assume
Okay.
we'll
Oh, that was probably me earlier. If it was red, white, and blue streak.
Teeth?
Oh, was that you?
Teeth?
Kosa?
yeah, that's my review channel. Yeah.
Teeth?
Yeah, but teeth.
Teeth?
Adam, I think it's specifically you.
Is it just me? Fuck you.
I think it is.
Holy
My-
shit.
I
That's
can-
what I was commenting on earlier. I think it got a little bit better, but
We
No,
can
no,
talk
no.
over Adam.
No, don't talk over me. How? I'm putting my.
We can talk over Adam.
I have put my.
No, seriously, we have like volume issues we need to work out. Let's be serious.
Okay.
Alright, fair enough,
No,
fair enough.
it's because I'm not using my standard recording microphone. I'm just
Oh,
using
no.
my built-in microphone because everything's easier.
Trying to listen, but
I just unplugged my mouse. That was what that bing bong was.
Okay.
Bing
Alright.
bong, ba bing bong, ba bing.
All right. Okay. How do I sound?
Bing
Everything's
bong.
shipping
it's
there.
gonna be
Okay.
it's gonna be like a 10-second delay.
I'm asking chat, like maybe they'll message as well.
Also, my volume was a little low. I'm fixing it now. My volume mixer is bizarre. You're still a tad quiet.
God damn it! I can't even put my volume.
Can you be like closer to your microphone?
You know,
Yeah.
hang on. Give me a sec.
Hmm.
Guys, vamp for a bit.
How about that airline food?
Oh, yeah.
So, hey, what's everyone's least favorite color?
I would have to go with purple. Green is just an ugly. Green is an ugly color.
I'd
I'm
have to
sorry.
go with
Yellow.
specifically periwinkle.
Okay,
Periwinkle.
Yes.
they can't hear me right now,
Though.
but
It is a
this
very
is
fun
what I
name,
sound like.
not a fun color.
Also-
It's like a light pink, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Hello.
Purple.
Hi.
I'm using a different microphone now. It's
Okay.
I'm coming up as kind of peaking on my side, so I hope that this sounds a lot better.
It's not loud over on Discord. It's not loud, but we'll
No, on Discord it won't be, but on the stream it should be a lot better.
Oh yeah, it sounds a lot better.
Okay, yeah, your
Good.
voice is much better.
Yay! Oh God, fucking hell! This all happens when I'm on my own separate channel because I'm streaming. Bleh.
Yeah.
Right. Let me go back to this. Right. Do we want to say anything more about Kyrie's Darkness? Not really. Let's just,
Not really.
Yeah.
We had other
No.
things
Yeah,
we were worried about.
let's
We're
move
gonna
on
be
to the
saying
next
it
one.
3 more times.
Jan, I think this is one you claimed.
Yep. I'm about to go off again.
All right.
I want to bring you back with me. I want to take you back in time, all right? To a
God.
tiny little Jana, playing Days, enjoying Days, actually really enjoying Days, enjoying its system, loving like messing around with it, and then he encounters the stupid ruler of the sky, this
Ew.
boss that is so hard and so annoying for no reason that it causes Tiny Jana to go through one of his first rage quits and just go to the other save on the game to properly experience the story. This boss ruined my life!
I'll have to agree that this boss and just Days mechanics suck. But I'm sorry for cussing on your stream, but it does. It does.
What? Suck?
I'm the only one who didn't struggle with days.
I literally
No,
just swore like 5 minutes ago. It's fine.
Yeah.
I was trying to
Alright,
avoid
chill.
it.
The whole time
this
Dan was
is-
going on that tangent, I'm just sitting there, just eyes closed, like you're preaching to the choir. You're preaching to the choir.
It's like there can't be a single person who hasn't had that experience.
I was-
the
I was-
only other ones are the ones that push through.
I
It
was
I-
stuck on that boss for literal months. Literal months.
The problem is that
This boss
Oh,
made me
shit.
rage quit. Almost rage quit. This boss made me.
Wow.
This boss ruined childhood. That's how bad
Wow.
it is.
Yeah. No,
it's
that.
not great, that's for sure.
But guys, you can see his little spiky teeth on the chest.
I don't care.
We do not care.
Who cares? Oh, it's
Oh, I
got
honestly-
a really
I honestly
cool,
didn't even know
cool
that.
design. Whatever.
Okay, to be
Whatever.
honest, I didn't know it was on there. But
Okay.
still, it's not worth it.
Let's move on to our next one. A guy that has a weird weakness to barrels. Hercules from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
But he's
Yes.
so strong.
Can I ask any of you guys,
Just-
have you ever lost to this fight on standard difficulty?
God no.
Lost?
No.
I haven't lost to it on the easy difficulty.
I wouldn't
this
dare.
Thing is
I-
nothing.
I haven't
Maybe
lost
like
to it on
one,
proud.
like not because I wasn't like I might have been like experimenting with like, oh, maybe this will work, maybe I can fight him this way, and that's how I lost. But actually playing, no.
Yeah, no, it's
I
go on.
Oh no, yeah, I agree. I was just say I agree.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty pathetic fight. This is Hercules. This is the boy, and he's like, barrels.
He can't go the distance. He can't go the
Circular
distance.
wooden
That's-
objects. My weakness.
My weakness.
that's his kryptonite. That's his kryptonite.
What doesn't he say like at the after that like that cutscene after he's like, yeah, I was at my full strength or something like that.
He says, "I didn't even hold back."
Oh
Yeah,
right.
I didn't
yeah.
even hold back. That is so
You
sad.
immediately held back. You had to gloat every
Yeah.
once in a while to look at your muscles. or
Fallen
whatever.
from grace.
Yeah.
Or also
No
agree that he
wonder
cannot die from
KH2
this
was so
boss.
depressing for you, Hercules.
All right.
Right.
Our next one, 221. Jana, you start. Genie Jafar from Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, this one, this one's weird. This one's
Yeah.
super weird. It feels like it was supposed to be like this big, cinematic, really cool fight, but the mechanics don't really work with the carpet, and the blah 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 has to be racist. It's just,
There's no way it isn't.
it's just strange. You are a strange red man.
You're a strange big red man.
Yeah, no, it's very odd.
Very.
I will say though,
Oh wait, you get to smack him in the abs though. I mean, to be fair.
yeah, no,
It's weirdly cheesable, this fight.
I will say, like, I know we're not rating it based on high difficulties, but on critical mode level 1, this guy's a bitch. Like,
Yeah.
he is absolutely.
yeah.
I spent an hour trying to fight this guy.
Genie Jafar looks like a pepper. That's
Yeah,
funny.
I'll admit every time I fight him, I forget that like the whole like giving him a tummy ache is a mechanic, but like you know that.
Yeah,
Oh my god!
It's the first thing I go for.
yeah.
His tummy hurt.
I do agree
Yeah.
that the reaction command is a little awkward, but one of the best ways to deal with Jafar is if you hit him in the stomach and then go up to his head, you can land 2 combos on him and still have another 3 seconds to grab his tail.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like you can get
Intimidating.
yeah.
So you can repeat the
Really
reaction
neither
command.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Bruh,
another thing
I
as
did
well.
not know that.
You know that stun ability as well when he does the flashy thing and stuns you.
Oh
You
yeah.
can
You could just-
reflect that.
You can just reflect it. Yeah.
What?
yeah.
I didn't know that.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Let's move from one red guy to the same red guy but younger. Kingdom Hearts 1 Genie Jafar.
Pull the count away.
I disagree with
Pretty
its
red
placement.
guy.
I will say
I will have to give up. Yeah, go ahead.
my favourite part about this is Gilbert Gottfried as Iago just going, hey, hey, hey. It is fun.
Your
Oh.
microphone did not pick up any
It
of
was
that.
cutting out.
It'll
It's just Iago going.
no it'll come up on the stream. The stream guys
Okay.
will hear that.
All right.
But is it hot in here?
Sure.
Is it hot in here or is it just me?
That was not bad. That was not
that
bad.
was-
That was not bad at all.
I voiced him in the mod. Go Kingdom
I
Hearts.
disagree with how low his placement is on this list. Actually,
No, why? Where do you think he should be?
I
What tier? Don't say what. Don't say where. Just say what tier.
I'm not looking for like a number ranking. I'm just saying he's in E tier. I would put him in D tier.
I was gonna say I was actually gonna agree with that, honestly.
Like a tier above. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you can actually damage him directly. You don't have to fight Iago.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
but,
you can't?
but why would
Yeah,
you?
Blizzard works on him.
Blizzard does
I
though.
don't wanna use all the MP though.
But the thing
He's
is,
not a magic fighter.
but the thing is,
That thing.
if you go
Skill
chase,
issue.
if you go chasing after Iago, you will never get hit by Jafar because you're
yeah,
constantly
he
moving.
can't hit you.
I mean, that's
I will-
the thing.
The staging of the fight's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
mean,
say the theme of the theming of the area where you fight him is really good.
I will say, yeah, I
I mean,
will agree that the theming is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't a big fan of like chasing Iago some of the time, just because of like the times where like I would get to the other end of the stage and then he would be just out
be
of
somewhere
range
else.
going the other. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, okay, but like I also didn't like having to use magic on Jafar directly because I would always pick the strength route. and-
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah. As barbarians.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to our next fight. And Cello has taken control of this one.
Hey.
This is sorry for the terrible JPEG. This is Leechgrave.
Well, it's terrible because it's from DS
Oh, yeah,
graphics.
we should probably let them, like, forewarning, some of the JPEGs were not good.
Yeah, no, we genuinely. But that's the thing. You say it's days, but like some of the days ones are pretty good. But Leech
Did you
Grave
take
is
it from the
awful.
wiki?
Yeah,
This is the highest quality you will
Okay.
get.
all of these from
That's not- I mean-
from KH Wiki.
These look like they were scanned from like an Ultimania guide.
Yeah, they probably
Yes,
were.
that's what we
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway,
sorry,
Leech Grave.
that's not about thematically, I love this fight.
Mhm.
I love the fact that it is like there's this mystery unfolding where you are like the Heartless disappear from Halloween Town, and then you find out that there was a Heartless that's eating other Heartless. That is so unique, and that doesn't happen like elsewhere in the series. It seems very special, and it seems very like apropos to Halloween Town.
Yep.
And then also the very like gothic appearance of the fight.
Yep.
Of the boss like fits with
Yep.
it. So like thematically and aesthetically, it's fantastically done. I think fighting it is actually not that hard. Because the journal entry for the Tentaclaw actually says you need to use fire, so it kind of gives you the hint of how to stun it.
Yeah.
You can also fight it without stunning it. It's not super easy to do, but you can do it. I think what made a lot of people struggle with this fight is just that if you don't know how to approach it, which the first time you probably don't,
Yeah,
it can be
Right.
tedious, especially if you run out of magic really early, because then there's nothing you can do.
Oh no,
Right.
I
You
completely,
just gotta run.
I completely agree that on subsequent playthroughs, this is actually a really good fight. But
the
problem-
first time, if you don't know how
Yeah,
to approach it,
but
it can
that's
take
what-
a long time.
that's what this tier
Yeah.
list is about. Is like this is the first time you're fighting a boss fight,
Yeah.
and we had to put everything on the same level. And unfortunately, when you put Leech Grave there, it does come this low because not like hardly anyone did know how to fight the thing because
Also, only
Yeah.
bosses in the series that can eat you.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
and also,
Yeah.
I agree with the whole like theming aspect. Like it kind of like first time playing, it makes you think like, oh, what's the
You're like,
Heartless
oh shit,
eco-
it's
yeah.
gonna go down.
Yeah, what's the
Yeah.
Heartless ecosystem like? Like what's that food
The
chain?
Heartless
Like,
No,
ecosystem.
that's such a good point.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can we get like Pokemon?
Where are
Snap
you
of
on the Heartless
or, like,
hierarchy? I'm
yeah.
curious.
Where are you on the food chain?
Right.
Also, I've always headcanoned that this is Marluxia's Heartless.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wait,
That's
Because
works
I like
Flowers
that.
and death,
I like
and
that.
like
Yeah.
the manipulation and
thorns.
consumption of other people.
I like
And
that.
the
Yeah.
that's not a terrible idea. Let's move on to the next fight, which is I can't even defend this one. Kingdom Hearts
Do we want Kosa to
3.
take over?
Kingdom Hearts 3D's Chernobog.
Do you want Kosa to go with this one?
Yeah, Kosa, do you want to talk about this one?
Okay, so Chernobog.
You're going to have to go through the wiki and sort of preempt yourself with all of
Yeah,
Bucky's
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
All right,
God.
first thing about this fight. What is this fight?
Legs. It's about his legs. Look at
Oh.
those legs down
It's-
there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's honestly like I mean, just like in Kingdom Hearts 1, it's just kind of like just I don't know. Feels kind of out of place to me.
Well-
Like I do like the fight, but
Well, the Kingdom Hearts 1 fight is not massively out of place because it's very much like out of the realm of Kingdom Hearts. Like it's in this weird world where nothing really makes
Right.
sense. In here, he's back in his own world. He's back in the Symphony of Sorcery, but he
Right.
doesn't fight like an actual boss. It's a dive fight. So when
right.
you, when
Okay.
you,
Yeah, I remember. Yep, I remember that. Yeah,
so when you dive
yeah.
as Riku from one end of the stage to the other, you do an automatic third of his health. Do it
Yep,
3
yep.
times and you win.
I mean, that's something. I guess that's kind of an issue I take with all like the dive boss fights, where like they always just feel a little.
That's the thing. We do have the other
Yeah.
we do have the other dive fights a little bit higher up, but this is the only one where it's like as soon as you reach the end, you do damage. At least with the other ones, you do actually have to fight them.
Well, right, but I mean, even
Yeah.
then, I mean, and especially with this one, it just feels like a little too easy.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like you can't lose.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, tell you what,
He's such
Kosa.
an iconic fight in the first game, and it doesn't hold up when you see him a second
Yeah.
time.
Tell you what, Kosa. If you want to go onto, are you on the page for our Word document thing, our Excel page?
I am not.
I never played.
Okay,
2D.
can someone link Kosa
Yeah.
to that?
Okay.
You should all have it on in the background just to help.
It's It's in the Kingdom Hearts bosses.
Here, I'll just
Yeah, yeah.
Here, I'll put
Kosa,
the
can
thing.
you add your name to the list on the claims line? Just put your name. Just put your name and on bosses you want to talk about, like
Yeah.
something you can actually talk about, rather than talking about
Yeah.
Bucky's fights just because he's not here.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes to Chernobog, the first Kingdom Hearts 1
Yeah.
fight's definitely a lot better. But...
Yeah. We'll move on to the next one, and this does count as its own separate fight. Oogie Manor from Kingdom Hearts 1. And I believe,
Yes.
Lag, you wanted to
Giant
talk about this one,
building.
didn't you?
Oh yeah. So I personally love it when a Disney World actually has a unique Disney boss fight and not
Correct.
just it's Heartless now. But with Oogie Manor, it actually took the scenery of the manor that you were climbing up to the top before you fought Oogie Boogie the first time, and morphed Oogie with the manor itself to make this obstacle course of, hey, sadly it was let down because it's just like 6 orbs or black orbs that you have to destroy, and that's it. You can just ignore everything else.
True.
But it's still
You can
it's
also
the
leave.
you can leave, yes, you can leave and then come back. But thematically, where it's ranked, that's why it's up on this at this point of the tier, because it's more of the theming than anything.
Yeah.
Everything else,
Yeah.
it just falls in the F tier or
Yeah.
C tier to me.
Fantastic design that really falls flat in
Yeah.
execution.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
that, like, even this JPEG, like, it looks like such an amazing boss
It's a little
fight
gross.
until you remember,
It
oh,
is.
you're not actually fighting the manor, you're fighting Oogie Boogie's cyst, basically.
I like the lantern. Anytime, and when I always fight
just-
the lanterns when they do this fight.
Mhm.
You're just giving Oogie Boogie skincare. That's all this fight is.
basically what it
Yeah.
Um,
It's an advertisement
also, like,
for the
there's,
new Kingdom Hearts skincare system.
And
Yeah.
love
just one last note about the theming is, like, I do like that there's multiple ways to climb up. There's no specific
Yeah.
path to follow. You have different ways of routes you can follow
Yeah.
to get up to the top.
Yeah, I will actually say, just because Jan mentioned it, the fact that you can leave this boss fight, that's important to this tier list in that that's how we categorized a lot of the bosses. Like, if you can leave, or if there's a distinct enough gap between boss fights, then they count as their own separate fights. So it's why Oogie Boogie and Oogie's Manor count as separate fights. It's why Genie Jafar and Genie count as separate fights in Kingdom Hearts 1. The one exception is the
Dual stage.
boss gauntlet that Riku does at the end of 3D. All of those count as their own separate fights. Should we move on to the next one?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. The next one, Shan Yu from Kingdom Hearts 2.
I have
Mm.
one positive thing to say about this fight. I mean, it's mediocre. It's like, it's not bad or good. It's just kind of there as a fight.
Yeah.
It's
It
the first
exists.
time we hear Vim and Vigor as a boss track, and
Yeah.
it's so unique, and it like sets the mood so well that you find yourself immersed in the fight.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, it,
he's pretty easy.
yeah. The theme,
Yeah.
the music is really, really good for Shan Yu. It does suit him.
True.
The one major detriment to Shan Yu is that he has quite a cool mechanic in that he has the door being damaged. So if the door gets too damaged, then that's it. The game's over. But the problem is,
Yeah.
you can
never
completely
does.
you can completely ignore the door on Death Standard difficulty and just wail on Shan Yu, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
He also
honestly-
stops spawning Heartless after a certain point.
True.
Does he
He's
really?
also his reaction command tickles my brain in a really nice way. Just
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
clash one.
yes.
Yeah,
It's so cool.
I always try to
I
finish
was-
the
I was-
fight
I
on
was
that
about
reaction
to-
command.
Yeah, I was about to say like
Yeah.
that the reaction
Yeah.
command and the music are the main memorable things about this fight. Like
Yeah.
Vim and Vigor,
True.
that's on my gym playlist, and this fight is why.
Oh,
But,
Right.
Going into the gyms like we fighting Shan Yu to death.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Oh,
We
oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
go. I was just about to move on, but were you gonna say something about
I
Shan
was
Yu?
gonna say, but one more thing that kind of puts it in this list for me personally is that the fact that Shan Yu has little to no presence in Mulan. Like,
Yeah.
other than one or two other cutscenes, he hardly has any other presence. It's just
I mean,
such a short world.
He has 5 lines in the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, even in the movie, his presence is not that huge. Like, I watched a recent review of it, and Shan Yu is one of the weaker Disney villains. So
Yeah.
the fact that they gave him more than
He's
exploding,
also a racist caricature.
yeah, he died due to
Yeah.
he died due to firework. So it's a lot better than his fight in this game is a lot better than it is in the original movie. I have to
If
give it
you
credit.
think about it,
Still like the original.
dying by
movie.
being exploded in the sky is not a fun way to go.
No, it is not.
It's a quick way.
It's
Let's-
not, but it's a memorable way.
Oh, it absolutely
Oh my
is.
It's quick.
Right. Let's move on to the next one. Now, these next couple are based on the fact that they're not inherently like bad fights in themselves. It's these next few are just unfair. Like these, and you'll see, mysterious figure specifically from Birth by Sleep. His boss fight is insanely unfair the first time you fight him. The fact that he can steal your command board is quite cool, but he doesn't take knockback.
Right?
All of his attacks like can stun you. You
You can
can
knock him back a little bit.
you can dodge a lot of his attacks just by dodge rolling. But like, if you're playing as Terra, he doesn't have invincibility frames. So if you're playing as Terra, you are fucked. And even
Play as Terra, you either have to be extremely
Yeah.
skilled, or you're just not going to win.
yeah, or
Or
even
just
if
get lucky.
even when playing as
Yeah.
Aqua and Ven, like halfway through the fight, he turns invisible, and he still
my
does all of the
God.
same shit.
Yeah.
And
He
can't
also
target him.
has he also has one attack which works in the same way as Marluxia's countdown thing, but it starts from 5, and you have to spam triangle or whatever it is to get out. And by the time you get out, it'll go to like 3. And when he does it again,
It'll still hit you
start
again.
it'll start at 4, and you go down to 2. And a third time, 3. Like by the time he's done it a third or fourth time, you're done. And there's no cooldown on this thing. He can do this thing one straight after another if he chooses to do so. And there
had
is
a run where he
nothing
did
you
that.
can do. There is
I
nothing.
had a run
you
where
can
he
do.
did that.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do
The
about
trauma is coming
Fun.
back.
What, Kosa?
I said I had a run where he did that.
Oh no.
the countdown thing one after another. Now I wouldn't mind
Now
the
that was specifically in the PSP version because they toned it down when they ported it to PS4.
No, they didn't. They didn't. They haven't.
Yes,
turned
they
it
did.
down.
Yes, they did.
No, they haven't.
Because the
Yeah,
bro,
it is.
it's the collision magnet where he like hits you with the laser and it pulls you. That you can dodge out of that in the PS4 version where you couldn't in the original.
I'm on about the countdown thing. They didn't turn down the countdown thing because that's still the same in the remakes.
I've never had an issue with it on PS3.
I did because you know how Kosa said, "Oh, that happened to me."
I hate it.
It happened to me, and I've only ever played the remakes. I'm sorry. I feel like
We have Kosa crying
Yeah.
in the corner. Adam
Yeah, let's-
violently
let's-
reliving his own traumas.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I feel like
let's
we
move on.
gotta move on.
Yeah, we gotta
before
move
this
on.
thing corrupts us all.
The next-
we'll
I-
move on
the
to-
one last thing I want to say is that I hate that I couldn't rely on my tried and true mind circle because he just knocks my commands out of my.
yeah. Let's.
Have y'all seen one more thing? Have y'all seen Stickman Sham's video where he uses the Peter Pan D-Link to
Yes.
like whoop him in
Yeah.
14 seconds?
Yeah.
That is like the poetic justice for all of the hurt
Oh
that he's
my
put
god,
on
it
us.
is. It is.
We gotta watch that after this. It feels like
Mhm.
we're
Yeah, no,
already.
we'll have to. All right, let's move. Let's move on to the next one. Again, another unfair fight. Julius from Kingdom Hearts 3D. Now, can I ask all of you guys, have you ever beaten this guy without using Balloonra?
No.
I've never fought him.
Enough said then. Enough said. Balloonra makes this fight really easy, but you don't know that the first time you fight this thing. So Julius
And it's
will
also
kick
out of
your
nowhere.
ass. Oh yeah, no, Julius doesn't.
Yeah.
Like Mysterious Figure, doesn't take knockback, and he will kick your ass. Like 3 hits, you're done.
I didn't even know that this fight existed the first time I ran it. I
Yeah.
ran into it and like I don't know why it just hit like the right notes with the cutscene to where I had nightmares about it.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
Well, yeah, the camera turns around to see that ugly mug, doesn't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
And also the fact that the short that he came from as a kid gave me nightmares. I hated that short because of him.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. But the sound he makes, it just haunted my dreams.
Yeah.
I don't.
Gosh, we moved from one trauma onto another. This
Two completely different kinds.
let's move away from Kota's trauma. Like, I hope this next guy doesn't traumatize you either. Dark Inferno X. Now this fight specifically is the Remind one. Now, the reason so this is the Remind version because it has significantly less health than the normal version.
What?
And all of his because the Dark Inferno has 3 stages. This one only has 2, and both stages are massively toned down for the Remind version because it's the first boss.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to beat here, which, God, I appreciated that.
Honestly, it also feels like he was supposed to be the first encounter even for the main base game, but then they switched it at last moment. It's like, why?
Yeah. So the reason, like spoiler alert, you'll see Dark Inferno quite soon as well. But these fights felt like such a kick in the teeth when it came to like the theming of Kingdom Hearts. Like, in fact, you know what? I'll talk more about it when we actually see Dark Inferno very soon. Let's move on. Let's go to our last of the E tier, Classic Pete from Kingdom Hearts 2. This is specifically the fight. This is the first fight with him when at the small fishing.
Yeah. We had some heated opinions about this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. So I wanted to put him this low down because it's theming wise, it is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But battle wise, it's a joke. And I guess it's
giant joke.
It's supposed to be a joke. Like, even Sora says after the fight, that felt really easy. And yeah, I get it, but like, very tongue in cheek. Yeah.
Oh, my boyfriend ended up showing me when he fought this fight. If you don't attack him, he can't hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
He will hurt himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you legit. The only time he can hurt you is if you attack him. So there is a possibility you could just stand there and just kind of watch him, just kind of fuck around.
Oh no, I have to try this.
Yeah, no, like I personally, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I always have a lot of fun with this fight whenever it comes up.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. In hindsight, I probably should have put this higher up. I did put him in. I did put him at.
Wow, did we break your ranking system?
It's silly.
He's at the top of E tier. He's the last E tier one because he is one of the better bad fights. It's still a bad fight.
It is a very
again loosely defined as a fight because the whole point is just to. The audience obviously knows the situation that it's not Pete, but then you're Sora, Donald, and Goofy are the ones who have to learn it.
Oh, absolutely. So
yeah.
Let's move on. We're now going into the D tier, and here we have our actual Dark Inferno. Now, for some reason, the picture of Kingdom Hearts 3 bosses are awful because they're scanned from the Ultimania. The reason Dark Inferno is so bad is because Kingdom Hearts 3 ends with quite a cool fight with Master Xehanort, and you're expecting, maybe we'll get a teaser fight for the future games, which we did we did eventually in Remind, but we didn't. But at the time of fighting this fight, we didn't know Remind existed.
Yeah.
So when you fight this guy, you're like, oh my god, what's the fight? Like, does this guy have any story implications? You slog through this fight, which I'm going through. I was like, this is not a fun fight. It feels like it should be. It feels like it's trying to be a fun fight, but it's not doing it well.
Yeah.
And then you beat him, and you're like, was that it?
Now what? Yeah. Well, I didn't even. I remember I didn't even beat him before Remind came out, and like Remind happened. And like I faced that first boss, and I was like, "Oh, did I just get better at the game?" And then I went back and fought him, and I lost. And
this
fight. Okay, no.
This fight, if I'm not mistaken, came out before Unchained Key ended. So everyone
Right.
was thinking, oh, this must be Ephemer's Heartless.
I was just about to say
Yep,
something
that
about
is
that.
what everyone said.
Everyone
That was
thought
the
this
crack theory. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was proven. It's proven that it's not Ephemer's Heartless. Like, obviously, we know that Ephemer actually died in natural causes.
Natural causes.
Well, he
Oh, you're right. You're right. No,
no, he
'cause
did. He
he
built
survived,
he built up a massive town and
Built
presumably
Skyline,
died of
and
old
then-
age.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he lived.
Let's
He's
move
a
on.
statue.
He's assassinated at the last second.
Yeah, let's move on to our next fight, which Bucky was supposed to
Stab.
hear. Bucky was supposed to be here for this one. Let's put Peter Pan in his place.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've got
Everybody get your
words.
bats
I've
out.
got words
Oh,
for
go,
this.
go ahead, Kosa. Go ahead.
I have a history with like the Peter Pan like franchise as a whole. Like I started off really liking it, and then it became like something where I would just like hear it like every aspect of my life. So I got so tired of Peter Pan and like the character's attitude and like everything about him. So then when I got the chance to beat him into submission in Birth by Sleep, when I tell you I put on my strongest spells that I had, the strongest keyblade I had.
You don't even get to finish the fight.
Approaching
Oh, yeah.
Peter
That was
Pan
full on.
in a
That
fucking
was
JoJo pose.
Like that
Yeah.
was full on like rolling up my
yeah.
sleeves. Like I've been waiting for this.
I think I don't remember who said. Somebody just said that you don't even get to finish the fight, which is
Yeah.
retarded.
You know,
Yeah.
it's one of the ones that quits halfway through. I will
And
say.
that sucked too, because like the first time that happened, I was like, no.
Yep. I want to do the whole thing. I want to bring his health bar to 0.
Like, bring it back! Bring it back!
Yeah.
Let me kill him!
It's like,
I do- okay.
it's like your
I-
lucky Moors hold me back.
Yeah, I imagine. I'm sorry to bring race into this, but like with the original Peter Pan being as racist as it is, and you being a black man, you would have some issues with this thing.
Oh man, no. I mean, it wasn't even that. It was just how much I was seeing Peter Pan and everything. I was like, I'm tired of seeing your face. I want to put my keyboard
What?
on.
Dude, I do
you
want to say
became-
something.
Well, you became hyperfixated on Peter Pan,
I-
realized you were actually sick of Peter Pan, and then got the chance to stab Peter Pan.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I essentially became real life Captain Hook for a bit, but you know.
that's bad. All right.
I wanted to say something.
Go
Yeah.
on.
So, shit. I just left my no. I've always liked Peter Pan. Like I've always liked the movie. It was one of my favorite Disney movies. I just always enjoyed the aesthetic of it.
Mhm.
I will never forgive Disney for what they did to his voice actor. Do y'all
Yeah.
know this
Yeah.
story?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
In short, he did not have a good life after
Yeah,
this
no,
movie came out, and it was largely their fault.
This was back in the day when children didn't really have the right to.
Oh, yeah.
Like he basically
Yeah.
put it this way: when I think he killed himself due to overdose or something like that.
He
Yeah.
overdosed in a
Yeah.
parking lot.
And even in the tabloids, they didn't refer to him by his name; they referred to him by his character, saying Peter
Peter
Pan overdoses.
Yeah,
that
It's messed
Yeah.
up.
that
Oh,
is
it's
something that
absolute-
sucks whenever that happens
Thanks,
to
Disney.
actors, like
You suck.
for playing characters, whether it's like something from like the actual corporations or if
Yeah.
it's like fan fallout, like the stuff that happened with what was it, Kid Anakin's actor, like that's
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Anyway,
Okay.
Well, there-
Let's move-
It's been over an hour. We've gone through
So-
like maybe 20 of these.
yeah.
right.
I think
Yeah.
the moment we become too depressed about this, we should move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of children, Lock, Shock, and Barrel.
These people.
Children, I don't mind beating up.
So this is
Once again,
This-
more children
Hang
that
on.
I didn't mind.
Hang on.
taking a keyblade.
this is specifically the Kingdom Hearts 2 fight, not the Evil
Okay.
Playroom fight. So this is the one where when you beat them up, you have to put them into boxes, which feels
Yep.
very weird. Now, the reason this fight fights almost exactly the same as the Kingdom Hearts 1 fight, except you have the box element. But the thing is, what makes this fight significantly worse is that the room is massive. And so, like, you can easily just pin, like, Lock in one corner while the other two go and beat up Donald and Goofy, and they're not going to do anything to you.
They're
Yeah,
not.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I intentionally drew this boss battle out just because I really do not like those characters. There were a lot of times where it was like, yeah, they're knocked out. Let him get up. Let him get up.
Wow.
It's fine. Gosh, I love how we've gone from like, man, kids deserve better. You gotta take care of them too. I
Not
would
these
gladly
children.
murder these
Not
children.
these ones.
It's Jan. Jan, you have to understand. Children are okay to abuse when they're plasticine.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no,
This is a boss fight that I get through way too fast to give any thought to.
I will
Oh, man.
I will
Oh my
say don't take that out of context. I just said something terrible.
You said it.
Next boss. Next boss.
Yeah, let's move on
the
to the next one. We have the water dark side from Kingdom Hearts 3. So the tutorial fight.
Lovely guy.
And the reason he's
Water
a lot
boy.
higher up is you can lose to him.
Yeah.
A tutorial boss.
Yeah, he's one of the only
Holy cow,
tutorial
you can
bosses
die.
where you can die.
Yeah.
But no, it's quite a nice fight. It's nice seeing him again. It's a little bit of an update because his attacks are faster. The shadows are a little bit more relentless in Kingdom Hearts 3 especially. And the nice thing is that when you beat him, you get both fire and water, I think, as a spell,
Yep.
Yeah.
which is one of the only times where you get two spells at once.
Oh no, Robert, no. Oh no.
What? Oh no, what's he said?
Yo, is this Guardian?
Oh.
Oh my
I couldn't even
god.
repeat that.
I should. I should.
This is my kingdom.
Get outta here.
This is
I
my
no.
Kingdom come.
No. So I should clarify.
Okay, I'm gonna get copyright.
I should clarify. I know this guy in real life.
I also remember hardly paying attention to the visual differences with this dark side the first time I played it because
Oh, really?
because I took 2 days off of work to blitz through Kingdom Hearts 3, and I was too
Yeah.
eyes glazed over by I've waited 13 years for this. I really pay attention. to it.
Yeah.
My patience was about to run out. Let me in.
then the dry lands had flooded and we got water dark side.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Kingdom Hearts 3 Spellikin.
I hate it.
Adam.
I hate it.
Go on. Someone said Adam.
Yeah. On the subject of dark side type bosses, there's one oh wait, no, I think you said from days that you were removing some of them because they were
Yeah, some of the days ones we're not doing. 'Cause
but the Dark Follower is slightly different. It actually has a couple different attacks.
does it really?
I don't know if you
I did. Not...
the Shockwave attack is very different.
Okay, well, in this tier list, for people that are watching, don't expect the Dark Follower on this because I forgot that he was
It
different.
popped into my head and
Yeah.
I just noticed that it wasn't on the list, so I wanted
Yeah,
to
no,
say something.
no.
Ignore me, keep going.
Can I also say to the Robert guy, how did you find this stream? I didn't link this to you guys.
He doesn't even go here.
What are you doing here?
I mentioned it once. I mentioned it once to the guys. It's like, oh, I can't join you for games because I'm streaming. He's like, oh, what are you streaming? It's like, oh, just a silly thing. Don't worry about it. I guess they found it.
I guess he worried about it.
Yeah, I
He
might.
heard silly thing.
I might
He
have-
was like,
yeah.
it's probably ranking Kingdom Hearts
No,
bosses.
I might have linked into my channels at some point a few months ago, but I don't remember. Anyway, Spellikin. This boss fight is terrible because
hate
the
it.
grind,
I hate it.
the grinding section when
The grind is real.
yeah. When you have to grind on the rails to catch up to him just to land one attack, and then when you do, you go into an
Back it
arena.
away.
No, when he goes into an arena where you attack him, and he's always flying away. You just cast. Oh, fuck this spell! It's like the Rule of the Sky thing, but not as bad because at least you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
catch up to him.
Yeah.
For
And then
Tuesday,
and then you drop. And then
Yeah.
you drop.
Yeah,
Let
Yeah.
it drop.
yeah. Speaking of
I'll say-
bosses, go on, Jan.
Only thing really going forward is his design. I love that his hair is just a hat. It's a book. His hat is a book.
Yeah, his
That's
wings,
really
Yeah.
his wings are pianos as well.
That-
I like that.
Yeah,
We've all
the
done that.
piano feathers.
Oh, I never noticed.
The little bells
I do like
on
the
his,
staff
on his
as
little
well.
white bottom. Yeah.
Because
His
the
little
staff
broom
is representative
It's
of
really
the broom.
cute.
Well, his staff is representative of the brooms that come alive.
Hello to Frenchie who's
Yeah.
joined us in the chat.
Hello.
Feel free to
Hello.
tell us how we're wrong with our choices. Let's move on to the next fight.
Oh yeah.
Another chase fight, which is a little better but still not great. The Raging Vulture from Kingdom Hearts 3. Now, I will
It's
say,
just ruler of the sky with
I
fewer
will say,
steps.
I like the
Yeah.
fact that you can basically hop on top of a Heartless and shoot it down, which gives it an edge over a ruler of the sky. The fact that you can attack it from a distance.
So what I like to think of Ruler of the Sky, or this one, I'm sorry, Raging
Vulture.
It's a combination of Ruler of the Sky, Spellikin. It is a combination of the one Heartless boss from Mulan, the second visit.
Yeah.
It's a combination of all three of them together.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
go on.
All right.
Well, I was gonna say I also like just like, and along with a lot of the bosses in Kingdom Hearts 3, just the spectacle of it all, where it's just
Yeah.
like, oh, you know,
True.
big open ocean. You've got like this awesome music playing the whole time, and like, you know, you're just
Also,
chasing this thing down. Yeah.
Now that I'm taking a proper look at this JPEG, if you take off the head, the wings, and the tail, he looks like a roast chicken.
Oh my god.
Which is what I want to turn him into.
He is a bird.
But it's the fact
What do you think darkness tastes like?
Well, we know what it smells like, according to Riku.
Oh yeah, that's
Riku
right.
knows.
Yeah.
Raspberry flavor.
Yeah, Riku knows.
No, we
We
don't
are
know
right.
what-
A lot of the 3 fights are very like a lot of spectacle, a lot of flash, not a lot of bang.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Raging Vulture
Yeah.
is kind of underwhelming. There are better fights in Kingdom Hearts 3, especially in Caribbean.
Oh, Frenchie, are you saying Raging Vulture is your favorite, or were you saying Spellikin's your favorite? But we will come back to that
Well,
whenever
We're
you
never-
answer.
we're never
Well, for me
gonna-
personally-
Yeah.
No, but let's move on to my favorite JPEG of this entire thing.
Oh yes.
Oh.
Coded Pete.
Put it-
So
We got
Coded,
like
Well,
8 more
Pete.
seconds and then it'll come up.
so
At
Coded
least for
Pete.
us.
Coded Pete is just a terrible fight, and it's the same as the normal Pete fights, but like there's no
Yeah.
goofiness to it, and it's sort of
Look
like
at him.
it's like take it. You have to take it.
You might say it's very peach.
Wow, that really tickled you.
Yeah, no. So the thing I like about Pete is that all of his boss fights are very goofy, very cartoony. This is the one exception where it's like, oh no, he's an actual boss, take him seriously. And he does all of the same attacks in Kingdom Hearts 2, and you're like,
Oh, is that what it was?
Really?
I couldn't remember what it
Thunder,
was.
he has a thunder attack.
he
Coded.
does, but it's nothing that you can't deal with. It's
I'm consulting the wiki.
It's
like it's
meh.
still very much like, oh, you have to take this fight seriously. No, seriously, this is Pete we're talking about.
This is the Pete.
Like
This is the-
Don't
the
understand.
only intimidating thing about Pete is that he put bugs in Riku, which gave us that classic one. Let's move on to the next one. Lag, you're taking over for this one. Grim Reaper,
Okay.
specifically the first fight, so the one on the boat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So Grim Reaper.
Did you just
1
change
is-
your icon to Peach?
I love it so much. He's so happy.
Started.
Wait, do you mean your Disco profile?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no.
So happy. I want to be that happy. I want to be like.
Yeah,
So
you're happy,
anyway,
Logan.
so Grim Reaper 1 boss fight is a very fun boss fight in the fact that you have limited space, and with the mechanics of Grim Reaper 1, starting off, it's doable. It's at least a unique boss fight where it's like, oh hey, he can teleport, and you kind of have to be quick on your feet, and you're still kind of getting like movement speed, and you're trying to figure out okay your flow of moving around and quickly getting over to another area as quickly as you need. So it's a good way of watching, watching your scenery. How quickly can you respond to enemies that may start
Yeah.
moving faster as the game progresses.
Yeah.
But although it fails in comparison to its second phase, and so
Yeah, the second phase we'll talk about
definitely
later.
short-lived.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's definitely short-lived.
I will say we've been doing this for just over an hour, and we're not even 20% of the way through. So we're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit. Let's move on.
We're
Jan,
gonna be here
I'll
for
be
Yeah.
quick about
Don't
this.
worry about it.
Jan, you wanted to talk
I'll be
about
quick about this.
Steamboat Pete, which is the
Yes.
Yay.
the pan fight with the box.
Yeah. Yeah. I personally love this fight. I really do love this fight.
Mm.
It's a lot of fun. It's very creative. And did you know that it's timed? It's supposed to be timed.
Yeah,
But it's
no.
also
Yes.
so easy that you kind of forget that
Yeah.
it just goes. That's the JPEG we're using. We can't even get just the bone.
We couldn't. I couldn't find a decent JPEG of the boat. I'm afraid.
Okay, man.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, very easy, very creative. I
Yeah.
like it a lot. It's a very memorable fight, but also just it's
Yeah.
it's taken care of.
The next
quickly.
the next two fights we are basically the same sort of tier. We have the Brawler Mari and the Queen Butterfly. So the Queen Butterfly we put lower. But these are the dive. These are the dive fights from Kingdom Hearts 3D. Now, we ultimately put them there because, like we talked about, Chair the Bog, dive fights are not great. At least these ones, you actually have to, try and defeat them. And they're quite cool designs, I have to admit. So that's why they're basically the middle of D tier.
Just here.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next one. There's not much to really say about them. Next one. This is our one Days exception, which is the Dust Flyer
Ah.
from Days. And Cello, you wanted to talk about this one, didn't you?
Yeah. So it's the game's only super boss.
Yes.
It's, well, if you don't count like anti-Riku, anti-Syx, but those are like not canon because they only exist in mission mode. So Dustfire is the game's only like true original to it super boss.
Yeah.
And obviously every attack it has can like half your health or completely destroy your health bar. But it's not a fight in the sense that other fights in the game are. And combat in general in Days is like you have to be much more tactical about it because like you have a limited number of magic uses and magic functions a very specific way. So you have to kind of plan and like coordinate your attacks and plan ahead in that sense. And
Yeah.
so this fight is a test of endurance more than it is an actual fight.
Yeah.
And
And-
it's in D tier because the first time you fight it, it sucks and it's hard to get through and you don't
Yeah.
understand it. But
Endur-
it actually doesn't have that many attacks.
Endurance fights, are, in my opinion, are not very fun because it's like, okay, I can prove I can beat this thing. When is it going to end? And you're like, yeah.
True.
For context, if anyone doesn't know what the Dust Flyer is, there's a mission near the end of the game where you have to defeat 6 bosses
Six.
that have taken over Twilight Town, Traverse Town.
Twilight Town.
Twilight Town.
Traverse Town is not in Days, boy.
I get the two. I get the two mixed up. Twilight Town. You have to defeat 6 bosses, and before you leave the mission, you then go up to the clock tower, and that's where the Dust Flyer is. Let's move on then. We got Sabor from Kingdom Hearts 1, which is the only interesting thing about Sabor in this one is she is canonically female in the movie, but male in the game. So
Yeah, that's a little confusing.
I guess Sabor is
Trans King.
Yeah.
Sabor is a trans king.
Actually, yeah. Well,
That was literally me.
But yeah, no. Overall, as a boss fight, it's fine. It's cool that Sabor kind of chases you around the map, but like if you know what you're doing with Tarzan, like you rarely ever encounter her again.
Yeah.
I have something crazy to say about this fight, actually.
Smash X.
Okay. Well, yes, that.
Yeah.
But, sorry, I'm eating goldfish. Okay. So there's a bunch of optional fights that you can do with Sabor.
Yes.
He appears all throughout in different maps.
Yep.
if you fight him in the treehouse, he escapes by breaking a hole through the floor in the treehouse.
Well,
If he does that, when you return to the world later and you fight that giant mushroom heartlet, the pink agaricus, which only appears in that room, it appears over the hole that Sabor creates.
Yeah.
So if you complete that boss fight, then the heartless will appear on the net below the house, and it's actually much harder to get the max rank for it.
Whoa.
So if you want to do that later, you can't do the boss fight with Sabor in the treehouse.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay.
A little bit of Kingdom Hearts 1 trivia that
Yeah.
always... I love how this game just pulls up information that we never even knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It's gonna be like
Honestly.
50 years from now,
Yeah.
we'll be
Yeah.
pulling information.
People have actually found, like, in recent data that, like, Sabor can create holes in that treehouse all over the place, but, like, only, like...
Really?
Yeah, so
What?
in the floor, in the data, there are 3 holes, which only Sabor can only break 1. In the walls, like, there's several windows that she can break, that she can only ever break, like, 4 of them. Or, like... Or there's a hole in the wall, which...
Just like
There's
randomized?
a hole in the wall, which if you leave alone, Sabor will... You have to make your way round to the ladder the long way. But if she breaks
just
the hole in the
really likes
wall,
destruction.
it makes for an easy exit to that ladder.
Whoa.
So yeah, no, the whole thing with the treehouse is really, really clever when it comes to Sabor. But in terms of the actual boss fight itself, Sabor is terrible.
Yeah.
As much as okay, boss fight wise, I'm sorry, buddy. You're not a good boss fight.
It's like it's cool.
But
That,
I love
it's,
you
it's
anyway.
cool that she can go into the bamboo and all that, but like it's very easy to keep a track of her. Let's move on. Jan, you wanted to talk about Axel 1. So this,
Uh-oh.
The giggles up here.
and I will say, just as I turned that over, Twilight Town music started as well. So that's funny. So for context, this is the Axel 1 fight where you fight him on the struggle stage when everyone's frozen. So go ahead, Jan.
Yes! I love this fight. I love this fight a lot. Even though, as far as like boss fights go, there are better boss fights. This is more or less a haha, it's time to fight a boss. Go on, get it.
Yeah.
Go get it, Roxas. That's pretty much all that it is, but the details in it. Oh, I love it. I love how lazy Axel's movements are. It's like this is a casual Tuesday for him, and he's also trying to not hit his best friend. And there's also my favorite move of his is when he just sits. He just sits and waits for you to come on over. And if you don't do that, he loses all of his patience and just zooms over to you anyway to try and flambe you. I love it. I love it so much. And I was also corrected. This fight is the first time that you hear like, oh my gosh, I need to calm down. This fight is the one where you hear like the official Nobody Boss Fight theme, and it's
Yes.
13th Trouble, yeah.
Virgin
it's
Struggle is one of the
so
only
good.
tracks from Chain of Memories that continued into later games.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and it's so tasty. I love this fight
Yeah.
a lot. It tastes good. Tastes like raspberry.
Let's move on. Ursula 1 from Kingdom Hearts 1. So this is the Cauldron fight. Which, by the way, for everyone who's wondering, the colour of the cauldron does not matter. But I will say, if you want to save on magic, if the cauldron isn't glowing, or the cauldron is actually doing something, like an actual attack, don't cast magic on it.
Hang on, we got some confusion. So Matai and HR are asking about the tier list coming up. We are doing the tier list up.
We are currently doing
This
the
is
tier
the
list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the confusion is then. Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is the tier list. We are currently going through it.
The confusion is that the tiers are not shown on the screen.
No, they are,
Oh.
Right,
You think
okay.
We're doing the drag a picture onto the tier kind of tier list.
Yeah, it is that kind of element. If you notice, the background has like a lightish red hue. If you go back into the stream, you'll see we have like a grey background and a darker red. The next one will be yellow, so we'll I think it's yellow anyway. It's orange. Next one's orange. So
This is a worst to best list, but then the bosses are grouped in tiers. So the color of the background determines the tier we're in.
For context sake, we are in tier D.
yeah, this is the D tier right now. We're saying a lot of it because this is a slide with over 200 slides. Like, cut us a little slack.
We'll be here a while, yeah.
Yes, this is the worst to best.
Yeah, so this is very much worst to best. It is tiered. We've already done all the tiers. Basically, if you see something that's like, oh my god, that shouldn't be there, fucking tell us. Like,
Right.
Yeah,
Give us your
we would
opinion.
love
Give
to
us
hear your
reason.
opinions.
Scream at us. I'll scream back.
Oh no.
You
Anyways,
go.
where were we at?
This is
Ursula
a
one?
threat.
Yeah.
Ursula one.
Ursula 1. So Ursula 1 is just a nightmare. She has like when she's awake, she has massive defenses, and like it's just not a fun fight. It's a nice fight. It's cool, but like you have to go into the world thinking, okay, this is the magic world, but this. And it does kind of give you clues in the sense that, oh, there's no chests in this world, but there are colour-coded shells, and they only open with magic. So it hints to you that this world is supposed to be the magic world. Even something
And
like
color-coded.
even something like the big jellyfish heartless. If you defeat them with magic, they don't split. But only sometimes. And yeah, it's very weird. So
Oh,
you have to go
we're
into
getting,
this
Get
thinking-
more
we're getting
XP that way.
opinions. We're getting
Yeah.
opinions that Ursula should be C or B tier.
C or B?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
they're
mean,
gonna-
I
they're
can
not
see.
gonna like where.
I will say,
Alright.
this is just the
Yeah,
cauldron.
we got a lot
fight.
to get through.
Yeah, we do have a lot
We
to go
do.
fight. This is just the cauldron fight. We do have Big Ursula a little bit later because we think
Oh
that
yeah,
fight's a bit
yeah.
better.
Big Ursula's coming up. This is not a part of Big Ursula.
Yeah, no. Next fight, we got Cave of Wonders from Kingdom Hearts 1. Oh, my joy just knocked my microphone then.
Oh.
Who wanted to talk? Lag, you wanted to
I
talk
got-
about this, didn't you?
Lag.
Yeah, so I, again, kind of going back with Oogie Manor, I personally love it when a Disney World actually has a Disney character be a boss and not just a Heartless, because
Oh,
that
sorry,
just gets going real
Sorry,
quick.
just pause a second. Frenchie, so the different coloured cauldrons don't actually matter. Like, the only thing that the coloured cauldrons do is tell you what attack is coming up. If it's blue, it doesn't matter. If it's red, it doesn't matter. A lot of people think that the colours matter. It really doesn't. Anyway, yeah, back to Cave of Wonders.
Yeah. So kind of just to reiterate, basically, I like it whenever a world uses the actual world character as a boss and not just a Heartless, because that just gets boring real fast. Cave of Wonders does a really good job of being a boss that you wouldn't even consider being a boss. Yeah, it's a little bland that it's stationary and you just climb up on its mane and then on its nose and hit its eyes. But give that clear what's that brand that stuff that you put in your eyes?
Oh,
Bleach?
I have glowing contacts.
right.
but it is still a not really good boss fight just because you can get thrown off easily, even though it just seems like you could easily just stand there for the whole time. It's hard to hit the eyes when it starts moving more frequently.
Yeah.
So that's like kind of where it's placed from that, but it's an enjoyable fight. nonetheless.
Theming wise, it's a nicer fight. Yeah. Let's move on. Let's go to the Thresholder from Kingdom Hearts 2. Now, I think the reason we put this one a little bit lower is because it generally isn't. It's not a very tough fight. The biggest detriment for this fight are the gargoyles that he spawns, which are very limited because the cool thing about this world is that all the gargoyles are actually those little blobby heartless things, the possessors, which includes the Threshold. The Threshold is just a possessed door, which does make me think, like, so the Beast has that door in his castle anyway. Why? Like,
Because it looks cool.
he has
Don't
that
think too
door.
deeply into it.
Anyway, but yeah, no, it's a
The
cool.
vibes were right.
Yeah, the vibes are a very cool fight.
He's French. He's a little bit of a
Yeah.
freak.
People do
Oh
think
my gosh.
people do think that the possessor that comes out of the Threshold is the one that becomes the Darkthorn later. It's not. It's a different possessor.
Damn it.
The Darkthorn is considered like the castle possessor, if you like.
Why are you putting
I saw
doors
the
on this
door and
list?
said wee wee.
Yeah, no, we have to put doors on the list. He's a boss fight.
Although honestly, what my head can continue, but my head canon is the fact that those figurines, like when you first get into the room, and it's the statue versions of those two that are on the door. My head canon is the door was there first. That possessor went in the door, made those statue versions to be there, so that way when it fills thread, they come alive. That's my head.
Ah,
Mm,
fair enough.
curious.
That's a good idea. Okay, the next one we got is the Antlion from Days. This is actually kind of a fun fight in the sense that it's kind of like the Ruler of the Sky, but actually tolerable. Yes, you have to chase him around.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to follow him around, but he's a lot slower, and dealing with his attacks are a lot easier to do, which helps with the gameplay. It's a mid-game boss. There's not really much more you can really say about it. It's a very
It's the first
alright.
like proper boss in the
Yeah.
way you're categorizing bosses. It's the first one.
yeah, no, it feels like a proper boss, but that's why he's on
It's
the
a
lower
proper
one.
threat.
Yeah, he's still D tier because it's not like theming wise, it doesn't really mean anything. Like it's just it's a sand boss. Let's put him in the sand level. Yeah.
Throw into sink.
Let's move on to our second exception for the Colosseum fights, Hades 1 from Kingdom Hearts 1. Like Hades. Did someone claim Hades? It was Bucky who claimed it. Hades is. Oh God, he's a lot better in later games. Let's put it that way. People just ranking doors in the chat. Is that what's happening now?
Listen,
Roblox
the Roblox
doors.
door has to be low. It has to be.
Okay, people just ranking doors in the chat. You know what?
What
You do
what
you.
door are you talking about?
What?
I think specifically the game Roblox Doors. The game itself
Yeah.
is pretty fun. If we're rating the doors themselves, I feel like
There's
they
pretty
do
low
pretty
tier.
low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, so
Anyway,
Hades.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, the Hades fight. Like when you compare it to like a lot of the fights that are in the Hades Cup, this feels a little underwhelming. Like it's not the most difficult thing, but theming wise, it's kind of funny that he's not the top.
yeah,
it's
his-
really
Starts
funny
off,
that
yeah.
it's really
It's his
funny
cup.
that this is his cup and he's not the top tier. So
Right.
when
He
you
considers-
so when you
he
first
considers
fight
Rock
him,
Titan.
well, that's the thing. So at this point, under the rules that we set, at this point, you don't know that the Rock Titan is number one. So it's like, oh my god,
Oh, right.
what's the one that can beat Hades?
yeah, what's bigger than that?
Right.
And so that does hype up Hades a little bit. It's a fine fight. It's not amazing, but like it's there. Next one is back to Days again. The Infernal Engine. This
I
one,
like this one.
This one is really funny because it just takes up the entirety of the bridge.
Yeah.
And so, like, you do feel like, oh, we got a lot of space to work with, and then as he slowly gets closer and closer, it's like,
I was like, wait, no. This one scared me. This one absolutely scared me as a kid.
It's a freaky
Really?
one.
Oh yeah, no, this
Yes!
scared me as a kid too, and it's also partially like the same thing. It's like, oh yeah, we got a lot of space. Wait, this is a
This
DS
is
game.
fine.
Wait, this is a DS
It's a
game.
DS
Oh
game.
no.
Yeah, and like I like that this boss makes good use of like the existing environment. Of,
Yeah.
Like, oh, we have this long narrow bridge. Let's build a boss that like utilizes that kind of space.
yeah.
That like pushing and pulling.
I would say, I
Yeah.
think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the highest ranked Days Heartless boss.
It might be.
We do have other Days bosses on this list, but like this is
not
the highest.
Heartless.
This is the highest Heartless one.
Yeah.
And it does show it's a
Yeah.
very good fight. Anyway, let's move on. Cello, you wanted to talk about Vanitas Remnant.
Yes,
from Birth
I
by
do.
Sleep. Now, for clarification,
hmm?
this is the top of D tier. So he's the top of the D tier. There is a reason I
He's
put
the
him in
best
D tier.
of D tier. So, Vanitas Remnant. First of all, banger battle theme.
Yes.
I love this theme, and I wish it had come back in 3 instead of them just using the Enter the Darkness cover. I wish they had recovered Enter the Void because I love this track more than Enter the Darkness. It actually like
Agreed.
it's one of the only Ishimoto tracks that I actually like. It has a good like shape, a good form to it. But I appreciate this fight of all of the like Birth by Sleep super bosses, the trio being this one, Unknown and No Heart, or Mysterious Figure and No Heart.
Yeah.
This one fights like it's controlled by a human player.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that is such a cool way to characterize Vanitas. I also like that despite his low health bar, and like he has the health bar that an actual player would have.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then the attacks he uses, they all have distinct counters to them.
Yeah.
There's actually a way to avoid even when playing as Terra, there's like definite things you can do to counterattacks, to avoid them, to get through them.
See,
It's
the
one of
secret is they actually put a human soul into this specific
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
it fights really well.
Yeah.
it's actually
Soul of Land
First the
Mean
shell.
Boy.
it is actually one of the more creative Birth by Sleep boss fights, and I've always appreciated it for that.
Yeah.
Also, in the
Wasn't it
Japanese
Sonic
version, you don't
6?
get a Keyblade.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In the
It's
what,
all-
sorry?
it's all-
In the Japanese version of the Japanese release of Birth by Sleep, the reward is not a Keyblade.
Is it
They
not?
added that in the international version.
Oh, did not know that.
It's
Oh,
It's
damn.
all, yeah, I mean, I'll also tag along saying like, yeah, no, I love this fight, but but hearing Vanitas say "suffer" haunts my dreams.
Yeah.
Suffer!
No,
Yeah.
one
Show
of,
me anguish.
one of the biggest things about one of the biggest reasons why I put this in D tier at the top of D tier is while it is a cool fight, the one mechanic that I just hate and I love at the same time is that when you heal, he heals.
Yeah.
So it means that
Potion, baby.
when you heal with cure, the fight basically restarts. And you're like,
Yeah.
I can do that too.
The first time he did that, I was like, you're not supposed to do that. You're not.
yeah.
Hey,
Hey, wait a second.
Heal.
Enemies are not supposed to heal.
And I'm not against enemies using heals. Like Clayton even uses a heal in his fight, or like
For real?
yeah, Clayton heals during his own fight. I'm not against characters healing themselves. What I am against is characters basically restarting the entire fight.
Well, yeah. 'Cause it's like he's got like a little bit of health that's
Yeah.
missing, and then he heals himself, and I'm just like, hey, I'm doing this because I need it.
All right,
You don't need it. Look at how fast
Not your
you
job.
are. Stop it.
going back to the chat. What came out as the top door? Looks like it was Ursula's bedroom door. Cool.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Fair enough.
Time out.
And that's why I said Sebastian
Now-
was goat for that door.
Now, for those that were wondering about the tier list, let's move on to our next tier. Oh, the background has changed. It's Beast from Kingdom Hearts 2. Jan, you wanted to talk about him, didn't you?
Here.
Yep. Starting off with the bottom of C tier, it's Beast. One
Yep.
of, I think, the first time you fight and something that used to be an ally, but is now all of a sudden an enemy because he got
Yep.
really bad therapy.
Yeah. So
Which, you know,
Anti-therapy.
people might say like people might say like, oh, Riku's an ally, like you fight him first, but like no, Beast is
Disney character.
yeah, Beast is the first character
Yeah.
that's actually on your team in a previous game that you fight, and it's like
yeah, and that
yeah,
all is cool in itself. The thing is, the boss battle is
it's a bit easy.
Meh. It's meh.
Like the
Meh, it's
moment
meh.
the
Wrap
moment
it up
you,
in like 2 minutes tops.
the moment you start the
Yeah.
fight, Cogsworth is right next to you, and the triangle prompt is
You
up.
just
So you
hit
go
him.
triangle.
Yup.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, it stuns Beast.
I don't-
Also the fucking please, master, please compose yourself.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't know why
That-
people. I don't
that
know why
repeats
people are
itself in my
memeing.
head.
Yeah, I don't know why people are
Yeah.
memeing "Get Up on the Hydra's back" when "Please Master,
Please, Master, please,
is right there.
Yeah,
It's
right there. You're so right.
fucking
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have actually tried to beat this fight without using Cogsworth thing, and you do have to
It's
use
hard.
it. You do have to do it like at the end, but like,
Yeah.
man, it's a rough fight. But yeah, no. Even when you fight this thing for the first time, it's really easy to cheese this thing because the game basically tells you, "Hey, you can cheese it with Cogsworth." Anyway, let's move on.
Here's a clock. Go
Result
fight
in
the
committing
demon.
cognitive
Die.
behavioral torture.
We
The whole
have
fight just me going up and just like snap out of it.
Kingdom Hearts.
You know what I said.
Kingdom Hearts 1, Queen of Hearts and the Card Soldiers. This is just a stupid fight. So this is the guard tower
Yes.
fight. There's so much going on with this fight. I love this.
Struggled
thing.
on this fight.
So
I struggled on the first time.
My last time that I ran with this fight, I just focused on the tower. No one paid attention to me. I was like, oh, okay.
yeah, well, yeah. So if you have, so obviously the big thing. Let's make the assumption that you didn't find all the things, and both Donald and Goofy are trapped in cages, or even let's say Donald is captured and Goofy isn't. There's so much you can do in this
separate?
fight. So you can rescue the boys from their cages. You can knock over the queen, which will stop all the red cards from attacking you. You can attack the cards themselves and knock them out. And ultimately, you need to knock out the tower. Theming-wise, this feels like a perfect Wonderland world because there's just a Wonderland fight because there's just so
It's
much
so
going on.
chaotic.
It's so chaotic and it feels
Yes.
thematic for Wonderland.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the only time where
I
I'm
did
like,
not know you could break the cage and save
Yeah.
Donald and Goofy.
Yeah,
I did
no,
not know that.
Yeah.
the only thing that this
Have
world,
you?
the only thing that this fight is missing is maybe something at the other end of the courtroom, because it's like that does feel a bit empty. But like, this is the only fight where I'm saying like, please put more stuff in. This is fun. Like, it's chaotic, it's hectic. I love it.
Let us have fun.
I would like for them to possibly just revisit Wonderland in the future, like in a future game, just with what systems are capable of now, the kind of chaos thing. I mean, granted, it would probably, granted, it would probably be the Tim Burton one at that point, but like, still, you know.
You can finally travel through doors that put you on the ceiling while going back and then going on the wall.
Yeah,
and then you end up in a
I
tree, and then
want-
you end up in the realm of darkness.
Yeah.
I want the flower maze to be in a mainline game. We've only ever seen it in the handhelds.
Yeah,
Oh,
Days,
yeah, wow.
Let's move on. Birth by Sleep, Spirit of the Magic Mirror, which
Yes.
Lag wanted to talk about.
Oh, yes. So Spirit of the Magic Mirror is a very, again, it's all about the fact that they are using Disney characters for boss fights, which is amazing. That's why they get kind of high up in here. But basically, being inside the mirror itself for the boss fight is very, very, very fun. Very, very thematically fun. The only downside, and other than the fact that Aqua's version of the boss fight gets like a special unique boss attack, the fact that you have to beat it twice. Once as Terra and once as Aqua is so low. It's so low. That's why it's low.
I do wish that Terra got his own boss fight in this world, but I can see.
Or
what
Aqua
Terra's
at least. No, actually, Aqua should
No,
have gone it because
Aqua
Terra makes sense.
No, he's right.
Aqua should have been the Magic Mirror fight because
No.
really, you think the other way around?
Because Terra meets the queen. Terra has the relationship with the queen, and when he refuses her orders, she sets the mirror on him. But Aqua just stumbles into the room and gets sucked in. It's not related to her journey at all.
See, now I would have done it the other way around, where maybe like it would have been like a duo fight where it's the mirror and her against Terra.
Something like
Well,
That
I mean,
PNG
Okay,
is
to be fair,
terrifying.
oh, absolutely.
To be fair, the fact that Aqua has the mirror fight in Birth by Sleep sets up the whole mirror Aqua thing in Fragmentary
true.
Passage.
I was gonna
True.
say,
Yeah.
it sets that up.
it contextualizes that, so
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Before we move on, I just have to say I love obviously when you have like the loads and loads of clones of the mirror. I love the snarky look that he gives you to give him away. It's
You'll
like
never find me.
you'll never find me. Oh,
This
Very
plan
clever.
couldn't possibly fail.
I found.
What was I found?
it's the look that gives like
I can't believe this.
Anyway, let's move on. Cello, you wanted to talk about the pot centipede.
Yes, I do, and not because of that live stream we
No,
had.
let's not talk about that.
Okay. So I actually, in the vein of like fights that are very thematic for their world, I like this one. Mainly because it's like you're introduced to the pot spiders as enemies throughout
Yes.
Agrabah, and then it kind of like that unique enemy culminates in a boss fight that is obviously literally comprised of them.
Yeah.
But the fact that it sort of gathers them up as it weaves through the worlds, and also the fact that it's this one big room that it travels through.
Yeah.
This fight feels like it would not have been out of place at all if they had made the TV version of Kingdom Hearts. Like if they had gone through with the TV show, this fight absolutely would have been in the show because it has
absolutely.
the right amount of
sure.
Disney-ish
It would have
chaos.
been so cool.
I can totally. I've seen a piece of art somewhere where like it's depicting this fight, and Sora is like up on one of the banisters, and he's like shouting down at Donald, like they're kind of having that sort of mid-battle banter while this thing is happening.
Yeah.
And that feels so Disney
Yeah.
to me.
You
So
feel
I've
so
always
Disney.
liked doing this fight, and it's actually not that easy. Like it takes a little bit of like skill. You got to be able to block really well.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great fight.
Yeah,
I also like the fact
I
that no
agree.
matter where, I also like the fact that no matter, depending on which room you defeat him in, it depends on like the following cutscene, what it, like the background of that cutscene is.
Yeah, I also like that it like uses most of the Agrabah map, like instead of like having load screens
Yeah.
like dividing up the areas, like it's just like oh, we got like the whole thing here. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey now.
I will say though that the biggest missed opportunity in this is that they should have had a barrel centipede as like a secret boss.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Or some other creature.
Because the thing with
All
it should have
all
barrel
they did
centipede
was
because
just a scorpion.
the pots don't explode like the barrels do. Imagine a boss that is constantly exploding.
Constantly exploding and reforming itself.
Yeah.
Hercules' arch nemesis.
Oh god. Let's move on.
Anyway.
Still Kingdom Hearts 1, we have Lock, Shock and Barrel again. This time in the evil playroom fight.
The better one.
the better
Boss
fight.
is still as annoying.
And smaller room.
Yeah, no, so that's
Yeah.
why
It's a sucky fight.
that's why
Yeah, and
it's
the
up
camera's
here.
fighting
Yeah.
against you.
Because theming wise, this is exactly what those fuckers would do. Like, they would draw you into the
Right.
tiny ass room where it's their domain and they beat the crap out of you. And, like, that is so fucking clever of them.
Oh, these renders are bad.
Specifically,
Yeah, no,
fuck Barrel on that because, like, good God, Barrel is a nuisance in that.
Barrel
if it
is-
wasn't for him, the other two would be fine.
Barrel's the one that moves around, yeah. But this is why the Kingdom Hearts 2-1 doesn't work, is because you catch them off guard, so that's why you find them in the bigger room of that world. But in here, it's like they've drawn you to that world. Into that room, rather.
Yeah. True.
So that's why I feel like it's a lot cleverer. Anyway, let's move on. Parasite Cage 2. So this is the one where you've just been taunted by Riku. It's the one with the stomach acid.
A question for you,
Yeah,
Adam.
yeah, yeah.
Go on.
I want to hear your explanation as to why this one is lower than the first Parasite Cage fight.
We'll get into more detail later, but it ultimately comes down to Riku.
Okay.
We're putting a pin in that.
Wow.
This
Wait,
fight is not fun to fight in the terms of like.
Parasite Cage has never been.
Yeah, no. The one cool thing I will give
I
it
like
is
this
that
fight.
it's one of the few bosses in Kingdom Hearts 1 that gives you a status effect.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's also cool because this is the one where you team up with Riku, right?
No, this is the one
Oh, is
after.
that the first
Nah.
one?
This is the second one.
Oh,
This is
oh,
in
wow! I'm
Monster's
really
stomach.
curious then. Okay, no, I share the curiosity, but no, go ahead.
So the thing with the Parasite Cage is that his attacks, he can't really get stunned that easily unless you wail on him a lot. You can't attack him from the back. You have to be in front of him, and that's where all of his attacks are. So that's quite clever in that sense. But
And you have to be close to him.
But while the evil playroom for the smaller room makes sense for those guys, it's a little bit too claustrophobic for something as big as this guy. It needed just a little bit more space. I wouldn't have even minded if like the room was quite big, even if it was full of acid and the platforms were maybe moving around.
Like his convert.
Kind of like the com fight, yeah. I think I would have preferred that
reacts-
more.
Ooh, he reacts uniquely to gravity magic.
He
This
does.
is one of those fights. This is one of those fights that I've every time I fight him, I feel like there's some secret to the mechanic that I have not figured out.
The thing
yet.
with
I feel
that
like there's
though
like a
is
secret
that
way to fight him.
the thing with that is that the first time you get it, the gravity spell is from Halloween Town. And a lot of people, when they first play this game, will go to Monstro first because that's the thing that attacks them first.
And the world level is lower.
Yeah, it is lower. So he does have a unique reaction when it comes to gravity, but most people won't have gravity, so that's why this boss fight is a lot lower. Let's move on. I don't even know if this one really counts. The Behemoth from Kingdom Hearts 1. Lag, you wanted to talk about this, didn't you?
The first?
Yeah, yes. So the boy is here. Basically, Behemoth. It is a very good platforming boss. Given the circumstances that you have to climb on top of it, hit its horn,
Yeah.
or use gravity to hit its horn. Very, 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 very nice boss fight of its own. But the one thing that is hindering it, and this is just because of story elements, it's the final boss of Hollow Bastion. Why is the final boss of Hollow Bastion? That's stupid.
But you do,
It's stupid.
but you do get to fight the
Hey, J-Rock.
you do get to fight the Flavor Town version later.
Yeah, you do get you get to battle Flavor Town.
One-way ticket
Guy
to Flavor
Ferrari.
Town.
Oh my
Brother.
god.
But then you also get to fight his King of the Hill propane version as well. I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, the praise.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
But anyway, but still though, I mean, it is a nice boss. Again, it's a good boss.
Yeah.
You know, it's done. It's
Also-
really just hitting the fact that it's right behind major story elements right after.
Yeah, no, it's a massively
Also,
underwhelming fight for where it's placed. Yeah.
Yeah, lag. J-Rock
Yes.
says hi.
I know. I said I didn't know if
Oh.
Jeremy said, "Hey, Jarok." Hey, Jarok.
Yeah, no. Feel free to chat in the chat. Like, I won't be responding much because I've got things going on my screen, but everyone else.
Yeah, you're working.
Yeah, everyone else will talk in the chat on my
We saw
behalf.
the doors.
Next boss.
Adam,
We saw the doors.
Adam.
Yeah, go
Before
on.
you move on, the wiki says that you can get gravity from completing the fill cup. So it is possible to have gravity. when
Can
fight
you
Paragon
really?
Stage.
I
Yes.
did not know that. I thought you got Blizzard. I thought you got a second stage of Blizzard. Or
Blizzard comes from, well, I know completing Wonderland or getting it early if
Right.
you get all the boxes.
yeah.
Blizzard, you. Ooh.
Oh, you know what it is? I think Blizzard might be the Pegasus Cup.
After speaking with Cheshire Cat, after defeating Jafar, and after
Oh.
defeating the Behemoth in the Hades Cup.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No, I think you get one level of spell in like every one of the levels of spells in the Hades Cup, other than Cure, I think.
Something like
Cure
Oh,
that.
no,
is not a-
I think no.
Here comes from Aerith.
Yeah, you get Cure from Aerith.
Sorry, I've distracted us.
Yeah, no, I got
Sorry.
distracted. Let's move on to the
dare
next
you.
one. So, Birth by Sleep, Metamorphosis, which is the giant squid thing. Now,
Ew.
this fight is quite cool because it does have like a second. We're only really counting the second part of the fight.
Yeah.
But this guy is the one that you team up with Stitch with to stop it from destroying the engine. Now, this originally was a lot higher until we realised that mechanically it's not a great fight. But theming wise, it's great. Like, attacking the ship, it's still a fun fight. It's still mechanically quite
Teaming up with
nice fight.
Stitch,
But teaming up with
unbeatable.
Stitch,
Yeah.
like, and like beating the crap out of this thing, it's so fun. But yeah, we couldn't justify putting it higher than C tier because of,
Our reason for that was because we watched a gameplay just to remember what it was, and the thing not hurt Sora once.
yeah, it wasn't even a case of like, oh, this is a damageless fight of Metamorphosis. It's just him playing the game and he just didn't get hit. Speaking of not getting hit, but theming wise makes sense. Gantu from Birth by Sleep.
Undo!
Now,
You can beat this fight in 45 seconds.
so the thing we found out about Gantu is that, again, you team up with Stitch, but this time playing as Aqua. But the great thing about this one is that Gantu will actually focus Stitch. So
Right.
He won't go after you unless Stitch is unconscious.
He
And
must
there's-
squash the bug.
And there's a special reaction command specifically for this fight with Stitch, where Aqua throws Stitch at Gantu's face.
It's theming wise, this is a fantastic fight. I love this fight so much.
They just had fun making this world.
They
Oh,
did, they
absolutely,
really did.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll keep going. Next one is Kosa. You wanted to talk about the Demon Tower. Now, we have grouped up the Demon Tower, I think, from 0.2 as well.
Yeah, because there was all pretty much the same.
Yeah, they basically fight all exactly the same, but the only time it's really considered a boss is in Kingdom Hearts 3. So, yeah, go ahead, Kosa.
Yeah, I really like this fight. It made Shadows seem threatening again. But,
Made it seem
Yeah.
threatening.
yeah, made
The
the-
darkness. It
I thought you were talking
beckons.
about Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm sorry.
It
Oh
made
my
the
God.
ultimate life forms. seem
Maria.
threatening.
Maria.
I know it now.
It made the demon. It made the Shadow Heartless seem threatening again, and like the music is great. That's one that I constantly bump the two different phases of it. I love the different. It's a simple fight, but I love like the different like attack cues that you can get based on the color of the eyes there.
Yeah.
And I love that, like, you know, they have the whole thing where it splits up, and now you're just fighting a bunch of like shadows as the tower is like reforming. It's a nice
Yeah.
fight. I enjoy it a lot. It's a unique way to fight
Yeah.
the Heartless.
Did this include? I'm sorry, Adam. I was just asking.
No, I
did
just
this
want to move
include
on,
the
Billy.
boss? Yeah. No. Does this include the tornado version?
No, that's Demon Tide. That's something different.
Okay.
Two different bosses.
Okay. Never mind. My bad.
Which does have two placements because of theming reasons. We'll move on to the next one, which is the very first Dark Side, which Jana wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Aw.
All right, this is personally one of the only times that Dark Side pops up, and I don't go, gosh darn it, just die already. It's
Yeah.
it's a good first official like boss battle
Yep.
for the entire franchise as a whole. Like,
Yeah.
Is this the
You know, you-
tutorial version or the Destiny
Yes.
Island?
This is the
version?
tutorial
Wait.
one.
Got
this is
it.
the tutorial
This is
version.
the Way to the Heart one.
Got it.
Yeah, this is after you get introduced to all the shadows, so you get established. Okay, shadows are a problem,
Yep.
and now there is a giant shadow that can squish you like
Yep.
an ant. It's
Yep.
it's a little terrifying.
And it's
Yep.
If you
genuinely
don't know what you're
creepy.
doing,
Yep.
it is.
Yep. The only reason
If you
the only reason that this isn't higher is that there is a canon lose state to this fight, which does kind of suck.
it does.
Like, it's canonically you lose this fight.
It's crazy to me that like people in 2001 picked up this game. They saw like, oh, it's a Disney anime game. Like there's Disney characters on the cover. There's like,
Yep.
like some cute anime characters. Like I want to pop this in and see what kind of adventure it is. And you open with this dive to the heart sequence,
Yep.
and it
Mhm.
closes the fucking sentence. The closer you are to light, the stronger your shadow becomes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
like
Oh, yeah.
what insane storytelling am I in for? Like
Yeah.
no wonder this
I-
movie captured people's
Like
hearts.
I specifically remember playing this boss with my brothers. In a case where I was too tiny to play. So they just be like, look, it's fine. It's a fun game. It's a little scary. Don't worry. It's a little scary, but it's fine. We're losing.
Yeah. We'll have to move on because we're strapped for time a
Yeah.
little bit because we're now at the
Yeah.
2-hour mark.
Yeah. We had to make this a two-parter.
Oh bloody hell! I really hope not. We got Kingdom Hearts 1 Leon. He is here because
Go for the gauntlet. We can do it.
yeah, no. So
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 1 Leon. He's a fun fight. It's like this is the first fight where it feels properly threatening. It's like one of the first fights that if you play as a beginner, like you can lose this, and okay, it's fine to lose. It's like, oh shit.
You get an elixir if you win.
Yeah, you do get an
But-
elixir if you
Yeah,
do.
that's what I'm saying. That's the but. But if you can beat him,
If you
know
can.
that there's actual reward
Get
for
a
Yep.
doing these.
reward.
Yep.
I'll restart if I don't beat
Yeah,
him.
yes. Oh, yeah, definitely.
The next one is Commantis from 3D.
Ooh.
Everyone here kind of disagrees with me. I put this one in C tier because it is just a fun fight. I do like smaller arena fights when they're warranted, and the reason this one works is because the actual ring around it works as a platform, and you have to
If-
earn that
if we
platform by
could
beating it.
That is
overthrow
cool.
the ruling, we would.
And it feels like if you could stun this thing, you can get a brand new platform to bring yourself close to this thing, and it's like you could trick around it. It feels like this was a fight built around the flow motion system. Like you can't really use it,
Right.
and this guy knows it. We'll move on again. Cello. This is our first chin. Is this our first Chin of Memories fight? Riku
Is it? I don't know.
Riku,
Is it?
Yes,
Oh,
Riku Replica
Holy shit!
3.
Oh wow. Okay.
what a fight!
I don't have a lot to say about this fight. Actually, I just think it's hilarious that you fight him 6 times in the game, and that
Yeah.
at this point the player is like tired of running into
Yeah.
him.
Well, this is the third. This is the
I
third time you
need
fight him
some.
as
Sora.
Sora. We
you
have.
fight him twice
yeah.
as Riku.
Yeah, we haven't included the Riku fights because they fight exactly the same as
They're
they
the same.
do here. But the Sora ones are distinct enough, and we felt like even though stages 2 and 3 are very slightly different, 3 is similar enough where it's like, come on, just leave me alone.
I get it. You're a
Like,
threat.
get over
Go
yourself.
away.
Yeah,
Because honestly, like he's there, wants to fight you, and then leaves right after. It's like, there's
Basically.
nothing to
Yeah.
it.
yeah,
It's very annoying.
yeah. Let's move on.
I
I
find it
don't
funny.
like you, Sora. And
Yeah.
Alright.
Chain of memories.
Okay.
I-
Next-
So what?
Next, we have.
Oh wait. Oh, you're asking about the game. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Next, we have the Dark Cubes from Kingdom Hearts 3.
Stupid name.
Which,
yeah.
I'm sorry, missed opportunity. They should have been the bug blocks. They absolutely should have been.
Honestly,
the
yeah.
Yeah.
They have the same texture, but not the right color.
Yeah. No, but some of them are white. They have different colours in Dakota. Anyway, not the point. It's quite a cool fight that it's one of those few metamorphosizing bosses where it's like it'll turn into a blade or turn into a fist. But like,
I just realized it has eyes.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like they should have just gone the extra mile and been like, oh yeah, it's the Microbots. It's
yeah,
just the
well, that's what it's based on. It's based on the Microbots.
Right.
And it does, but it does. You need that central core that you need to hit. The thing is with the Dark Cubes is that core is only available after it's attacked. And you're like, there are some boss fights where it feels like, okay, I shouldn't attack when it's attacking, but you can if you want. This one, you're forced to run away if it's attacking because what else can you do?
What
like-
are you gonna do?
But
What's gonna happen?
theming
What are you
wise,
gonna
it's
do?
fun.
What are you gonna do about it?
It traps you in its own arena. It actually attacks you with the walls and things like that. It's kind of cool.
The arena's cool.
Yeah. Next fight is the Mad Treant from Birth by Sleep. I used the recolor because it was nice. It was a nicer color. But yeah, no, this is one of the early Birth by Sleep fights. You fight him as Aqua and Ventus, I think.
Mad Treant is only Ventus.
Oh, was it only Ventus? Oh no, the next.
Yeah, because that's his boss.
Yeah, the
Matrion
next one is Aqua. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
yeah. So this is the Dwarf Woman's fight. It's a fun fight. Like after the world being a bit naff, like having to escort Snow White through the world, it's like, okay, the boss fight better be good, and it is.
Yeah.
It's a good fight. Is this with the Vim and Vigor music as well?
Yeah. I
Is
feel
it?
like
I thought it was
we've
Unforgettable.
gotten into
They
we've
use
gotten into
Unforgettable
the
for
realm
this
of
fight.
Oh, is
fights
it Unforgettable?
where we've gotten into the realm of fights where the general ruling is like, I mean, it's all right.
Basically, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
In any
It's
tier list,
okay.
most of them are going to be mid. That's
Yeah.
how it works.
Speaking
Yeah.
of mid, let's move to the next one, which is the Cursed Coach from.
Gosh, what a way
Birth
to
by Sleep.
introduce it. Speaking of mid.
Yeah, well,
Mid.
Cello,
I'll
you
let
want to
Cello
talk
say
about this?
a thing. Yeah.
So you're right. It is not like a super high level fight. It's Aqua's first fight, and it's like, it is very much like the tutorial fight for her. It is one of two fights in the whole game that use the music track Extreme Encounters, and it's a good track. It's like really high energy and dark. It's really dark, and it like sets the tone for this being an extremely important fight.
Yeah,
It works with like the theming of like you genuinely feel like Cinderella's in danger when
Yep.
this thing shows up
Yeah.
because of the music. And I liked that usually Aqua's the third person we play as. So I like that it is helping to like it implies in our head that Aqua's story is going to be a bit more like serious and dark than the
Just a
others.
little.
yeah.
So,
Uh,
so really,
also,
it's the music that makes this fight.
yeah.
I was just gonna mention I do like that it is canonically canon that the stepmother and stepsisters die at like before that boss fight starts.
Do they really?
No, I don't think it is canon.
They explode. They explode off screen. I'm sorry.
Oh,
They-
yeah,
they
that's
get-
right, yeah,
they
they
get
blow
blown
up.
off into the distance,
No, they
and then
don't.
Aqua's like, whatever.
I mean, this ain't Team Rocket logic, so you know.
They did blast off again.
No, they're fine. Bro, they
They-
literally exploded.
All right, the next one we have is Cerberus from Kingdom Hearts 1. Yeah, this is one of those. This is one of the good like Colosseum fights. Like it's one of the first truly threatening bosses.
It does say they die.
Yeah, like every other boss up to,
Sorry.
every boss up to this point has been like, this is a cool fight, but I feel like I can beat it. Cerberus is like, oh crap, can I beat this? And
Yeah, that was me first time playing.
yeah, no, it is one of the tougher
Yeah.
fights, especially when you first playthrough.
Mhm.
But I do like you can get on his back from his heel. You can
Yeah.
climb up on his heel and
Yeah, you can.
The service is
I was
bad.
just about to say, yeah.
we'll move because there's not much to say about 3D. There's
What's to say?
yeah, we want to spend as much time as we can in the S tier. So
Yeah.
the next
Yeah.
one, I don't know why we put the picture like this, but it's it's 3D's Holy Moly, which is
Holy Moly.
Riku's Country of the Musketeers fight. Which again, it's another fight that uses the flow motion really nicely, like chasing him around the room, using the speedy
What?
mechanics. It's just fun. Like, I love boss fights where you chase them around,
Nice.
but you feel like you can easily catch up to them.
Ooh, peekaboo.
Peekaboo.
And Holy Moly is just like, it's kind of like the culmination of this whole chase fight. It's like, oh, I'm over here now. Fuck you. Goes away. Yeah.
It's like, you thought this was gonna be easy.
You know how you liked the Pete, the coded Pete picture earlier. Oh no, we didn't use code. We didn't use coded Syx. This is Syx from Days. So this is when this is the fight
Damn.
when Syx tries to stop Roxas from leaving the castle.
Yeah.
So just before the Xion fight, and theming wise, I don't know why Syx is the one trying to stop him. It feels like Syx would be the
Because
guy.
drama.
Syx would be the guy that manipulates Axel into trying to stop him.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
such a good
but-
point.
Drama.
But then,
no, because Axel
but-
cannot be manipulated at this
but
point.
but
Like,
here's the
Axel's
thing:
over it.
the cutscene that happens immediately after this fight, is Roxas walking past the memory skyscraper and Axel going, "If they leave you, they will destroy you." And Roxas will go, "No one would miss me."
Yeah.
It's that
Classic.
cutscene.
True.
So I can see why they couldn't use Axel, because that cutscene wouldn't have any impact.
Like, Axel wasn't going to fight him anyway.
But Syx,
He
Yeah.
yes.
wasn't going to
That
stop
fight-
him
that
from
fight
leaving.
comes later.
Axel did fight Xion.
Right.
Yeah, it does feel
Yeah.
like Syx is the sort of guy that would only take things into his own hands if they were absolutely desperate. Which I guess, in a sense, they kind of are. There's like, we've already lost Xion. We need to keep Roxas. I guess in that sense, Syx would do it.
Yeah, I mean, plus at that point in the story, Axel's just tired. Like he's had to chase
Yeah.
like both him and Xion down, and like he's
True.
exhausted his fight.
Yeah.
His like
Syx
the
is
fight
kind of
with
like
him
the
at this
middle
point.
manager of the organization. So
Oh,
he would be
absolutely,
the thing
yeah.
he takes care of.
He's HR.
He's HR. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's HR.
Yeah, let's move on then. We've now got
Alright.
Kingdom Hearts 2's Prison Keeper, which a lot of people don't like, but like
You're wrong.
theming wise,
How dare you?
this is great. Like,
Yeah, it is.
like the fact that it absorbs the powers from the kids, it creates powers from the kids when it eats them, is hilarious.
It's such a
This
fun
boss
fight.
is
It's such a
so
fun fight.
Fucking cool.
Yeah.
I
Um,
love this.
and it, like,
boss.
we joke about it, it's like, oh, it's the boss that eats the children, but like, this is something that the
Really?
Yeah, no, you're like, it's,
Really?
it-
That sounds like a
Yeah.
you thing.
no, it
Damn!
it does.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound that hard.
Whoa!
Don't make this weird. Don't make it
I wasn't
weird.
trying to.
But like, this feels like something that the trio would come up with. This feels like something that
Yeah.
the trio would want as a toy
From Memphis.
because they
Yeah,
think it's
yeah,
funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
I also like the area that this takes place in too. The
Yeah,
actual fight.
it's one of the only fights in the Starry Hill.
Yep.
Really hell.
I
Oh, the
Yeah,
curly
but yeah,
hair.
it's
like
the
to
only one.
imagine.
It's
I like to imagine that the kids, like, they didn't think about it. It's like, haha, it might eat us. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Actually did. They were like, wait,
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah. The next fight is Birth by Sleep's Maleficent, the one where you fight as Ventus.
As Aqua?
Yes.
No, this is the Ventus one.
What?
So-
Oh, you're right. That is.
Oh yeah.
The Dragon Maleficent is a little bit further on.
Yeah.
But this Maleficent is the one with Ventus. The main theming thing is that you're teamed up with the good fairies who protect you from the spells, which I think is brilliant. They don't do that much in terms of like the movies or like the games, so it's like
Yeah. I
This-
think this is the most that they've done in the games.
yeah,
Yes,
That-
it's like, oh, let's give Sora some clothes. Oh, let's Let's bring
That's it,
back
that's it.
Maleficent by
Yeah.
remembering her name.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They do cutscenes, but as far as gameplay goes, this is one of the most significant ways they help.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
makes the most sense. too.
As
It's
as
like,
for
wow.
Maleficent herself, you'll see a little bit later on. Like she does have higher placements. So this is the weakest Maleficent fight, certainly.
No, it's not. That was mom.
Yeah.
Not including Maleficent.
I know.
Next, we have the Lightning Angler from 3, which it's a nice fight, but
Yeah.
the biggest detriment is that it's underwater, but it does set you up for decent water combat. Because Kingdom Hearts 3's water combat is actually pretty good.
Yeah, compared
Yeah, it
to
wasn't
2
bad.
or 1, I mean, it's definitely
Yeah.
better.
The
But-
first time I went underwater in Kingdom Hearts 3, it took me like a full minute to realize I didn't have like a breath meter.
Yeah.
I totally expected you to have to resurface every once in a while, but no, you can
Right,
just
right.
breathe
You
underwater.
can just go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The own
That's one of the best parts.
So
That's
it's
really
dragged down a little bit by the fact that it is an underwater fight, but it is one of the better ones. But it's dragged down a little bit further because the way you activate this boss fight is Sora being a dumb fuck. It's like there's a massive chest in the middle of an empty, massive room. Ooh, there must be treasure in it.
That would be my thought.
It's like,
I
come
wonder
on.
where the treasure is.
Like,
Oh god.
How did the,
oh,
how did the
fuck,
chest
oh,
get
God.
there?
It's really dumb. Let's go back to Maleficent a second. This is the dragon fight from Birth by Sleep. So this is the Aqua
Big
one.
dragon.
The one of the few times where you team up with a bland prince,
Oh, yeah.
True.
which is
Yeah,
kind
Joe
of cool.
Schmo over there.
Prince Philip.
Yeah, Prince Philip.
Not the English one.
Yeah, no, well, he's not a prince anymore. He's,
That was one of those
He's
things
not
I
dead.
remember where it's like, oh yeah, you're teaming up with him.
Prince
and I was like,
Phil-
who's
Prince
this
Philip is
guy?
fully dead,
Oh
my
yeah,
guy.
right.
oh no,
This is doing
oh
again.
no, it is Philip. Anyways, King Charles.
Yeah.
Right? You know. And
Yeah, Philip's the dad.
yeah, and fucking, I don't even know my own.
Sorry, not related.
No, don't even know my own fucking royalty.
Anyways,
So yeah, Maleficent Dragon. Yeah, it's a fun fight. The fact that you can actually like,
It's
do you
difficult.
use magic to throw
It
the
is.
sword into her at the end?
no.
Or is that just in the movie?
I think. I don't know.
It might be a
I don't remember.
cutscene. If
I
it
don't
is, it's a
remember.
cutscene.
It would be a cutscene, yeah. But
They
it's,
do it in Union Cross.
it's a fun fight. Move on to the Lich in Kingdom Hearts 3, which
Oh, yes.
is
yes,
a
yes, yes.
really cool idea that every time you fight it, it gets stronger and stronger. But you fight this fucker
Yeah.
7 times?
7 times. 7 times.
7
Yeah.
times! Right?
Oh, no, 8. 8 because you gotta count Sora.
8?
Yeah, 8 because you gotta count Sora's the first one.
Oh,
No.
that's right. Yeah.
No, Sora's not the first one.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Are
it's
you-
7
or-
times.
or-
It's one.
Kyrie.
It's
Seven
one.
times. Seven times.
It's one per Disney World.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
7.
Oh.
Okay.
So it's 7 times. Basically, there are 8 hearts to rescue as Sora, but you rescue Kyrie's in a cutscene. Anyway, not the point. Lich.
Okay,
It's a nice because it's an evolving fight, but it evolves very very quickly, one after another. It's like fucking just die already. Even Sora says like enough, stop,
Yeah.
just die.
Take away.
But also thematically, it is also a very considering the lore aspect of the Lich, it's basically
Yeah.
the Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Like, it is basically the Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's basically Sora.
But like the actual one.
It's Sora defying death, which is kind of what
Mhm.
Kingdom Hearts 4 is leading towards. We have our last of the C tier now, Anti-Aqua from 0.2. So this is the mirror fights.
Ooh,
I
hate
think
'em.
this is specifically Anti-Aqua
This
2.
is the secret battle.
This is the secret battle, yes. The secret
Yes.
battle
Oh, that
is
took me a while.
yeah, the secret battle is not fun because it's just the same fight, but attacks are harder, she's faster, more health, and you're like, just stop. The original fight was fine. Stop.
Mhm.
It needed
Wait, why
something.
did
It needed
Do we not
something.
have
a bit- What? Sorry.
Oh, I was like,
Oh.
why is it 3 anti-aqua? But never mind.
I accidentally cut ahead. We may as well skip ahead now because I've just spoiled it. 2.
How dare you.
We have the first of the B tier Kingdom Hearts
Yeah.
2 Oogie Boogie. The one where he's taken over Santa's workshop, and that's one of the main reasons why I like him. It's because
this is a very fun fight.
because
He's
it's
insane.
what makes the first one fun is that this is his domain, and what makes this one fun is that this is Santa's domain, but not anymore. Fuck you.
No.
Domain
It's
expansion.
fine.
And I just love, I love
The
idea
allies,
that-
like, because of the conveyor belts, the allies are always knocked out in this fight.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
yeah.
Yeah. I never depend on them in this fight. No, this
Yeah.
is a solo battle.
It's a really fun fight. I just love the idea that Oogie, like, you know what those conveyors, you know those present chutes need? Fucking spikes.
Yeah.
We'll move to the next one.
How friendly these are.
We have the Parasite Cage first fight.
Oh yes. So,
So this is the
Parasite
one-
Cage-
This is the one with Riku. Now, yes, we make jokes about how Pinocchio won't shut the fuck up. Lag, you wanted to talk
Yeah.
about this, I said.
Yeah, so Parasite Cage 1 is a very fun battle versus the second one because you can team up with. Well, technically, if it's your first time, you are teaming up with Riku, and you are after like trying to find him for most of the like that portion of the game. You're just trying to find him, but now you're finally like, hey, we're teaming up again, and you're kind of getting some weird vibes from him. He's being a little weird about everything, and so you're like, okay, whatever, Riku's just being Riku. But then all of a sudden, you have Pinocchio screaming in your ear, "Get me out of this thing," or whatever he says.
Get me out of
And it kind of
here!
ruins the mood. It kind of ruins the mood. It kind of ruins the mood a bit. But honestly, though, I know we're basing this off of just the first playthrough, and you may not have done this, but I do
Yeah.
like the fact that Monstro as a whole has whole alternate cutscenes. If you skip
Yep.
it after before you encountered this, if you just skip it and then come back later after Captain Hook's ship,
Yep.
it's a whole bunch of different cutscenes.
And Riku just isn't in this fight if you do.
he just dips. He just dips.
Yeah.
He's just
But
gone.
like in terms of first encounters, like, as per the rules, yes, Riku here, it makes it for a really fun fight. Yeah, it's an easy fight. Yes, Pinocchio is annoying, but in terms of the theming, this is great. This is the size
There you
of.
go.
This
Hey,
is the.
Dizzle.
Dizzle!
Oh, is Dizzle?
Dizzle!
Wait, where is Dizzle?
Hey!
Ah, Dizzle, hello. You can stay in the chat if you want. You can talk to people and try and prompt them to chat.
Yeah, we need you to get
yeah.
more people to
Yeah.
watch the stream.
We had a door tier list.
Again.
We had a door tier list earlier. It was great.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Jafar 1
Alright.
from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Jafar.
Yeah, this
Not right.
yes, maybe a little bit racist because we don't know what he says. It could be racist, but the major reason that this fight is up here is because of Genie. The fact that Genie can beat the crap out of you and he's sorry and heals you back up is fantastic.
Yeah. He's cute.
So on standard and beginner difficulty, he doesn't hit you hard enough that he can knock you out, but he heals for more than he hurts. On Proud, I think it's about the same, but on Critical, it's less. So on the lower difficulties, it's always worth getting hit by Genie because it means he'll heal you.
Yeah.
It's
never
really
thought about
it's
that.
really funny, but that's the main reason why this fight is so high. It's like Jafar's gone like I am the biggest sorcerer, and the Genie's like, oh, I don't want to hit these guys, but I'm forced to.
And was it a well, never mind. Not time for this. I was just gonna ask, was it a wish that he did for Genie to fight us?
Yeah, smash them.
It was. That was
Yeah,
okay.
Genie
Okay.
crushed him.
So we have our next.
Bye, Dizzle.
What is Dizzle leaving already?
Yeah.
Aw.
Oh, okay. Bye,
Marv, quick.
Dizzle.
Marv.
Take care, Dizzle. All right, our next fight is Riku Replica 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
again, not another great fight because it's Riku Replica, but like it's fine. It's thematically it's fine.
Better
It's
than
like
the third one because it's the second time you fight him.
yeah, it's only the second
Yeah,
time you
it's
fight.
the second time. This is the first time
Yeah.
he goes, "You! How dare you beat me last time?
Yeah.
Fight me
Right.
again,
No,
coward!"
but again, there's not really much to say about this. It's a solid fight. Yeah, let's move on. Braig from Birth by Sleep is next. This is pre-Scar.
Three-star.
Yeah, this is such
Scarred.
a cool fight. Like seeing Zigbar before he gets all of his powers, and like is really, really cool. And knowing what we know now makes this fight even cooler. But obviously, this is based on first impression. And you're like, oh my god, this is the eye patch guy from KOS 2.
Yeah. Hey, wait a second, where's your eye patch?
Oh man, I wonder how he got his iPad. Oh,
Yeah,
That was me.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
and people are like,
Yeah.
oh, how can Terra fall for Master Xehanort? He's clearly evil. But like, you have to remember that Terra like idolizes him. He looks up to him, and like this fight puts Master Xehanort, as far as he's aware, in danger. So Terra is going all out to protect someone he cares about. Yes, it turns out that he's being manipulated.
When
but,
you
like,
idolize someone, you're willing to overlook a lot of their flaws.
He's literally going through Anakin's story. It's
Yeah,
like this
pretty much.
is the Mace Windu
Literally.
Palpatine
It's
fight.
this-
That's
it's-
what
yeah.
this is.
it's this fight that shows like Terra is not all bad. Like he really is trying. Anyway, we'll move on. This time we have the Mimic Master. We're considering both fights because they basically fight the exact same way. But yeah, no, this is just a fun fight. It's a solid fight in Birth by Sleep. He has lasers. He runs around with fire stuff. It's basically it. it's just a fun
The
fight.
lasers are very tricky.
Yeah, very very simple.
Yeah.
Next we have the Phantom, and Cello, you wanted to talk about this. The Phantom
Yeah.
from KO1.
So I think this one, I think you've placed it correctly on the list. I might have moved it a little bit higher in this tier, but I think people struggle with this fight because they don't understand it. And people have like bad opinions of it because they don't understand it. And it's really comes down to its resource management, basically.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
it doesn't have a lot of attacks.
No.
It swings at you with its claws. It shoots like a ball of energy that you can deflect, and it casts Doom on the clock tower.
Mhm.
And you have to like keep an eye on the clock tower and fight it using like your magic and your physical attacks. And it's kind of like Dust Flyer. It's a test of endurance of like how can you whittle this thing down slowly and keep track of like these other environmental effects. And I've just always loved the theme of this fight. I've always loved like its aesthetic and the fact that they turned the clock tower into like a battle stage.
Yep.
And I also think it's interesting that no matter who's in your party, the Doom effect will always go in a certain order. He will always take people.
You have to have Peter Pan in your party because the way it works is mechanically it starts with Peter Pan, then your party member, then
he has-
Sora.
Well,
So
Peter Pan has
you
to
know,
talk to
if you want Peter to die permanently, Kosa's gonna love that.
Gosh, don't encourage him.
Evil.
Yeah.
I've always loved this fight. I've always
Yeah.
loved the feel of it.
Yeah, let's move on. We now have Lexaeus from Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. This is just a dumb fight. This is
Say
dumb.
his name again?
Lexaeus.
Lexius.
Lexius.
Lexaeus.
Lexius.
This is fucking Luke Sword thing again.
That's how they say it in the game, but okay.
They do say Lexius. Yeah, I say Lexaeus, but whatever.
Yeah.
Lexius. This is just a dumb. This is dumb fight. This is dumb.
Look at
Why
his
did you
face.
use that image?
Dumb face. Look at that dumb face.
This is big stupid.
Look at this fucking dumbass.
Sadly underutilized character.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
he's
he
not.
is.
He's not the
Yeah.
thing is with Lexius, he's not stupid. He's just quiet.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
And I honestly wish we had more time, like learning more
Yeah.
about Lexaeus and Zaldin because those
Ah,
two
you said
look
Lexaeus.
so outplayed.
True.
calling me out. Someone just said Lexaeus there.
I wasn't listening.
Let's go. Let's go on.
They call him Luciard. They're wrong, but you know.
Lexius.
Yeah.
Lexius does have better. Like it goes without saying. Like all of the com fights are worse than their main battle counterparts. So we will see in Lexius later. Next we have Pete and the Beagle Boys from 3D. This is again another
name.
This is
I was just thinking that.
This is again another really dumb, stupid fight, but it uses the theming of the area really, really nicely. Like Pete is the captain of his own ship, but not really because it's an acting ship, and like the Beagle Boys are just there to piss him out and like make trouble for Sora. It's just really, really dumb. I love Pete fights. It's why I was so underwhelmed by Coded Pete.
But I do like that he uses the stage to attack Sora with, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, next one is Dark Baymax from 3. So Lag, you wanted this one.
Ooh, yes. So Dark Baymax, the fact that it is a very good fight. The fact that you're riding on Baymax, you're soaring through the air, fighting, shooting spells and stuff, and then you have the ground attack. But the main reason why he's up on this high up the tier list is not just the battle; it's more the fact the story implications behind it is amazing.
Like
the fact that it's the original Baymax from the first movie.
Yep.
The fact that you're destroying this friend of the main guy, and it's like, oh snipes, what are we doing?
Snipes.
Also the fact that and I kind of gonna cover this with all the Pixar worlds, that the fact that all the Pixar worlds are canonical with the movies is amazing. It is amazing, and that's why it's on this top.
That would be nice if this movie was Pixar, but it's not.
Oh, that's right.
No, yeah, it's Disney.
Dang.
Yeah, no, the only Pixar worlds are Toy Story and Monsters Inc. And I guess Remy as well, but not really.
They're canonical.
But yeah, no, I like the idea that this could be canon, because we're never going to see we're never going to see a Big Hero 6 2, and that's fine by me. But if they did make a sequel and there just happens to be 2 Baymaxes, man, I would love that.
Yeah, if they just had like an offhand, like, oh yeah, remember that one time when we got Baymax back? Oh yeah. Anyways,
That's crazy.
Okay, next one is the Storm Rider. No, it's not Storm Rider. The Demon Tide from 3. So this is the. Oh god, this is not. Oh, this is the
Twilight Town.
This is the Twilight Town one. So the one where you get cure. You only get cure from. This is. I can't help but feel like this fight is only in this area because of the trailer.
Yeah,
it looked better in the initial reveal trailer.
Yeah,
which,
and
in my honest opinion, a lot of things looked better in the initial reveal trailer. But
Because they were fresh.
No, I don't agree. I think it does look better. I think it does look better in fight, but like the main problem with it is that Twilight Town's town area was not built for a boss fight. It was built to be a hub area, and like that proves it with the fight that's just before. Like the actual enemy site you fight feel quite natural in the area because they're a lot smaller. But this thing is massive to the point where it goes through the buildings. And you're like,
it would have felt more natural if it was in the forest.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Let's keep going.
Oh, that would be terrifying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now we have the Storm. Now we have the Storm Rider from Kingdom Hearts 2. This is just a fun fight. I think we said this earlier. We like bosses where you ride on top of them, and this is like this. I think this.
I like when you can end on its
not gonna
reaction
say it.
command.
Yeah, ending on reaction commands is a lot of fun.
I love this fight. This fight's really
You're on about like when you bring it down to the ground, right? Yeah, that reaction command. No, it's a nice fight. It's very much like a test of skill, and for basically like a post mid game fight, yeah, pretty solid. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memory. We got a chain of these now. We got Chain of Memories.
Chain of memories.
We have we have Larxene, Vexen, and Marluxia. We'll talk about Marluxia a little bit more detail, but essentially Larxene and Vexen, like for the Vexen fight rather, this is both their first fights So when you first encounter them,
Yeah.
Larxine's just a bitch, and Vexen is just as much of a bitch. Like, I would argue that I would argue that
disagree.
I would-
I really struggled with the organization fights the first time I played. Chain of
I would
Memories.
argue that Vexen is
Same.
I would argue that Vexen is a bigger bitch than Larxene is, because at least Larxene is
mean-
reveling in it.
I don't know. I mean, I just know that I want to hit Vexen really hard because he just reminds me of Hojo, and I really don't like Hojo.
Yeah.
I was just gonna like, listen, I don't know why. Maybe I
Yeah.
need therapy, but I want to finish.
The last one though, Marluxia. Cello, you wanted to weigh in on this one, but this is basically the fight before the final boss, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. So come on this journey with me.
All right.
Okay.
You've been
Journey time.
climbing through the floors of Castle Oblivion, right?
Mhm.
You've been face to face with these gaslighters and manipulators
Right?
who who have been messing with Sora, who've been playing with his feelings, who've been taunting him with this girl that he supposedly knows but is a stranger to the audience. And we're slowly working our way up, and we're learning about the faces behind this manipulation. We learn, oh, Marluxia's the one behind this, right? And he's been abusing and controlling Naminé to get to me, to get to Sora. And like every time we fight an organization member, we hear 13th Struggle, which is a banger track for sure. It's an iconic tune. When we associate it with the organization, especially in this game.
Yep.
We finally get through Castle Oblivion, which is a long journey. That top floor, there's a lot of rooms you have to go through and a lot of fighting you have to do.
Yeah.
And we get to his room. We get to the boss fight room, and the first thing you hear is this menacing organ and piano combo as we kind of zoom in on Marluxia, right?
It's
and then
it's not Lord of the Castle yet on this one, is it? Lord of the Castle.
not yet.
Yeah.
It's Graceful Assassin.
That's it.
Da-da, da-da-da.
Yeah.
And then the kinds of attacks Marluxia uses are so unlike any other attacks we've experienced in this game so far. He can teleport to you and do a combo. He can throw these magical flowers that will sweep you off your feet, and then he hits you through those. He will make the entire floor explode underneath him. He's extremely menacing and honestly a difficult fight when you're first doing it. And you get through that fight and you feel like you've finally won something against him, and it turns out he's just been playing with you the entire time.
Isn't he like a hologram or something?
Yeah, he's an illusion. And it's the setup for how we feel about this character and what we feel going into the final boss, it's very intimidating. He's a very scary character.
Oh,
and also the
absolutely,
fact that he's one of the only final bosses in the whole series that is not Xehanort adjacent. He's his own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
And
right.
I fucking love Marluxia. He's my favorite organization member. I love this fight.
Yep.
That's my soapbox.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Let's keep going. We have. Oh, go on, Cutter.
I was just saying 10 out of 10.
Oh, 10 out of 10.
Thank
Sorry. I thought you said can. I thought you said can I? Can I?
Oh, no.
All right. Let's move on. Kingdom Hearts 1's Dark Side 2. So this is the destruction of. This is the island one.
Yeah.
Which,
Also good.
Which is the first boss that you can die to.
Terrifying.
Yeah. No. This
Terrifying.
is we fought this thing. Oh, but it was just a dream. Oh no, this thing is actually here. And
See, that's not the only factor. It's this thing is real. My world is falling apart before my eyes. It's a giant thing in the sky
And
that
my
ate
friends
my
are gone.
friends.
Yeah, my dream was a portent of the future.
Yeah.
Right.
I did not ask for the gift of prophecy.
So we'll keep going because we need to speed things up again. Cloud. This is the Cloud fight just before the Cerberus fight. So
Yes.
this is just a cool fight because it's you know that you're gonna have to fight Cloud at some point. It's but there's no fanfare when it starts. It's just, oh shit, Cloud! Oh my god! And
Yep,
Cloud,
you're just
why are
there.
you beating me up? Wait, Cloud, no.
And thankfully,
It's also like the Leon thing where if you win, you get a reward.
yeah.
Mm.
If
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think this is the highest boss in the tier list that you can lose to. Well, you can lose to it. It's fine, rather. There are
I was about to say you'll just win the next one.
no. I mean, like every other fight, like if you lose, you have to do the fight.
Nah,
again.
I'd win. I'm different.
Yeah.
I don't remember, honestly.
Next one, Chain of Memories Ansem, which the only reason it's so low is because it's very underwhelming as a final boss.
Kosa's
Yeah.
going to talk about it.
Oh, Kosa, sorry, I didn't realize you...
No, you're good. You're good. No, I mean, no. I was gonna say, I agree. It's underwhelming as like a final boss, but like at the same time, it's nice thematically where it's like, you know, the whole time you're playing as Riku in Reverse Rebirth, and you're the whole thing is like you're trying to conquer this darkness within you. You know, you don't want to repeat the same mistakes that you did in Kingdom Hearts 1, right? But you know, and it just ends up with you directly confronting that.
Yeah.
And even then, it's not like a fully conclusive end. It's still like I'll get you someday.
Yeah.
I'll get you, Riku.
Yeah.
Like,
I would have had it too if it weren't for these meddling kids.
I mean, we'll talk about it later, but Marluxia does have basically 3 phases. Technically only 2 because like they're separated. But like Ansem is very much like when you start the fight, this is it. Like this is the only fight. It's like, well, okay, now that I've beaten him, what do I do now? And
yeah, I mean, after that, it's just pretty much like, all right, well, you know, so here's what's going on with Sora. So you put on this coat.
Yeah. Next one is Barbossa and the Illuminator, which Cello wanted to talk about.
Cello.
Pirates of the Caribbean is my all-time favorite movie.
Yep.
Jeffrey Rush does a fantastic job as Barbossa in the movie. And also, the guy who voices Barbossa in the game is also the voice of the Guru from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And I like that this fight makes use of the Moonlight mechanic. And also, there is the reaction command where you like step on Barbossa's sword and then he pulls out a gun and shoots you.
Yeah.
And on critical mode specifically, if you fail to do that reaction command, it's an instant kill.
Yep, I've failed that before.
Going back to the voice actor thing. If I'm not mistaken, are you guys familiar with Big Bang Theory?
Somewhat.
Yeah. The guy who plays Raj's father is the one who voices Barbossa.
Yeah,
It's
he's an Indian American voice actor.
It's an older Indian American guy. He's really, really good. The only reason that Barbossa is as low as he is because he has a really, really stupid lose condition in that if Jack dies, that's it. Fight's over. And you're like, like timers I get because you can see the timers. Like, okay, I know how much time I have to lose. With this one, you're sort of like, fucking Jack, don't be low at health again. Don't be low at health. So you kind of have to bring in Donald.
Take care of yourself, you have to.
Yeah, I've got to sit here and play healer for Jack.
You have to bring in Donald to like, heal him. Next one, we have the Volcanic and Blizzard Lords. These are just fun. Like this feels like another comedy Heartless fight.
Yeah, you can body slam them into each other.
Yeah.
We've been seeing the little fire Heartless and the little ice Heartless throughout the level, so it's kind of building up to that.
The fiery globes and icy cubes, I think they're called. Yeah. But yeah, no, they're really. It feels like a proper comedy fight. Especially with
and Pete summons them, which is perfect.
Especially with Pete summoning them, yeah, it feels like something that Pete would come up with. It's like, oh, what if they're fat but they're fire and ice?
Yeah. Well, can I have this Maleficent please?
I also like the fact that if you actually look at the two designs, it's clearly they're just in a bodysuit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. We'll move on to the next one. Jan, I want you to talk about this one because this is the return of Shansai Banzai Ed, but this is the Timon and Pumbaa fight.
Yeah, personally, I don't know why this is so high. I get it, it makes sense in the story now, but I just don't like these hyenas. I don't like them. It's fun. It's a fun-ish fight. You gotta protect Timon and Pumbaa and make sure that they don't die.
Well, that's the biggest lose condition, is that they don't really go after you, they'll go after them. The
thing is, I don't think, at times that I have lost to this fight, I don't think it's ever been because those two fuckers died.
Yeah. Well,
It was
Yeah, it's 'cause-
mainly
it's
the
'cause they do
hyenas
this
just
Honestly,
kind of running
what it-
around and ramming into
Yeah,
me.
one of the major reasons that this is as high as it is because you know those comedy fights that Disney always put into their movies, like the furniture attacking the guys in Beast Castle, or like,
Yes.
or like
There's always
Timon
a silly fight
Yeah,
before
there's
the
always
serious
there's
fight.
always a really goofy fight, or like the gargoyles attacking all the guards.
Mr. Pig!
This is the first and probably the only fight that feels like one of those comedy fights.
That's
Yeah,
such a good
yeah,
point.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I am
All right.
I love.
I will say fair for that.
I love my comedy fights because it's a nice breakaway from the actual tension of the story. And so if I had to have something like this while you're waiting to go and like fight Scar is a nice change of pace. Let's keep going. We have the hostile program from Kingdom Hearts
face.
2. And
Big scary face!
I have one thing I want to say about this. I probably mentioned it in a podcast before. I accidentally broke this game. I accidentally broke this boss when I first played it on the PS3. So I used my copy of my PS2 Kingdom Hearts 2 on a PS3, and for some reason I got halfway through this fight, an hour in, thinking, why is this thing not dying? And that's because every time it tried to go into its final stage, it would just keep healing itself, and for some reason it broke.
Oh no.
I spent an hour fighting this thing. That
Now,
beside
one thing
the
I-
point,
God.
this is a fun fight. Kingdom Hearts 2 has a lot of gimmicks when it comes to its fight, and this is the first one that uses, well, not the first one, but it uses a gimmick that it's set up like right from the moment you get into the world. It's the data orb things. You use them for 3 different things before this boss fight.
Yeah.
And so when you see him again in this boss fight, you think, okay, this is not a Heartless. This is part of the computer.
Dude,
Right.
this is straight from the wiki. In the original PlayStation 2 version of Kingdom Hearts 2, Sora can use the explosion ability to exponentially increase the amount of orbs the hostile program drops when hit. A bug in the PlayStation 3's PlayStation 2 emulator causes the hostile program to stay invincible rather than fire lasers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the bug that I saw.
That's crazy.
I do like that. I didn't know this until recently, like maybe like halfway through last year, that its parts break away. I did not know
Yeah.
that for the longest time. Because I
Yeah.
always go fast and I never pay attention.
It's because
Yeah.
it's even more noticeable. Like if it heals itself enough when it goes past certain thresholds, the armor comes back as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Anyway, next is Birth by Sleep's Zack, who is a little bitch. I think this is basically this is culminating
Bitch.
everything, but it's more specifically the Zack fights against Terra. So when he's
Yep.
being manipulated by Hades.
Kosa.
Can we agree that Birth by Sleep Zack is not cool? Like,
I mean,
He's a simp.
I still
Simp.
like him. I still like him because he's very much like how he is at like the beginning of Crisis Core, and like
Yeah.
like Zack.
Yeah.
I will admit I'm biased
skinny
because
legs.
Zack is my favorite
Yeah.
like Final Fantasy character
Wink.
in general. But
Yeah.
like
Just
at the
like
same, but like you know like it was just nice to
did.
see. Like story wise, it was nice to see like essentially Cloud's predecessor making an appearance in the Olympus Coliseum, where like
Yeah.
10 years later Cloud would show up. So
Yeah.
for me, I love it, and it's also just just getting to fight against Zack, this character that like because I was coming hot off the heels of Crisis Core the first time that I played.
Yeah.
So it was just like this character that I spent hours bonding with, and now I gotta fight
Yeah.
him.
Gosh darn it, no.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think he might be the highest rated Final Fantasy fight we have on the list. So
Maybe.
he has that going for
Maybe.
him. Anyway,
enough.
No, he's not. No,
Goodbye,
he's not.
final.
oh, is there
No,
someone
he's
later?
not.
There's someone.
No,
Oh,
he's
no, it
not.
isn't. Oh no,
Yes,
there
it
is.
is.
There is. No, there's
There
a couple.
is.
There is a couple later. Yeah, no, I do remember. Okay, next one is Kingdom Hearts 2's Pete. So this is the Olympus Coliseum fight, which,
I hate this. I hate this.
as I've said before, I get it.
Dumb
The
fight.
first one has Megra
Fair enough.
there, and the second
And
one
then
has the
the
time
timer.
limit. But this is pure stupid comedy. Like the fact that Pete can turn himself into a bubble in the first fight, and
then
you're
he
like,
can swing
and then
around.
and you, no, but
Yeah.
in the first part of the fight, you can't sling around; it just turns into a bubble. And then in the second one, is you have to launch him into Hercules to break the bubble. It's pure stupid comedy. Again, I love stupid things like this.
It is. It's just,
Ow.
Yeah, let's keep going. Next is the Twilight Thorn.
Twilight Thorn.
Yeah, this is Jan.
I like this fight.
Jan claimed this one.
I like this fight. I love this fight a lot. This one has my favorite reaction command. You take an entire goddamn chandelier and beat this bitch with it.
What? Wait.
Wrong one.
Rock.
What?
Twilight Thorn. This is the guy that Roxas beats.
Oh.
You're thinking of Dark
Another one of
Thorn.
my
Uh-oh.
reaction commands. It's fine. I'm only dumb sometimes.
This is another one which has like kill with the command.
Triangle to live.
Kill with the reaction command is really funny when it breaks its own neck.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
man, I make a point to end it on that every time I can.
Definitely.
There are times this thing is annoying, but it's annoying in a way that it makes me feel good when I bypass those annoyances.
I just hate the fact that sometimes whenever the reaction combo starts and the thing falls off the side of the platform, I hate the fact that it's on the second one specifically. It takes forever.
Yeah.
To get to the next
Oh
phase.
yeah.
It
Yeah.
takes
Yeah, you're just like sitting there
forever.
waiting around, like, oh, you.
Yeah.
You can do
It's a little long. Let's keep going. Let's speed things up. We're nearly halfway.
We're halfway.
We're
When we-
so close.
When we get to 119 and 118, we are halfway.
Yeah. So we got the Trickmaster for Kingdom Hearts 1. Again, another fun fight. Fire. Like I love the fact that there's a secret way to stop the fire, and that's your reward for like getting the specific evidence thing. Yeah, it's just a fun fight. Let's keep going. We're not going to talk about these too much. Ice Titan, specifically from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Ice Titan E.
It is-
So Ice Titan is a fun one.
Yeah.
It is a fun one because you can block the ice back at it, but also the fact that it is a secret cup boss and not like part of the Hades cup or anything like that.
It's one of the few fights where guard is required.
Yeah. Guard is required, but the fact that then like maybe halfway, almost like maybe 3/3 of the way done, he just spams the ice and you can't do anything else for the most part.
Well, yeah. So with that one, it's kind of like terrible example. It's kind of like Yozora in the sense that like you can't just block everything. You have to dodge roll some, block others, because it means that you can do this damage list, but you need to know which ones you need to dodge and which ones you need to block. Next one is Chain of Memories Zexion, who Cello has taken.
Yeah, I like this fight for a number of reasons. One, that he doesn't have an original Chain of Memories fight. He's just kind of we don't fight him in that game. And in Kingdom Hearts 2, his like gravestone in what is it called?
I can't remember what it's called, but the grave.
But yeah, in World That Never Was.
Yeah. His grave is broken.
So
you don't know what his weapon is.
Right. And so this game, several years on, is like the first time we actually get to see him in combat.
Yeah.
And he's actually really strong. Like we are in dark mode for the whole fight, and he's still like hard to deal with because he steals your cards.
He's the only fight in the entire game that messes with your deck specifically.
Right. And he has his main deck is all magic cards. Like he doesn't have any attack cards. But if you accidentally use the like dummy card that will slip into your deck, it will for just a second turn into an attack card of Zexion, and he's like grinning smugly, and it stuns you. And he has his main attack where he like turns into clones, and then he's got an attack where he like grabs you and absorbs your life force. It's a really, really cool fight, and they made really good use of
Chain of Memories sets you up so that spamming cards is fine, but then there's a few bosses where like, oh no, you need to be quite careful with how you use your cards. And this is the culmination of it. It's like you need to be careful, otherwise you're fucked. It
weirdly feels like I need to
we're moving. I've got the Hockamonkey from 3D. This is just a dumb fight.
This one and
this is just a really dumb fight. I like the two forms of the Hockamonkey. They don't really fight too dissimilar from the Riku and Sora versions, except the Riku one flies. And yeah, it's just a really dumb, stupid fight. That's all I can really say about it. Again, here's another dumb, stupid fight: the Wheelmaster from Birth by
Tiger
Sleep.
fight.
Yeah, I
They're also good
like bosses that like have breakable parts on them.
Yep.
Because it means like, oh, you attack the wheel, it doesn't have a wheel attack anymore. You attack the spindle, it doesn't have a spindle.
Right.
It's also got one of my favorite pieces of music too, which is it's I can't remember the name of the title. Jan knows. I know Jan knows. What's it called?
Wait for a moment. Or they stepped away. Sorry, they stepped away.
Jan knows the song.
Tumbling.
Tumbling. That's it. The tumbling. Thank you.
Tumbling.
Oh, was it the chat that helped you with that one?
No, it was me.
Oh, it was you. Fair
They-
enough. No, of course, your music guy does with you. Another one with a tumbling theme is the Symphony Master. Again, another boss fight with breakable parts. Like you can break the instruments and leave him vulnerable.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized Otaku's not here. Darn.
Yeah, Otaku isn't here. It's just the five of us. Right, we will move on to the next one, which Bucky was supposed to do. Clayton and the Stealth Sneak. This was a really clever fight. Like,
Yeah.
the way, like, the fact that Clayton teams up with a Heartless is really smart. In that, like,
And the reveal for it.
yeah, no, him just sort of floating in the air. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just a dumb. Again, another fun fight, very mechanically quite sound. But as I learned watching, so Regular Pat did a live stream playing our game, our mod rather, and he managed to glitch Clayton in such a way that he could knock out the Stealth Sneak, and Clayton would not do anything. Apparently, this is something that's never happened before, but we don't know why it happened. But that's what happened, and it happened during our mod live stream. Next one is Ice Titan and the Hades. Ice Titan and Hades from Birth by Sleep. This is the Aqua fight, I think. Did one of you guys want this one?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I like team up fights. This is one of the few fights.
Not
where,
Clayton. Ooh.
yeah, not Ice Titan.
Yeah.
I like team up fights, and the idea of fire and ice with these guys specifically is quite clever. You do get a lot of fire and ice bosses in Kingdom Hearts. Now that I think about it, but this is the first one where it feels like, oh, ice monster and fire guy. Like, yeah. The only thing they don't really do much with the combos. It's very much like two boss fights trying to kick the shit out of you. Next is Cerberus from Kingdom Hearts 2.
This one's fun.
Yeah, again, another boss that has a really cool
With Auron.
reaction command kill.
I know. I like Doggy Paddle. I like the reaction command named Doggy Paddle.
Oh yeah,
Is
that's a
great.
fun one.
You had another one that you can end the fight on, and it's super dope.
Yeah, and also
and also Auron.
yeah, also the nice thing about this one is that like you can tell the massive upgrade from 1 to 2 because Cerberus in this game is so fast.
Yeah, he's so expressive. So expressive.
Like you could clearly tell like they went all out with the animations in 2, and this is the culmination of it. It's like this is the first evidence of it rather. 'Cause I think if I'm not mistaken, this is the first repeating boss from the first game. I could be wrong. It could be something else.
No, I think you're correct.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're right.
So seeing that speed difference, it's very, very cool. Next one is Ursula 2. I can't remember why we put her this high.
Oh
The
no,
large one?
it was because of the fact that she is bigger. It's a bigger fight, but it's also you're having it was basically the game mechanics. I think it was the game mechanics and the fact that it's a big version.
That's
of
it,
the
yeah.
boss.
With all the magic-y stuff, yeah, I love massive fights. I love.
And people hate on this, but I thoroughly enjoyed Atlantica. I don't understand the hate for Atlantica. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
No, I didn't like it initially, but I came to appreciate it when I realized that again, watching Regular Pat, like if you put it in the context of this is a magic world, Atlantica becomes a lot more fun.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
And yeah, just big bosses. Big bosses are fun.
Bosses are fun.
Yeah, big boss fun. Next one is Kingdom Hearts 2 Hades. This one feels a lot more in control because in Kingdom Hearts 1, there were times when he would go invincible and you just couldn't do anything about it. At least in Kingdom Hearts 2, you have control over it when you're teaming up with Hercules. His attacks are bigger. He's a lot faster. Yet he still feels just as threatening. This just feels like a lot cleaner, tighter fight. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, there's not much to say about
Yeah,
it.
not much. I don't want to. Again, I don't want to spend too long. We've got the Char Clubster from 3D. This is the Riku fight in Monstro.
Yeah.
Now, there's a very good reason that this is separated from the Sora one, mainly because they have
we will explain.
they do have different names compared to their the Hocker Monkey or something like that.
Yeah.
But
we
these
will
fights,
explain,
these fights, very different. I like the gravity flipping thing. It's quite cool. Even though is it gravity flipping or is it Monstro
Yes.
just going up on
No.
going on his back?
Nope. Gravity flipping. Gravity.
All right.
You're gonna get to that one.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like about this fight is, again, chase. I like I said, I do like chasing bosses, but this is a very fast chasing boss. It's very much like, oh, okay, you attack him on one side of the arena. Nope, got to go to the other side of it. Oh, fucking hell, okay. Jan, are you back?
Oh yeah, I am.
Yeah. Hello, Jan. We are now on the Catastrochorus from 3, the dinosaur boss.
Oh yeah, I cannot pronounce his name.
Yeah,
otherwise
I think it's pronounced Catastrochorus.
Catastrochorus.
This felt like such a weird boss fight for the world that you see it in.
It was out of place.
It was, but I liked it.
Oh, yeah,
It
no,
feels
it's a
like
fun
it was
fight.
Well, it just feels like it was tacked on because honestly, like during that whole section of Big Hero 6, just it felt so like jarring from like, oh hey, we're trying to figure out what's going on with Dark Cubes. Oh wait, no, here's this Heartless all of a sudden.
No.
And then it's back to Dark Cubes again.
Yeah.
No, the Dark Cubes. The Dark
Here's
Cubes
a
don't
dino.
appear. I don't think the Dark Cubes appear until afterwards. So
my
I
bad.
think this is right after the training thing. So what I see this is like a Power Rangers thing, where it's like the Power Rangers have all teamed up to fight this big evil monster. It's like I kind of like it when you put it into that
But then it
context.
turns out, but then it just turns out to be just Sora only.
Yeah, it's just a normal Heartless.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just a normal.
next one. This one I love. Marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
From Kingdom Hearts 3.
Marshmallow.
And the only reason he's got a good render is because he's a party member.
Woohoo!
I got a little story about this one actually.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
Oh.
So when I have a best friend who I like taught all the lore of Kingdom Hearts to, and like in the run up to Kingdom Hearts 3 coming out.
Yeah.
And then when it finally did come out, he actually came over to my place several days and we like played through it together, or he kind of like watched me play it. And he was mostly silent most of the time, and I was starting to like worry that he wasn't enjoying himself. And we get to the point where like he joins the party, and my friend goes, "Oh my god, is he gonna be a party member? Let's fucking go!"
Yeah.
So that was the
that's
proudest
awesome.
moment. It was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, the Disney stuff really can work.
Yeah. No, it is a little sad that you only get him for what is essentially one boss fight. But in terms of his boss fight himself, it's still got that kind of comedy element with the tree thing. Like,
Goofy's the reaction.
Goofy's reaction to that is really stupid. But I really like it.
But it shows how smart Goofy is in the moment. Like he's the one like, hey, Sora, over here.
Yeah, Goofy's the brains of the group. People don't realize.
Which is a low bar.
Yeah, we're sticking to Kingdom Hearts 3 with King of Toys.
I don't mean it like that.
King of Toys.
Ooh.
This is the Toy Story fight.
Toys. Yeah.
This, I'll be honest, the biggest reason that this is up here is because of Woody dissing Master
Yes.
He tells me no one's ever loved you before. Oh,
The one who popularized nah.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the fight itself is also still pretty good. It uses Woody and Buzz's team-up attack a lot nicer than any other fight in the world. Plus, the fact that you're chasing the enemy again, another chasing thing, but it's all of the environmental items in this area are climbable, run-upable, even though they are all movable, which is brilliant because it really tests the engine, and you can tell that the engine is really, really good just from this one boss fight.
Yes.
True.
Let's keep going. Birth by Sleep, Captain Hook. So this is the Ventus fight on the rock, and again, this is another comedy fight. This is purely up here because it's really funny that the crocodile is just circling you, but doesn't give a shit about you.
It's just there for flavor.
Right, it wants more Hook.
Yeah, no, the crocodile, the crocodile will nip at you if you get too close to it, but if Hook goes into the water, the crocodile will make a beeline for him.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's another taste.
Yeah, because obviously,
He
it's
likes one type of food.
obviously it's Hook's way to get back into the arena, but like,
Of course.
Right.
it's really funny.
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
It is.
But again, it's on a small platform. It feels like a mano-a-mano fight. Yeah, this is a really tight fight. Next one is Kingdom Hearts 3's Rock Titan, which
Hey,
lag.
Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have another question for you.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Have you ever wanted to go up to a boulder and slap it in the face again?
You know what? After that first explanation, I really don't. But maybe I've better example this time.
So a better example is the fact that this one is a lot better than the first one. The fact that it's
Absolutely.
not hiding as number one in a cup tournament.
Yeah.
The fact that it's very thematically pleasing, like with the rain
Yeah.
coming down the side of the mountain, going up to the top, using the one of the two times that you get to use the roller coaster flow motion or whatever it's
There
called.
was a second time.
And just the fact that it's just a lot better. Like honestly, most of it is based off the visual and the fact that you do use the roller coaster.
Yeah.
But like, come on, it's really
Yeah.
it's really good.
Okay, it has reached 11 o'clock for me right now, so I'm gonna have to bring my
Okay.
volume. I'm gonna bring my volume down a little bit, just because of my roommates. But yeah, no, the Rock Titan,
Still scream, don't worry.
the Rock Titan in 3 is really, really good. Next
Also
fight,
the way the music evolves as you climb up the mountain.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then it culminates in actually playing the deep end from the first game.
yeah.
So good.
Yes.
Next fight, have you ever wanted to beat up a cat? This is
Yes.
You ever wanted
this
to
is-
slap a cat?
This is Lucifer from Birth by Sleep, the Ventus fight. This fight is only up as high as it is because it's one of the only times where a character is tiny fighting something that shouldn't be tiny, shouldn't be big, but
Yeah.
absolutely is.
Yeah.
Because usually when you fight,
Terrifying.
Rucifer, it's Rucifer.
yeah,
Rucifer.
Zug Zug.
Zuck, zuck.
like the closest you get to that is with Toy Story when you have like the large
Yes.
dolls, but they're still
Oh, yeah.
toys. Whereas
Yeah.
with Lucifer, it's just a cat. He's just a cat. He's a cat. He's a bit of a bitch,
He's
but
just
he's
a kitty
a cat.
cat. He's just hungry. He just want to hunt.
Next we have Vanitas 1. This one I think
Is
is
the Radiant Garden.
yeah. This is the Radiant Garden fight with Ventus.
Aqua.
Oh, Aqua. Sorry, Aqua.
Yes.
Oh no, it's with
First time Ventus
no,
fight.
yeah, Ventus in
Keyblade Graveyard.
yeah. No, that's what it is. Those two are the same fight.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah, that's right.
those
Yeah,
those
you're
two are
right.
treated the same because mechanically they're both exactly the same. But yeah, no, Vanitas is an intimidating boss. He deserves to be as high as he is, even if that position is 121 apparently. Next one, a lot of people might be upset that we put this one above Vanitas. The Grim Guardianess of 3.
I will, I want to explain like a little bit just why. Only because it mainly has to do with the fact that although it's not the Disney character itself being you, or you're
Yeah.
fighting the Disney character itself,
Yeah.
Mother Gothel, it's the fact that she is turned into a Heartless pretty much, and you are fighting her Heartless version of this giant tree
Yeah.
tower thing, with
Yeah.
claws.
Yeah.
And hey, Adam, did you ever want to go up to a tree and slap it in the face?
All right. On that, next one we have again another brilliant comedy fight. Captain Hook from One. Like, one of my favorite details about him is how he reacts to different spells, specifically fire and thunder. So, obviously, everyone knows about fire. If you hit him with a fire spell, sets him on fire, and he tries to put himself out. One of my favorite ones, though, is thunder, because what he does is when you use thunder on him, he'll put his sword up in the air and use it like a lightning rod, meaning he doesn't get hurt by it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he's immune to thunder, which is brilliant because that's not how that works. But it's funny that it does.
Always loved Neverland. The fact that they keep returning to it and that it's like different in every game.
Yeah.
Like the Square team definitely has like a fascination with Peter Pan.
And with Olympus. Definitely Olympus.
Very much Olympus as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Jan.
We've already done Neverland so many times, Nomura. Why are we doing it again?
Yeah,
Jan. Just put it in.
Jan.
I like it.
This one is you. Oogie Boogie 1 from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Have you ever wanted to go up to like a bag of bugs and just slap it? Anyway.
Well, you got a bag of bugs in your house.
Oh gosh. The bag of bugs is rapidly approaching your location. This boss fight is actually very creative.
Yep.
As far as like the set goes and all the ways that you can deal with it, it's pretty damn fun.
No. The fact that the turntable that Oogie tortures Santa on is in the middle is really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Like it uses elements from the movie. Like, of course he's a gambler. Let's make it like a roulette wheel. Or like, of course he uses dice to fight. Let's do that. And like, what comes up, that's what he does.
And has like the gun, the cowboy gun.
Yeah, the one-armed bandits who are armed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a very, very good fight. Next one is
very creative.
this is the second Vanitas fight, the Aqua fight.
This is Neverland, right?
This is
We're halfway, baby.
Yeah, this is the
halfway.
Yeah.
Guys. Which one's this one?
This is the Neverland one, which again, it's basically the same as the first one, so it's not that much higher, but it's
a little bit harder though.
It's a little bit harder, obviously because it's further in the game, but it's scaled up with you, which is quite nice. Next one is I had to count this as all as one fight. It's the Ice, Lava, and Tornado Titans. I just love that it's one of the few Disney fights which is two. It's one of the few Disney fights where it's a two-stager. And okay, the Ice and Lava Titan bit is a little underwhelming, but the Tornado one more than makes up for it because it uses the dead bodies of the other two to attack you.
Dead bodies.
Well, it does. It basically uses the wind to
Pretty
rip.
much.
It uses their bodies to like the wind to rip parts off them and attack you with ice and fire.
You're right.
And it's just a very, very good fight.
Very good.
Next one is Kingdom Hearts 1 Maleficent. This is the platform. This is the one where she's on the platform.
Yeah. Meteors, whatever she says.
The meteors.
Fury.
Yeah. Again,
Unleash thy fury.
another solid fight. The only real detriment to this one is her summoning other Heartless, which makes sense. But why does it have to be just defenders? Like, I feel like she would summon other Heartless.
Yeah, like wyverns or something.
Yeah, like a couple of wyverns or a couple of dart balls.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
Just a couple.
Or even a couple of Wizard Heartless rather than dart balls. The next one is Data Riku from Kingdom Hearts Coded. So this is the one where he has bugs in him.
Bugs in him.
Now, the reason this fight is as low as it is because it plays exactly the same as the original Riku fight from Kingdom Hearts 1. Which is fine. Which is fine.
Also,
But-
that's
but-
bad Riku.
But the fact that original, because it doesn't differ that much from the original fight, I can't put it higher than this position.
Of course.
I know that Riku
Like that
has some.
render.
I know that Riku has some extra attacks, but like they don't do that much. No, the render's great. All the coded renders are great. Next one is the guard armor.
Yay.
Again, I love like this. This is the first fight when you have the boys.
Yeah, the boys are back in town.
Yeah.
Boys are back in town.
Lag, you wanted to speak about this one,
Yes.
didn't you?
Yes, yeah, so it's mainly because it is the first time you are fighting a boss with Donald and Goofy, and the fact that you kind of get more of the understanding of how their mechanics work and what to kind of expect from them. I mean, it's still basic, it's not a lot. You don't have Donald's cure on you, you know?
Yeah.
But just the fact that it teaches you how things can break apart, things can move around, things can you may have to go after these things before you can do this other thing, you know, like killing off the limbs and then killing the main part. So it's definitely a fun introduction boss fight to the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this next one I have to do a lot of explaining.
Alright.
This is the Xigbar and Dark Riku fight from 3. The one in the final area. This is our lowest. This is the lowest ranking
Oh
one,
yeah.
and there's a very good reason for this. Of all 5 of those multi-stage fights, this feels the most underwhelming story-wise. Now, yes, okay, we get the context that Xigbar has some other stuff going on, but ultimately it just boils down to Xigbar's being cryptic again, and Dark Riku is being a bitch again.
Again.
It's like,
Which is weird because he wasn't characterized like that in the first part of the game.
yeah.
When we first see him in San Francisco, his personality is totally different.
Oh no,
He's
it's
like
absolutely
much calmer.
different. It's absolutely
So it's
different.
like they're like two different people.
Yeah. I will say, because we're not including the Remind versions of these fights, but in the Remind version, it is a little better because you do have the Demic stuff afterwards. But even then, like this is the fight that doesn't change at all amongst 3 and Remind. It's why in Remind you still get to choose between this fight and the other organization members, whereas in the second part you don't get a choice. Let's move on to the next one. Cello, you've got Absent Silhouette Zexion.
If you didn't know better, you might think I had a bias toward Chain of Memories and Chain of Memories characters. No, but I like the Absent Silhouette one because it's the easiest of the 5, and the fact that it appears so early in the game is like teasing for the player the kind of post-game content that they're going to encounter.
Yeah.
Because you see the portal, and like any good gamer, your first instinct is like, oh, I want to try it out. I'm probably going to lose, but I'll try it out.
Yeah.
And the fact that it has a fairly, like, a decently small-sized health bar, and that he's not super aggressive at the beginning of the fight, it's a great way to lead the player on in thinking, oh, this is something I'll have to come back to later, but not that much later. Like, I'd only need to level up a little bit to be able to fight this. And that's a great way to incorporate a sense of scale into the game, of like
and also
hinting,
world returning.
telling you got to go back to these places. But like giving you a reason to like look forward, but also it's not so overwhelming as to make you think you couldn't do it now.
We'll get to talk about like Zexion a little bit better later. For now, we'll talk
in a moment.
Is that a different Absent Silhouette? It is. We got Absent Silhouette Vexen from Kingdom Hearts 2. This fight is just as good as the Zexion one. The only thing that I would have against it is that Vexen does run away a lot, but it plays into his personality. Like he doesn't get aggressive until he's taken as much data from Sora as he possibly can. Which I think
he's a defensive fighter. He uses technology, not hands.
It works well for his personality, and I think that's why like it's not as high as it is, because he could be more aggressive, but like he doesn't become that aggressive until he's cloned you basically.
I like that he's controlling the shield with his mind.
Yeah.
Cool.
The next one is Data Zexion.
I think Data Zexion and Data Vexen, honestly, it's just a harder version of the original two. Like, there's really not much to it.
We have Data Vexen straight after as well.
They're just part 2.
Jump ahead.
Yeah.
Data Zexion is the hardest fight to no damage.
Yeah, easily. But obviously there are ways to work around it. The next one we have is Young Xehanort from 3D. So this is
Bucky had something to say about this.
Oh,
one.
go on,
Yeah,
go on.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Bucky. Oh, about Young Xehanort. Sorry.
Yeah, he says that moment in the music track when the violins start scaling up and down. In that moment, everyone collectively shouted, "It was you!" referring to the first time they heard the track in the Secret Mysterious figure fight in Birth by Sleep. Also,
Yeah.
it's one of the most fun fights in the game.
Yeah,
This-
it's a really quick
True.
way for you to make you hate that character is like
Oh,
you
yeah.
did this.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
You.
Yeah, no, the one biggest mechanic is obviously he's all about time stuff, which is a little weird because we've already got time stuff with Luxord, but whatever. I suppose with Young Xehanort it's more about like time manipulation, whereas Luxord is all about the lack of
Game.
time and yeah,
Also, games.
of course, yeah. But like obviously he actually incorporates the time stuff into his fight, which is very, very good. Like he rewinds half the fight back if you don't do his minigame in time, which is really, really stupid.
I hate that.
Next one is Anti-Blackcoat from 3D, which is Riku's final boss in The World That Never Was. There's nothing really massively to say. Like, so a lot of his attacks, I get the feeling that Anti-Blackcoat is supposed to be the dark side of Riku's heart, because of a lot of the attacks that Anti-Blackcoat does are things that Dark Riku does in 3.
Oh.
Like he has like the dark spikes and the dark claws that Anti-Blackcoat has, and obviously the Riku has. So that's what I think Anti-Blackcoat is supposed to represent.
Can I?
He's the nightmare version of Riku.
Yeah. Can I ask a stupid question?
Yeah, what's up?
Why is he racist?
Oh my god, no.
No. All right, let's move on. We
Tired
have
for this.
Kingdom Hearts 1 Sephi. Kingdom Hearts 1 Sephiroth.
Lance Bass. Our
Yeah.
boy Lance Bass.
Yeah.
Kim.
Can we just say best voice actor for Sephiroth? That is perfectly.
Yes.
That is not even up for debate.
Only needed to do it once.
And this was very much like
Bye.
this is very much like the fight that cemented Kingdom Hearts 1 as being one of the best action RPGs. Like
Yes.
the fact that they managed to translate a turn-based boss into a action RPG boss is amazing.
And kind of like just like the fun fact that Japan did not have Sephiroth in their version until
Yeah.
Final Mix.
I feel like you keep saying this. Are you basically saying like, "Hey, Japan, fuck
No.
you"?
No. I'm saying it as a fun fact because it's interesting that why didn't they have it first? I mean, you would think that because it's Square Enix, you'd be like, oh yeah, fan service to Japan because that's where they're from. And I mean, I would just think Sephiroth would have been like, oh yeah, why wasn't he in the original for Japan?
Yeah.
Well, see, the trade-off is they got Final Mix like 10 years before we did. So.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, I'm actually going to call the break here rather than at position 100 for a very good reason.
Okay.
The next few fights are very, very similar with each other.
Right.
So, what
Right.
we're going to do is we're all going to take a break. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Everyone else, come back in about 20 minutes. In the next 10 minutes, we'll talk about the bosses that are coming up. I know, Lag, you wanted to talk about the next boss coming up, but like, are you
Okay.
happy to skip that one over?
No, it's fine. Because I honestly was just thinking like,
Yeah.
if we had time, I'll just talk about it. But yeah, please go ahead. It's
Yeah,
fine.
not a problem.
I'm-
All right.
Yeah.
So if everyone wants to mute themselves up, everyone can listen to music while we're waiting. So be right back. I'll see you all in. I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Take care, guys.
See
Bye.
you soon.
See?
All right, your boy is back. The others will take their own time to return. But for now, I really hope I clicked the right one. There we go. But yeah, it's we're back doing things. I'm gonna quickly go through everything all in one go because you'll see, like, a lot of these fights are going to be very, very fast paced, and we'll have more to say when we get to actual fights later on. So, I'm basically going to blast through the rest of B tier. Obviously, we got Sephiroth Kingdom Hearts 1 was our first one. The next one we have is Data Luxord. You'll see, yeah, it's all the Data and Absent Silhouette fights, with I think one exception. And the reason they're all here is because while their boss fights are pretty good, they're exactly the same as their original fights, just stronger, and they lose all of their theming around it, which is a bit naff. Like, what makes Luxord quite cool is, like, he's just this random member of the organization, and he's just in your way. So the fight is fine, but, like, of the Data versions, he is one of the weaker ones. We then have Data Demix, who is, again, as fine as a fight, but again loses all the theming. We then have Absent Silhouette Lexius, who, and then Data Lexius, basically the same fight except one stronger. Lexius as a boss fight is very much like, it's big tough guy, you know, in your way, and to see that in the Kingdom Hearts 2 engine is a lot of fun. Where he's not held back. It's the same with Larxene, who is here for the Absent version and her Data version. She did get held back by the Chain of Memories, like the speed of the game of Chain of Memories, and so having the faster pace of Kingdom Hearts, it allowed her to really go all out. The next set, we next have Data Marluxia, Absent Marluxia rather, and then Data Marluxia, exactly the same. Obviously, with a lot of him, like, what makes his fights quite cool is the fact that he incorporates a lot of the attacks that are used in the cutscene, and it's specifically the cutscene because the cutscene was created before Final Mix. So we know that Final Mix based its boss fight on the cutscene, and it's quite cool to know that. Next one is Data Saïx. Again, just a stronger version of Saïx. Data Zaldin, again a quite cool fight. Data Xigbar, again just a stronger version of the original. Data Axel is next. His fight was a lot more interesting because this is Sora fighting Axel rather than Roxas. And so the mechanics of his fight is very different, because obviously with Roxas, you kind of get this pseudo Valor form in the original, whereas in this version, it's just Sora, and no Donald or Goofy. And then finally, for the B tier, we have Data Roxas, who is just a nasty fight. Like, strip all the theming away from this fight. Like, this is a tough fight. It's pretty rough out there, and that is basically the rundown of all the Data and, like, Absent Silhouette stuff. And here's me hoping that someone will come back.
Why were you going without us?
I was don't have a go at me. I said I was doing this.
No, I thought you said you were coming back and, like, oh, you know what?
No, Charlotte, I said that I would come back and do the next few, just the Absent and Data ones, because there wasn't really much to say about them.
Oh yeah, they're all kind of grouped together.
They're all grouped together, yeah. Also, you're very loud again. Are you very close to your microphone?
Me?
Yeah, we're very loud. No, so yeah, you sounded so angry. No, yeah, so because it was just Absent and Data fights, I just grouped them all together and gave you guys a bit more time to, compose yourself.
It's obligatory bullying Adam time. Don't even worry about it.
Don't do that. I could
Turn the gain on my microphone down a little
Yeah.
bit. Does that help?
No, yeah. I'm sorry that you felt like I was doing this on my own. It was just that section. We are moving on to. It means we're now on to the A tier.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I'm holding off here because Jana wanted to talk about this next fight.
Okay.
But you okay? I feel like the
No!
I feel like the coded Pete profile picture has changed you something. Say it's changed you.
My inner workings have permanently been altered. I am not who I was before. I'm a giddy little guy.
What's the thing that Patrick? But what's the thing that Patrick says? Like, my mind is an enigma.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
That all of that is just Jan.
You spilling milk.
Hang on.
So
Spilling milk? What?
That's in the episode.
Oh, is it?
A thought bubble pops over his head, and it's just a video of milk. Spilling.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah.
his mind is spilled milk. Look, when it comes to things I really like, I'm gonna become a giddy little bastard.
Yeah.
Speaking of things I really, really like, Xion and Sayax.
Yeah, we may as well start talking about it. Oh,
yeah, this fight.
There's only Sayax. Have we messed this one up? We might not have put Xion in here. Pretend that Xion's on the screen.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
that's tragic.
I don't want to move to the. I don't want to move to the.
She doesn't exist. You did not have to go this far.
We were supposed to put Xion here. I think we might have forgotten. But yeah, this is the Sayax Xion fight from 3.
I love this fight. I love this fight. I love this fight. I love this
Yeah.
fight. This has my favorite song in the entirety of the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack, of any Kingdom Hearts soundtrack.
It's the
love
the
this
orchestral
song.
version of Another Promise, is it?
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
the
Pretty much,
other
yeah.
promise.
Other
It's
Promise.
a mix of the Other Promise and also Xion's theme song. I think her battle
Yeah.
theme and also
Oh.
Sora's theme, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I listen to it whenever I'm feeling bad, but I gotta hype myself
Yeah.
about something. I listen to this, and it's
Yeah.
so good. And this, every time I
Yeah.
play this fight, I bawl like a fucking baby.
Yeah. I will say, like, the theming of this fight is really, really cool. The fact that you can just wail on Sayax and he just can't do anything is really funny.
Yeah.
However, the only reason it's at the lowest end of A tier is because if you can win this fight by putting the controller down.
Roxas is OP.
Yeah, Roxas is massively OP to the point where
Which
I found this out.
you
I found this out
know-
quite. Yeah, I found this out quite recently, and I've already told the guys, but I'll tell it on stream as well.
Yeah.
If you like, Roxas is programmed to only go after Sayax. He is just relentless on that guy. Meaning that if you mod original Roxas into your team member as a party member for other fights, Roxas won't do anything because Sayax isn't there.
he just becomes petty. He's like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
There's nothing here.
No, absolutely. Someone pinged me in the VC on phone. Oh, so Lag's on a phone call. Okay,
Right.
we might. Oh, Kosa's back as well. Hello, Kosa.
Hello.
Okay, we might have
Hi,
to skip
Kosa.
over Lag because he wanted to talk about the next guy, but he's not here, so we'll talk about it instead.
Put a
Yeah,
pin in 90.
Yeah, I did miss out. So it's the experiment from Kingdom Hearts 2. I already said that I like bosses that like break apart and things like that, but this breaks apart in a very different way in the sense that when it breaks apart, it does different things, and like it feels so hacked and shoved together. It feels so thematically great for this world.
It does. It's such a sad little guy. I
Yeah,
just
no,
wanted
you feel
healing.
Yeah.
you feel bad for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop it
It's
being a
gotta go.
nasty fight though.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a really rough fight.
The next one quite possibly the biggest standard boss is the Ground Shaker from Kingdom Hearts 2. This is fun. The only detriment.
Hell yeah!
The only detriment to this fight is the fact that you're in lion form, but in a way, like it helps that you're in lion form because the arena's so big.
If I may, as a furry, that's a plus. Just running around as a little kitty cat, just taking out this fucker's ankles and then jumping up and doing the fucking it's so much fun. This fight is much fun.
It's pretty
Love
dope.
that it's just you and Simba. It does make it feel like a much more climactic fight. Like it feels very important that it's just you and Simba.
Yeah, I do like that Donald and Goofy aren't just there. We'll move on to the next one. Kosa, do you have any thoughts on the Iron Imprisoner? Just because you didn't say anything in the last ones.
I mean, not particularly when it comes to the Iron Imprisoner, but
yeah, there are more that I could say when we get to the other Iron Imprisoner fights, but this is the Iron Prisoner 1. Fairly standard bod. It's a bog standard Mirage Arena fight, which the Mirage Arena doesn't have a story to it, so the Iron Imprisoner is the closest thing you get to a story, and it doesn't really say anything about it. It's just, this is what it is. This is what it does.
Like slowly, it's just like slowly getting like unchained. Like I have things to say about the later phases of it.
Oh, absolutely,
as it goes on, it's like, oh well, you're a problem. But
yeah, no.
It's the Heartless of the getting over it guy. You know, the one that's gotta climb the big mountain.
Oh my!
just give him a hammer. He's off on his way. All right. Next we have Sark and the MCP. This is such a fun fight, man.
Peace.
Like this is also including the initial Sark fight, which is like, okay, fine, fair enough. Sark on his own is fine, but where the fight truly grows is when he's massive and is actively getting in the way of you lasering the MCP.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, MCP is probably the only boss that doesn't directly attack you. Like he has the lasers, but he only ever uses them in defense.
Yeah, it's just
the walls that he puts up are probably the most annoying part because they take a long time to break.
Yeah.
And then the way it spins, and it's like it's always away from where you need it to be.
The MCP feels like a very cocky fight. Like it's like, oh, I don't need to deal with you guys. I'll just let my little henchmen deal with it.
Yeah.
Well, it's more. I think it's more like because he says something to the effect of like, all my functions are now yours. So I think it's like it's implying that he can't attack. That Sark is his only line of defense.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, no, he does say that. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really think of this fight as like too memorable my first couple times, like going through it. But nowadays, looking at it with my Attack on Titan brain rot brain, I really like it.
Can I also say that you have to have Tron in your party. And in order to deal damage to MCP, Tron has to be alive. But the fact
that is the most frustrating part, especially on critical mode, because the lasers will one-shot him.
But the fact is that Tron is allowed to die, and you could just bring him back up. Take notes, Captain Jack Sparrow, you poncy bitch.
It's just leave him alone.
I don't know why it's different.
Yeah. Next we have the opposite armor, and I used the final mix colors because it was more interesting. But yeah, no, the opposite armor is a lot of fun as well. I like the idea of like we'll talk about this more with the Iron Imprisoner, but like transforming bosses. It's a boss that you fight really early on, and you're like, oh, guard armor is really pathetic. It just fell apart, and then it's like, oh, its hands are now feet, and its feet are now hands, and its ass is now its face, and you're like, oh.
It gives the impression of like I feel like as a player, when the guard armor drops in the second time, we're like, oh cool, we get to fight it again, and then the way it transforms, it implies that all of them can do that, you know? And we got lucky the first time.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Terrifying.
Right. The next few, again, these are just going to be like.
Also,
Oh, go on.
because the Heartless symbol is on both sides of the guard armor's torso, but it's upside down on the back.
Yeah, it is, and you just don't know it in the original because I say, it's one of the few times where you see the Heartless symbol quite clearly. It's like, you just think, it has the Heartless symbol. We're going to rattle off the next couple quite quick because they're all fairly similar. But we have Chain of Memories, Axel 1 and Axel 2. The Axel 1 is very much like it's very much in the same vein as the Axel 1 fight from 2. It's like it feels like Axel is holding back, and then the Axel 2 fight is like he's going all out.
Yeah, I just like it as like a thing that it just establishes like, this is how the game's gonna work. You're gonna have to get used to this.
Yeah, and then we move on to Vexen 2. This is his death fight. Very much like he's going all out because he doesn't want to die. He is very much scared of Sora at this point.
Pretty much. What's your biggest motivator? Death.
Yeah.
Right.
And then obviously immediately after you have the Larxene 2 fight as well, which sets up Larxene as this like she is very malicious. Like this is the fight that shows off her really sadistic side.
I don't remember the two fights being that different.
No, they're not massively different, but like she does have like both Vexen and Larxene have way more attacks because
more health too.
Yeah, so Larxene's first fight is before Riku, and then her last fight is after Vexen. It's actually after Riku Replica 4, so it's just after Riku again.
Yeah.
The time difference between the two Larxene fights is a massive jump.
Right.
And so the difference, like this true, like the first one, it felt like Larxene was really playing with us, whereas this one is like, no, she's trying to kill us. Speaking of Riku, we have the Riku 1 fight, Riku Replica, which is like, it's the first time you see Riku, and you're like, what the fuck? And you're like, is that actually Riku? Because at this point, you don't know if he's a replica at all. Well, at least Sora doesn't anyway.
Yeah. I think the audience kind of gets the sense that something is off with him.
You're still angry.
Yeah. And that all culminates in the next one, which is Riku Replica 4, where it feels like Riku's trying to prove himself to be the real Riku. He knows he's fake at this point. He knows he's not the real one. We all know he's not the real one. Sora knows. But Riku doesn't care. He just wants to prove, I'm real. I deserve to exist. And that does ultimately
I'm a real boy.
that does ultimately culminate in and I think mechanically it's the same as the final Riku against Replica Riku fight as well.
Yeah.
And so obviously it's Riku Replica's ultimate demise, which gets resolved in Kingdom Hearts 3 for some fucking reason, I don't know. But like, yeah. Next one, this is I think our highest dark side fight. This is the one from 0.2, the one that has extra attacks and gets help from other dark sides. And you're like,
Dark side got new flavor.
This is awesome. This fight is cool.
Yeah.
Because this is still Aqua going through the realm of darkness. Like this is the first time she's encountered Heartless. To us, it's like, okay, this is another fucking Heartless fight. So for us, for having this fresh take on a boss we've already seen like 20 times already, great, well done. I'm sorry that they went back on it in 0.3 in fucking 3.
They did, and that's really. But they're terrifying again. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make the same joke again. Kosa, do you have an opinion on My Inner Prisoner 2?
I mean, he starts to become a little bit more of a problem at this point.
It starts.
Yeah. No, it's starting because this is when his hands are free, aren't they?
Yeah. He has his hands free and he gets a hammer. So
yeah,
it feels like this boss is slow because all of these Iron Prisoner fights are not in the same mission. There is a mission. There is a mission that brings all 4 of them together, but as you get stronger in the Mirage Arena, he's ultimately slowly freeing himself. So in the first one, he has the chains on him. In this one, he's got his arms free, and we'll see pictures of the others as well. The next is the Wargoyle, which is from 3D. The Hunchback of Notre Dame world. City Cloche, that's it. I know my names. Yeah, no,
this talk about pronunciation.
Yeah, no. This is a fun fight. This is less so about Sora's fight and more so about Riku's. Riku's fight is so fun with them gliding over the fires of Paris, and the fact that when Riku beats him, the wings get burned up, and then he falls to the ground, and that's when Sora continues the fight. That's really cool.
Right.
Sora's ruthless. Sora's a
yeah.
ruthless guy.
Yeah. Also, Jan, just need to ask: do you see the Wargoyle on the screen?
Yeah.
The colours on its chest underneath the symbol. What pride flag is that?
Bisexual.
It might actually just be. It might just be the flag of Colombia. I don't know.
Oh my god!
I think that's Venezuela.
My favorite sexuality, Venezuela.
But of course.
Next one, Cello. You wanted to talk about this
I'm
one.
curious.
Marluxia's final fight.
It's kind of similar to Zexion. It was the only fight that was added in the remake because they felt like his final phase needed to be longer.
Yeah.
And like the expansion of it and the fact that is like he stands still, but his sleights are really powerful, and he has this giant like nobody creature that assists him.
This is both parts of it. So this is the side
That's
fight
what
and the final one.
Right. Okay. So it's both phases at once.
Yeah, because there's no gap between them. Yeah.
So it's so interesting that the first of the two phases is like functionally identical to what it was in the original game.
Yeah.
Like same design, same music, similar attacks. And then the second phase is wholesale, like completely new to the games.
Oh, absolutely. And it adds a brand new theme, which is
yes, Lord of the Castle is like the best boss theme in the entire series. It's so good.
Yeah.
And it's you can tell that it was like they told Yoko Shimomura, like, okay, we're just taking the music you wrote for the Game Boy and like redoing it in like the modern sound fonts, right? All you got to do is like remaster this music, and then you're gonna get one extra theme that's like completely new. And she was like, yes, I'm going to create the hardest banger of all time.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So
I
love
don't
this
have to
fight.
go that hard. She said,
And then it's like
I have
he's
not
got the
slept for
Doom
2
attack.
days.
All right.
It's super thematic. I love it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of the best fights in like Jedi Memories, period. Let's go to our next fight, which is Scar, who is canonically, quite possibly the only heartless Disney fight.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. There could be like I don't know if Dark Baymax counts.
I don't think so. No.
But like
Red Rock is a
Scar straight up died and then became a heartless. Like that
Which
boy,
is
he got
a
chucked off.
wild thing to just throw in.
Yeah. So the fact that he comes back and Pete's like, oh, we got the Dark King back. Like, but then one of my
I did it. He's back.
one of my favorite
Yippee!
things about this arena is the actual arena changes to see like a massive skeleton underneath the rocks.
Yeah. Like a
Which
Red
is
mammoth.
Rock's
so
a fucking
cool.
graveyard.
Jan, I suppose you want to talk about the next one. You tried to talk about him earlier. The shadow.
I finally get to talk about the chandelier.
The Shadow Stalker and the Dark. So talk about the Shadow Stalker first.
Okay. So Shadow Stalker. Not a lot going on. Like this is
What do you mean got a lot going on? He possesses the entire ballroom.
It's pretty
Okay, fair
cool.
enough. That is very cool. I will give it that at least. It's very cool. Gosh, Both of them are cool. What am I fucking talking about? You fight the entire arena. The entire arena, and then the moment that you think you're done, no you're not. It comes back with a vengeance, but you also come back with a vengeance with some of the dirtiest moves that I've ever seen Sora do.
Absolutely.
Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And just the monster design of Dark Thorn. I love it so much.
It's one of
He's
the
breaking
only-
free of his chains.
Yeah.
It's one of the only 2-stage fights in the entire game.
Yeah. I know you keep saying like, oh, the chandelier thing is quite cool. I would argue that when the Darkthorn throws you and you can counter that, that's the cool.
Yeah.
That is the coolest reaction kill in the entire game.
Talk about Sora fighting dirty.
Right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, but there are so few fights that use the arena to its proper advantage, and Shadowstalker, Darkthorn are the best examples of them. There are some others in this list that like we haven't got to that do it better, but like it's definitely top tier. Like,
Yeah. It just gets better from here.
yeah.
It just gets
Speaking
better.
of arenas, would you like to get on the Hydra's back? This is the Hydra from Kingdom Hearts 2. Otaku was going to talk about this, but we'll talk about it. So yeah, no, this is canonically this is actually a weird Hydra because it's supposed to be when you cut off one, 3 heads appear. But when Sora does that for the second phase into the third, only 7 appear. Should have been 9.
Yes.
Yeah, he has 7 heads.
It's a shy Hydra.
9 would have been a
But
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of the
This
things,
also has
yeah,
one of the best reaction commands in the game.
yeah, the Pegasus one, I'm assuming.
I've learned
Oh,
something
but
interesting
yeah.
about that reaction command.
Go on.
You do more damage if you're in Valor form.
Really?
Ooh.
Yes.
Interesting.
Didn't know that.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, no, like one of the best things about this fight is that, like the cutscene just before is like Hercules can't help because he's so depressed. So Pete, Pegasus, and Megara are like, yeah, we'll help these side characters that have never fought before, and they fucking do. Like Megara
They do!
Megara will heal
Use your health
you.
orbs.
Megara will heal you. Phil will stun the second phase, and Phil will not Phil. Pegasus will help you attack for the final one. It's such a cool fight.
It's a
It
very cool fight,
is!
yeah.
It's very cool.
I mean, it gets memed on a lot because get up on the Hydra's back, but like,
But they toned it down in the remake. Because he says it
yeah.
a lot in the original, but he doesn't say it very much in the remakes.
yeah, no, exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Right, let's go on to our next fight. The second Grim Reaper. So this is the Grim Reaper 2 fight from, obviously, Kingdom Hearts 2. This is thematically so good. Like, the fact that it uses an in-world element as a mechanic, like, with the coins, that's so cool.
It is.
And I like...
And also a little annoying at points.
Yeah, I like that its attacks are tied to how many coins it has. Yeah, it's
Really?
so yeah, though. So, well, kind of. So each of the stages, it has different attacks, but when it starts each of the stages, it steals more and more coins. So the first stage it steals about 100. Second stage steals about 300, and then third stage steals all 800. And I just like the idea that when it takes all the coins, it does more damage.
There's a specific attack that it only does the first time it takes all the coins.
Yeah, that's the skull thing when it makes the skulls massive.
Yep.
Yeah. So I love the idea that it gets stronger with the more coins it has, which, yeah, you don't really see bosses like that in the series anymore.
No, you don't.
Not really.
Neat.
This is an interesting next one. Monstro. This is the Birth by Sleep fight, which
You gotta
Oh, yeah,
fight
that, like,
the
the-
whale!
Yeah, that like secret like arena fight. Or,
Yeah.
but not secret, but like, you know, the
the Mirage Arena
It's weirdly,
fight,
it's like unlocked from the beginning.
oh,
which is weird.
Yeah. So the thing with the
True.
Monstro is that like you're supposed to be able to come back to it later. So the first time you can get into the fight, you won't be able to do it in all 8 of the rounds. Because the idea is that you get swallowed every odd-numbered round, and every even-numbered round, you just make more progress on fighting Monstro.
Right.
And
It, like, switches.
Yeah, and most people, when they're that low level, can't make it past the 5th round because the entire room is essentially covered in acid. Because as you get swallowed more and more stomach acid is in the room, until in the final stage, in the 7th stage, where it's just acid. There's not even tiny platforms, and so you just have to constantly be healing yourself while attacking. No,
How is the whale alive?
yeah, most people
Can you
don't.
be in the air?
You what? Sorry.
Can you, like, if you stay, like, because there's a lot of aerial combat in Birth by Sleep.
Yeah, you can stay
So
in
do
the
you
air.
avoid damage? You stay in the
yeah,
air.
it's the same as Kingdom Hearts 2, where if you make contact with it, you
I'm
take
back.
damage. Welcome back.
Hey.
If you make contact with the acid, that's when you take damage. So you can stay in the air, but most people don't reach that stage because, like, you either get strong enough that the acid doesn't bother you, and so you can kill it, or you're so weak that the acid is so much of a problem in the 5th stage rather. So most people don't ever see the 7th or 8th stages.
Yeah.
Like for me, I can kill, like, in my most recent playthrough, I used it to farm, like, points, like the shot points, because I could defeat it by the 2nd round.
You can defeat it in, like, really quickly.
Yeah, the 2nd round is the earliest you can defeat it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we talked about the char thing
The
earlier.
chart club.
Chill
Yeah,
Clubster.
Got
now
the
the chill club.
The chill clubster, which is
It's kind of funny that we have Monstro right before it.
yeah. Well, this is the Birth by Sleep fight where Monstro gets
Aura.
frozen,
Yes.
and so you're fighting on basically a Monstro shaped ice rink around Monstro.
Yes.
And my
Yes, it is
I was-
awesome.
obviously, like, it's the same as the Char Clubster fight as well. In that, like,
I also like the. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
the fight. Oh no, yeah, you claimed this one. Sorry, like, go on.
Oh, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. I was just gonna add that I do like that Monstro gets used
Yeah.
for the fight, not just the ring around him. He gets used for the battle. You can ride Monstro on a bubble. That's
Yeah.
all I had. That's
Oh
all I
my
had. That's why I
gosh.
want to claim it.
No, it's fine.
You could just ride Monstro.
Let's keep going. You guys vamp because I got a cookie in my mouth. Rinsler from 3D.
Oh,
It is a fight.
yeah. I mean,
One of the fights ever.
Also,
yeah. It's kind of just.
also position 69. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
That is the best thing it has going for it.
So with,
I mean,
with Rinsler,
yeah.
with Rinsler, he has the
Rinsler.
moves and he throws the things, and
Yeah.
you win.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
Why is it
Yeah, I
fighting
mean,
ATP?
it's a not so memorable boss fight of a not so memorable character.
Yeah.
okay. One of the main
Good
reasons.
job,
Okay,
Rizzler.
one of the main reasons I put him up here is because, well, first off, the music for the fight is really, really good. Secondly,
I'll admit that.
It's one of the few fights where it's where Sora is fighting someone his own size. Most of the time, it's someone bigger than him.
True.
And so when you have this fight against not only someone who's a similar size, but is Tron, someone he considered a friend, you're like, and he knows that, like, this is Tron, but it's not Tron because he's been manipulated.
Yeah.
Right.
And like,
Yeah, I mean that's a nice part of
Also,
it. Is like the whole
isn't-
theming of it. Yeah.
Isn't this one of the few fights where you have to flip the platform, like with the charred lobster?
you don't get to choose. Rinsler does that for you. But the way he does it is by running up the wall. And what happens
That's
is
right.
when the arena gets flipped, you end up prone on the ground, and there's a reaction that Rinsler does where he does a diving leap onto you. It just feels so personal. Like, it feels like
Yeah.
because you're watching this and you're
He
like,
made this move for you in particular.
you're playing this and you're like, this is Tron. This is my friend Tron.
How dare
Yeah,
you?
that's the main thing. If you have the context of like, which I mean, you should not be jumping into Dream Drop Distance as your first game. But if you have the context of Kingdom Hearts 2 behind you, that's what makes the boss fight.
We're
fun.
assuming that you're going through in order of the games. Like you're not going in like, oh, this is the first time you're playing.
I mean, the only reason I say that is because I had a friend whose their first Kingdom Hearts game was 2.8, like the 2.8 collection.
Oh
no! And they were playing
Oh,
Dream Drop
no.
Distance, and they were like, "Wait, why does Sora know Tron?" And I was like, "Oh, you sweet summer child."
Yeah. Speaking of thematically fun fights and Disney fights, we have Experiment 221, which is this is the Ventus fight. Not the Ventus fight, is the Terra fight. Terra fight in Deep Space. And like this is one of the few times where like the TV show is referenced. Like this guy doesn't appear in Lilo and Stitch. He appears in the TV show.
Yes.
And it's like
specifically the movie tie-in movie opening.
But it doesn't theme with it doesn't go with the original movie.
No, of course.
And it's like this is such a cool fight. Like it's a zippy zappy boy who is taking control of the. You're basically fighting the guns that were supposed to imprison Stitch as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like for a Disney fight, it's pretty cool. It's also one of the few times where you're fighting something smaller than you.
Oh yeah,
right. Yeah, and as arguably, I believe like the tallest character in that.
Yeah.
The tallest playable character in that game.
I think technically the only boss fight that is technically smaller than you is Lucifer, but even in that context, Lucifer's bigger than you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course.
True.
Experience 221 is a good boy.
Yeah, we now have the Trinity armor. I use the Final Mix colors.
Ew. I don't like this map.
A lot of people.
I love this fight.
Yeah,
no, y'all are wrong.
The main reason that this fight is up as high as it is because this is the first time that the Wayfinder trio meet each other after leaving.
Exactly.
That is the main thing I like.
That is the major
reason.
point. Like it's supposed to give off the feeling of guard armor as well. This is the unversed guard armor. This is the first time, like with guard armor, it's the first time you meet Donald and Goofy. With this one, it's the first time you meet the other two in your playthrough after leaving. You're like, Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah, no.
This is the only time all three meet up. This is the only time all three meet up before the end. This is
one of 2 times that you ever actually have a party in the game.
Yeah. But in the context, like this one, in the context of like the story, like this is the first time you're fighting it. It's like I haven't seen my friends since the start of the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's also
and then
like
it ends very poorly for them.
Yeah, it's like the midpoint, isn't it? Like that, like it's kind of nice too because it for all the characters in the context of the story, it's like a nice benchmark of like being in the middle of the game. Like, oh, I've gotten this strong. How strong has everyone else gotten?
Yeah.
And it's a great reminder of like incomplete narratives or how each character is seeing it from their own perspective and like just catching the tail end of like what the other characters have been doing in their world.
Let's say you're playing as Ventus and you go in and Aqua starts accusing Terra of doing these horrible things in words and you're like, wait, what? Terra's been doing horrible things?
Huh?
Yeah. I mean,
he's been hearing traces of it because he's like.
Yeah, I mean, like, Ventus was the first story that I did, so yeah, like, the cutscenes afterwards, like, I heard you've been doing all this stuff. I was like, Terra?
Yeah.
No.
But honestly, like, who was Aqua talking to that accused Terra? I think the only time is Maleficent, maybe, but even then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She heard about it one time.
No, she says, she's like, I've been to other worlds and I've seen what you've done.
Yep.
So he's, because it's Terra's fault that Snow White is asleep.
No, you're talking about Aurora.
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 That's one. But she's still she's still dead.
Yeah.
When Aqua arrives, but like they keep making references to like a guy with a key.
Yeah.
Like a boy with a key.
That's right.
And from the descriptions, Aqua's like, that must be Terra, and everywhere she goes, she's finding like the remnants of what has happened in that world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Xehanort rubbing hands mischievously.
Let's move on. Let's make some space. It is now Demyx 2. So this is his death fight in
Oh,
Kingdom Hearts 2.
Dance, water,
Water
dance.
dance.
I felt so bad
Uh-oh.
after beating him. Like just the whole cutscene afterwards where he's like,
I didn't.
I'll be like
Yeah.
that, like for the whole time.
No.
It's like, you don't got feelings.
All
You're
you
not
wanted
Yeah.
was
human.
just jam.
But also, this is also the time when Goofy gets killed by a rock.
That too, yeah.
Oh my god,
That's what we're here for.
That first time playing that game and that scene came up, I for 100% thought Goofy
I
was
thought it
dead.
was
Like,
real.
he's
Yeah, I
never
was
coming
like,
back.
I was
He's
like,
never
no
coming back.
way.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way, man.
I cry every time that scene happens. I watch that scene, I cry 100%. I
I was sitting there like, no way, they just did that.
I mean, we are taking away from the actual fight itself, but like,
Yeah, sorry.
No,
We don't care.
no,
I don't
no,
like
this-
Demyx.
this fight, yeah, I can see why a lot of people don't like him. But if you level up properly, he's not too bad. But again, most people when they get to this fight don't level up properly.
Most people, when they
Yeah.
played Kingdom Hearts 2 the first time, did not realize they could level up their drive form, so they didn't have things like
Yeah.
quick
Yeah.
run.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, for me, the main thing that's with this battle is the cutscene immediately after, specifically with Demyx, where he's like, yeah, we got feelings, we got hearts, and just Sora the whole time is like, no, you don't. No, you
You
don't.
fucking don't.
No, you
Poser.
Yeah.
Traitor. No.
You know what would have made
Dude,
you know what would have made the leveling up thing a bit more clear is if after the Valor fight, after the first time you get Valor, the first fight you actually did in Hollow Bastion wasn't the nobodies, but it was a large horde of Heartless instead. Because it meant that, this is the first chance to use Valor form, I'm going to use Valor. You start attacking, and then very quickly you'll level up from it. And
I
you're like,
thought Valor I thought it didn't matter the enemy type as long as you're just attacking.
yeah, it's not the enemy type. It's
oh,
the,
is it?
it's
Oh, is
just
it any?
hitting.
Oh, is any?
Valor form is landing hits, so
That's
using
it.
it against bosses is good.
I'm thinking of Wisdom form, which is killing Heartless. That's
Wisdom
it.
form is Heartless, Final form is Nobodies, and Master
Yeah.
form is
Master.
Drive Orbs.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
then
that
limit
makes sense.
is using limits.
I will say about the Demyx fight, because everyone thinks he's going to be a pushover, and he isn't.
Yeah.
He's actually tough to fight.
No, he's absolutely really tough,
The moment where he like arches his back and drops his persona and turns to Sora and is like, "Silence, traitor." That is
Yeah.
the tonal shift of the entire game. Nothing about the game after that point feels the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Okay, so Kosa, what are your opinions on Iron Prisoner 3?
All right, now he's a problem. now he's a problem. Now he's got.
Wow.
He's got
Now
the cage.
you're pissing me off.
Yeah. Now he's got the cage, the hammer. His legs are free. I don't like him. I don't like him a lot.
Look at this guy.
I mean, once you level up properly, like it's just, it's an easy boss to beat,
Yeah.
and like it's like honestly a fun boss. I
Yeah.
do like going back. That is like probably the only like, one of 3 optional bosses that I go back and revisit in Birth by Sleep.
Yeah.
The other 2 I think are later in this list, but
Yeah.
it's just a fun boss fight to just do, like not
Yeah.
so much as like just
Yeah.
like a benchmark of like, oh, how strong you are as a player,
Yeah.
just like a nice showcase of like what's able to be done with bosses
What-
in Birth
What
by
tricks you
Sleep.
got up your sleeve?
Yeah,
now?
Yeah. It's like a nice old friend, like rival that you encounter every once in a while. You're like, yeah, I want to fight you again.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. We now
Look at you, you got so strong.
we now
yeah,
move on
sorry.
to the top 64 and our highest rated coded fight.
Oh, right.
Sora's Heartless.
Woo!
Yeah.
It's like
Don't
a
they-
4-stage
don't they explain-
fight.
Isn't it explained that this
No,
Heartless is
I
the
am
Heart-
wrong.
Oh,
This
sorry.
is not
I'm
our
sorry.
high. This is not our highest coded fight. There is one more. I forgot.
Yeah, there's
Oh yeah.
There's one more.
yeah, of course.
Never
Ignore me.
mind.
I'll
But yeah,
I'll talk about the battle because I don't really remember too much. But isn't it thematically this boss wasn't it stated and coded that this is Sora's Heartless from the very first game? Like, isn't that
Yeah.
how they state this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the idea.
This is the same one
it's-
that you see in
Yeah, the idea is that Sora's Heartless was written about in Jiminy's journal, and the data took that and ran with it, basically.
Oh, okay.
And so that's why you're fighting Sora's Heartless. It comes in 4 stages, which are representative of the 3 different ways that Sora has fought himself. The first time was in as the dark side, when it's massive. The second time is with Anti-Sora in Hook Ship.
Oh shit! I never noticed.
Yeah,
that.
so stages 2 and 3 are that version of Sora, and then stage 4 is the final shadow that Sora turns into at the end, and it's supposed to be the journey of these different shadow versions of Sora.
That's really cool. I did not know
I
that.
didn't know that.
Jiminy's
My-
Colonel made some fan fiction, and it was some pretty good fan fiction. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. my only gripe about this fight, it feels like the final boss, and there's like 3 more hours of
Yeah.
game after it.
That is the
Yeah,
only thing.
yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I've always seen coded. I've always seen this fight as the final boss, and that the chain of memory stuff is extra.
Epilogue.
Yeah,
Epilogue.
Well, yeah,
Special
because isn't
episodes.
because I don't
Well,
know.
we'll talk-
I know recoded is like
Yeah,
a
we'll talk about the last. We'll talk about the last guy like at the end.
Yeah.
Like, he's later on, but like
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one we have is Anti-Aqua 1 from 0.2. So this is the actual first time you fight Anti-Aqua.
I mean,
Yay.
it was nice. It was a nice fight and like nice mechanics and everything. And it was nice that it uses like it's like your attacks against you and everything.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But at the same time, it was one of those things where like
Yeah.
even though it fit thematically and everything, and like the fight itself was really fun. To me, it just kind of like further like showed to me like, oh yeah, 0.2 is a tech demo for 3, just to kind of
Yeah.
like give me just
Pretty
like
much.
you know.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Oh, absolutely. It was painfully obvious when he used it.
Mhm.
It's like, oh yeah, this is techno. But
It was like one of like the most
Yeah.
recurring bosses.
yeah,
It was
I
supposed
mean,
to be the actual prologue.
yeah.
Right.
So, actually, speaking of the tech demo for 3, the next one we have is Anti-Aqua from 3. And I
So,
decided to use this
this-
picture because I decided to use
Yeah.
this picture because I couldn't find a decent render.
Yeah, so this one I put my name down for because the like all the advertising stuff they showed around it
Oh god.
made this fight feel like it was gonna be something really intense and really dark.
Yeah.
And like to be fair, it was. But like the
Right.
whole time, like my first time playing through it, I'm like playing through my tears because I'm like, I don't want to kill Aqua.
Right.
Don't make me do this.
And I think
And
kind
then
of,
a giant pirate ship appears, and you bounce her around on that.
Right. And then the end of the fight happens. And I was like, oh, okay, it's fine.
and I
Yeah.
think they kind of, I think like the placement for this kind of goes back to what you were saying, Kosa, about the advertisement, is the fact that we were in advertisement flooding. We were drowning in trailers, and it kind of. I agree with Namura that.
Ruined the
Oh no,
fight.
not agree with Namura. I feel like they should not have shown this.
Yeah.
Oh
I feel
yeah,
like
no,
this
they
should not
showed
have
way
been
too much. They showed,
Yeah.
especially when they had that one like live stream where they showed this fight happening. I was like, no, stop! What are you doing?
Yeah, that was crazy.
No, absolutely. Yeah,
go
no,
ahead.
this fight was kind of insane. Like, obviously, like when you see like the line of "You're too late," it's like, oh my god, what is that? What is
I
going
just,
That
on?
line
I
was
just
devised
imagine
purely
Aqua
for the
just being
trailers.
just
Oh,
like,
absolutely,
You're
yeah.
too late. Why are you crying? This coast is just like.
It is emotional for sure.
So
Go ahead.
I was going to move on to the next one, and I had before when Kosa said, "Oh, I put my name down for Anti-Aqua," it wasn't updated on my version of the phone, and so I saw that Cello had put his name down for this next one, and I was going to make a joke about that because we always make a joke about Kosa. I see that Kosa has put his name down for this next one. I was like,
No, I put his name down.
I was gonna say I don't remember putting my name down.
I was-
but I'm down.
I was continuing the joke because
I-
we've already done it so many times.
no.
Yeah,
I moved mine one down.
Thing is, I saw- I saw Cello's
You're doing
name.
it,
I saw it was right. It's Zion in Prisoner 4, but like I saw Cello's name next to that, and I thought I was going to say, Kosa, can you ask Cello what he thinks about Zion in Prisoner?
Nice. No,
So
the
annoying.
joke was going, so I just like quietly switched our names.
Ah,
But I do want to
right,
talk
right.
about this one. I do want to talk about this one.
Go on, yeah. You go and talk about this.
Yeah, in the sense of like this being the remnant of the story of
Mirage Arena.
Mirage Arena. Yeah, like this one because like all of the stops have been removed. All of its armor is gone, and it's just the creature itself, and it's super powerful. And it even like possesses the field at one point, and like uses the field as a weapon. And it's, I honestly consider it like one of the game's super bosses because it is challenging in that level, and it's very like frenzied.
Yes, kind of like the X guy from 3. That's like
it requires you to like really understand your skill set and like what moves are effective and I really appreciate Iron Imprisoner as a whole. I put my name down on 4 because it was kind of encompassing all of them. Iron Imprisoner is like one of my favorite little pieces of side info from.
No, absolutely. Do you still want to talk about the next guy? Darkhide?
I do, actually.
Go for it.
So I had this realization a while back with playing Birth by Sleep and getting this like epilogue ending with Aqua.
Yeah.
Because she spent the whole game fighting Unversed. That's what she's used to.
Yeah.
And I don't think she's had much encounters with Heartless. She doesn't seem to recognize
she
in the game.
It's canon that the first time she sees a Heartless is when she's in the Realm of Darkness.
Right. What I love about this creature, and I don't even know if Darkhide is its official name, we've just been calling it that. I think
it's called something else. It's called Red Eyes or something like that.
For a long time, we didn't know its official name.
So we thought it was called Red Eyes. Its official name is Darkhide.
Darkhide.
Oh, that's
okay.
right. That's right. Okay.
So, first of all, crazy cinematic where you're like looking through its eyes, watching Aqua as she walks through the Realm of Darkness. Crazy good effect.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
The fight is challenging, but not super difficult, especially when you're at a high level.
Yep.
What I love so much about the Darkhide is that there's nothing special about it.
No.
It's just a creature that lives in the darkness, and that Aqua has to like fight to get through.
I'm looking at the picture right now. I'm thinking like, I'm thinking like, Jan, like I want to keep this as a pet. Like it looks like I say Jan specifically because I'm thinking like Jan probably wants this as a dog as well.
Yeah, I would. I would teach him how to sit and count with his paws.
Yeah. Sit. No, put down the postman.
No.
He doesn't
No,
bite,
it's
don't worry.
No, that is not a chew toy. Put down that guy.
Please put down the child. That's
All right.
Get after Peter Pan. Get him! Get him, boy!
Our next boss is the Kraken and Davy Jones. There were supposed to be tentacles.
Way too high up on this list.
No, it's not.
Really?
Way too high.
Yes!
It's one of the only Disney boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 3.
One of the most disappointing fights in the game.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think it's really good. I think the fact that
Actually, no. Baymax, Dark Baymax is.
but you tend to get to this fight first.
Oh, you're right.
So most people do this fight first, and you're like, oh my god, there's so many fucking Heartless fights. Can we just have like a fight where I'm fighting something that is a thing in the world? And like this is the first time you fight something after Olympus Coliseum. And I get it. I get it. Like fight wise, it's not amazing, but the theming's great. I love the voice. Like I've already admitted I'm a huge fan of Robert Atkin Downs. Robert Atkin Downs.
It is here
His
on
voice is
Vibes alone.
his voice is so good for Davy Jones.
Again, I love these movies. I love Davy Jones as a character.
Sora gets body slammed by Davy Jones.
Right?
Yes, but Sora does punch him.
Oh
Just
yeah, and
punch him straight in the skull.
And,
He, like,
you
grabs
can, and
him.
it's one of the few moments where you can tell that Sora does have connections to these characters. He actually means he has connections. Because when what's his name, Will gets stabbed, you can feel he is physically in pain when he gets stabbed.
Yeah, it's also the first world that properly makes the distinction between a physical heart and a emotional heart.
Oh yeah.
You're reading my mind.
there's a
I
heart in
was
this
just about to
box,
comment
right?
on this.
Oh, not that.
I love that Vexen is like so intrigued by the he put his heart in a chest. Like I need to study him, and he's so disappointed when he finds out it's an actual physical organ and not the like
Ew,
metaphysical
squishy.
hearts that they've been working with.
No,
He's like, how disappointing.
I like the fact that Sora's been given the box, and Sora's just been given a box with a human heart in it.
Right?
It's like,
What
oh!
you expect him to do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with this?
That whole world is interesting. 'Cause you even have like that whole moment where Luxor's just sitting there like, oh, you know, like try to like have a serious conversation. You know, Jack Sparrow just breathes in his face. He's like,
I love the face he
Bad
makes
enough
when he
to
falls.
literally
Okay.
knock him off his feet.
We actually have a chain of Kingdom Hearts 3 bosses right now. So we got Skull next. Skull is up here.
I didn't like this fight either.
Yeah, no, I will admit, after, because we made this, like, no surprise, we made this tier list like a few weeks ago. If I'm being perfectly honest, I probably would have put Skull in B tier, not A. But I think the reason we put him in A tier initially was because of the theming of it. It's like the Marshmallow stuff, the fact that he's the biggest fight with Marshmallow, the giant attack that happens, which, in retrospect, while it looks cool, it does amount to one button press. But like, it is a genuinely very, very cool fight. And unlike the Darkhide, I don't want this as a pet.
I'd still take this as a pet.
I know you
I
would.
am a little
What about
pet.
this? Would anyone take this? Would anyone take this next guy as a pet? The Lump of Horror.
Lump of horror? No, I'm good.
Lump
I'm
of-
good.
lump
I'm
of-
gonna kill this thing.
Yeah, one of the.
I'm gonna send it
it is-
to the nearest
straight up
kill
not an
shelter and
unversed.
tell them to take it out immediately.
No, it is. It is an unversed.
No,
Yeah,
it
it
is,
is.
but like aesthetically does not.
Oh no,
fit
absolutely
with the
not.
design.
Absolutely.
None of the
not.
ones in 3 do.
No, but I like. To be honest, I like that it's a gooey sort of monster. Like it's using, like the actual canisters are part of the body as well. It feels like it's siphoned out the screams and turned it into a physical form. Because if you were to say,
Yeah.
what does a scream look like, I'd probably say like a gooey mess.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah.
So I think theming wise, it's still very good. The only disappointment is that it should have teamed up with Randall.
Yes, I wish Randall was
right,
awesome with it.
yeah.
Even if it like possessed Randall or something. Like,
Yeah, no, I agree.
like maybe like if you hit the Lump of Horror, like you know how it has an armor. There's an armor mechanic in the game. What if the Lump of Horror was the armor, and every time you defeated the
Yes.
armor, it
I
revealed
Randall inside.
Randall.
Yeah, I would like that. I would like that.
I think that's a huge missed opportunity that they didn't use Randall, because Randall would seem like the sort of person that would run and hide or use something to get in the way.
That he's been doing the whole time.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Going on to the next fight is the Angelic Amber.
Oh, the jump scare moment.
Yeah,
Winky.
yeah, the jump scare doll.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which is,
Uh,
can I just say, one of my favorite details is the heartless insignia on the ear. Very, very cute.
Oh yes.
But yeah, no, this is absolutely like one of the creepiest bosses of the entire series. Like there's something
Why?
there's something about Gothic Lolita that's like unsettling, and like the fact that they put it into like what is essentially a children's toy come to life.
Yeah, I'm not sure what gave
like
gave them
that.
the idea for that.
Yeah, they were like, oh yeah,
like
this will be
that.
fun.
But also,
Somebody
Disney
just-
had to approve that.
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely. Yeah, Disney approved of the creepy
This.
doll.
As long as it wasn't infringing on their property, it'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Oh god, let me move on to the next one. The Maleficent
Ooh.
Dragon from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Ooh.
Ah,
This is
Ooh, it's a fight. It's a fight. It's a
is-
fight with the
definitely a
dragon.
it is certainly a fight.
that's
Mm-hmm.
With the dragon.
Uh,
from
no.
a big ass
Um,
dragon.
This
It
is,
actually. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
this is up here because did anyone claim this one?
no one did.
No,
No
no
one
one
did.
did.
Nah.
No, so this is up here because this is less so about Maleficent and more so about Riku. Because
Mhm.
Riku is the reason that Maleficent turns into a dragon. And yeah, like,
Yeah.
I kind of wish that Maleficent felt more betrayed by Riku stabbing her, rather than, haha, power.
Like, power, right.
But, like,
right.
Go ahead.
it's like otherwise, it's a great fight. I love that you can get swept up by the tail and just get dragged around the arena. That's really funny.
It's also one of the few. It's actually like I would say the only boss fight. If you're not real experienced, it would be only boss fight where you need to use a summon, specifically Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
If
A
you're
lot of
not
people,
experienced,
Yeah.
a lot of people will use Tinkerbell. It's also one of the few times I would say use arrow spells as well, because
yes.
like, if you don't start using everything that you've got, you're going to have a hard time.
You're
Yeah,
out.
no, you need the defense.
Like
yeah.
I watched a guy go through this game not guarding anything, and he had a hard time of it.
Oh yeah.
And the one time we said, look, equip guard. It will make the boss 10 times easier. He equipped it, couldn't guard because he hadn't been doing it the entire time. So now it's too hard. I'm just gonna go back.
Oh my god.
I don't want to learn. I don't feel like it.
Okay, let's move on to the
Be
next
bad
one.
at the game and then blame the game.
Let's move on to the next
Yeah.
one. The better Chernobog. Lag, you want to talk about this guy?
Yes, I love this Chernobog boss. Oh my god, this was like my childhood come to life when this moment happened, and you're just like you're in this like open, airy, like void, like twister vortex or like room, and all of a sudden, you hear the first few notes to Night on Bald Mountain. You're just like, oh shit, and then you see the wings grab, and then and then you see like the wings, arms, and then you're like, oh my god, I'm fighting Chernobog, like because I think Walt Disney himself said this is their version of the purest form of evil. Like this is their this is like their top, like this is evil incarnate basically. And so
Do you
the
know?
fact that,
Sorry.
go ahead.
No, oh, you were on a roll. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. I was just gonna say though, but no, honestly though, just this boss fight took Ursula swimming around her head. It made it 100% better because you were flying instead of swimming. But you can actually cheese it by hiding behind his head, and just because it's fun, you can cheese it behind his head and win as long as you do arrow whenever he does this whole like firestorm thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna say, do you know the story of Night on Bald Mountain, of the piece that it's set to?
Yes, I believe so.
well, the actual story of Night on Bald Mountain.
Like the musical setting, like the actual tune.
Oh, the actual animation. Yeah.
Fantasia.
No, the story behind the piece of music that that Fantasia is set to.
Go on. No, what is the story?
So, Bald Mountain, I believe, is a reference to a real mountain that's in the Caucasus, and it's part of like Balkan folklore that has to do with like. So obviously, Chernobog is supposed to represent the devil. And the premise is that there is a portal on this mountain that leads directly to hell, and that like the imagery is of Satan himself emerging from this mountain and like throwing these demons out into the world to like harm people. But then at the end of the piece, it like becomes much lighter, and it's supposed to represent the sun coming out. And it's a really fascinating piece of music and has a lot of history to it.
Beautiful. Okay, real quick. Can we go on real quick? Is that why then the fact that, like you said, because it's a portal to hell, is that the reason why you go into the volcano? Is that the reason why you go into the volcano to kill him? Yes, that is awesome.
You descend into the heart of hell to kill Ansem.
Yes, that is awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome.
Okay, let's. How about we move on, because again we're still strapped for time. Okay, the next one we're going to talk about is Demon Tide 2 and the Shadow Storm, which is the Kingdom Hearts 3 fight with the final Demon Tide fight. The one where Ephaba turns up and goes, "Need a hand?"
Oh yeah,
and then you have the boys are back. The boys are back.
The one where Ericus, the one where Ericus cheats at chess.
Yay!
Yeah!
But yeah, no, obviously, like it's the Demon Tide fight, which we haven't talked about from 0.2 just yet. I do think it's slightly better, but obviously, it's got the huge spectacle of like all the Union members at the end, which is like amazing. Only dampened by the fact that about half of them are bots, because of course they are.
Yeah.
Wait, are you
I
fucking serious?
like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
so-
I like the idea. but-
So what happened was, in order to stop bots from completely destroying this idea, they didn't tell anyone it was happening until about 3 months until the final cutoff point. By this point, the game had been about a year in. So after about a year, they said, okay, there's actually been a contest going on. The top 500 players will have their names in Kingdom Hearts 3. It's like, great.
It's such a cool.
So it means
moment.
that anyone who's actually played the game for over a year will have that. Well, basically guaranteed to have their name in the game as long as you played well.
No.
But
Right.
bot accounts started coming up to try and snipe those names because of course they did. Most of them never made
Yeah.
it, but a good 200 of them are bot accounts because they were just that fast. It was
You
insane.
can't compete with the internet that way.
No, you can't.
You
If they
can't.
really,
Did anyone else?
if
Did
they
anyone
really
else
wanted
die
to
in
do,
this fight because they didn't realize you had to move around?
yeah, no,
Yeah,
I died the first time as well.
Almost.
Yes.
Almost.
Yes. It was
Um,
embarrassing because my nieces were watching.
Yeah, that's a good fight, especially because it's basically like Sora's moment of like, hey, who are you? Like
Yeah.
it's kind of like opening up Sora's eyes to like, wait, there's others, there's
Yeah.
more Keyblade wielders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, can I just say there was a video that I watched a while ago. I think the title was something along the lines of "Why does every game feel the need to do a shoot 'em up section?" And Kingdom Hearts 3 did exactly that. And you think about it. There's a lot of games out there. It's like, oh my god, you're right. There's a lot of games that do a shoot 'em up section. Like fucking Sonic,
Yeah.
Sonic Frontiers
does the
did
Gummy
it.
Ship not count?
Like Kirby does it all the time.
You gotta appease the
What
Americans.
does the gummy ship not count?
No, so Gummy Ship is its own thing. Like it's
That's a real
Okay,
shooter.
okay, gotcha.
but like it just has this weird random shoot 'em up section at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, thematically, it's not a shoot 'em up, but like, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
got
We got Anti-Sora from Kingdom Hearts 1. So this is the Hook fight. The one just before Hook, rather.
Oh.
This-
I hated this. I honestly hated this.
Oh,
fight. Like
every-
it's good where it's at, but I hated it.
No, thematically, this is peak. Like this is Riku fucking with you. Like he what the fuck?
Wait, what happened? What happened?
Someone just went wee.
I said peak
Oh,
loudly.
Fucking
Jesus.
Brother.
so in this entire world, Riku's been fucking with you the entire time. Like he's been creating shadow versions of yourself just to fuck with you, and then he creates one that will actually try and kill you. The only thing, and I know technical limitations meant they couldn't do it. I wish that this version of Sora had the same Keyblade as what you were using.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice.
Because it meant that it could use the same
Oh, yeah.
stats as you, and I feel like that would have been a smarter fight.
Yeah.
But anyway, as it is right now, it's still pretty good fight. We'll now move on to Riku 1. So
Ooh.
this is the first Riku fight in Hollow Bastion.
Ooh.
Which, yeah, this is the one right after Donald and Goofy come back to you before being treacherous bastards.
Right.
But I'm not gonna praise for her either.
right.
Even though you just did.
Yeah, it's a little late
I'm
for
not
that.
gonna betray Sora again.
Again? Question mark?
Probably.
Well, I see that he's the winning side now, so I'm gonna move over here.
I kind of don't want to be a loser. I'm sorry.
Kill the king, I'm sorry.
How about we don't
look,
tell the king about this?
Your
one,
feelings are
right?
valid.
But yeah, obviously, like
Alright, sorry.
this is obviously the
Alright,
first time.
alright.
This is the first time you fight Riku since Destiny
Yes.
Islands. Even if you choose, you might not even do that fight. But like,
Yeah.
but this is the first time you properly fight him. You're like, oh, what? Like, it's the first time where you're like, fuck you, Riku. Like, I'm gonna kick your ass in because like he's been fucking with you. Like we just said with Anti.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's been fucking with you in Monstro. He's been fucking with you in Neverland. and now it's and then he fucked with you when you just got to this world, stealing your Keyblade.
Right?
I've now got the
And your
Keyblade
partner.
back. You're getting your ass handed to you on a silver platter.
Right? Now, I kind of wish, you bring up the Destiny Islands, I kind of wish that if you ever did the Destiny Islands fight with him, he had, in this one specific boss, he still had his lunge attack whenever he dips back and hits you.
Oh
That would be
my
hilarious.
God.
Yeah, I kind of wish that there was something like that. Just a throwback to that original fight.
Yeah.
All right. Next fight is Kurt Ziza.
Yay, Robot Boy.
Yeah, Lag wanted to talk
Robot
about this.
Boy.
I will mention
Robot
actually.
Boy.
So obviously Kurt Ziza is actually named after a real guy whose name is Kurt Ziza. It's worth bearing in mind that because there's a lot of people that get into contact with him. Like the real life Kurt Ziza doesn't like Kingdom Hearts anymore, and
Oh no.
and
Yeah.
because
So he's tired of it.
he's tired of it because of the fans. So
Oh.
I'm
That's
gonna
difficult. Yeah.
reiterate
Can't
here.
ruin things.
I'm gonna reiterate things here. Don't harass him. Like he's just
Yeah.
trying to live his normal life.
No.
He's
No,
There's no reason to.
not anymore.
yeah, no,
Never
like,
was.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that being said, we'll talk about Curtis the boss. Lag, you wanted to talk
Yes.
about him.
Yeah, so Robot Steak Man is amazing for a secret boss, like way better than Phantom. Phantom specifically was stupid, was because you had to have Peter Pan with you. You don't have to have Aladdin with you to ride the magic carpet to this boss fight, so you
Nope.
can't have just Donald and Goofy.
Really?
It is a yep, and it is an amazing secret boss for Kingdom Hearts 1. Amazing, top tier defense, magic, and physical attacks. All that combination of how to kill this man is awesome. And there's no lore, there's no backup lore to it. Your garbage just like, oh hey, frantically like trying to get your attention, and then you're like, oh okay, take us. And then all of a sudden you're in this like arena with like pillars around, and then pops him, and it's awesome. It is such an awesome boss fight.
No, I completely agree. Like, I mean, there's nothing more to be said about that. Just a very solid fight. Next is the Unknown. Cello wanted to talk about this one. This is the Unknown fight from Kingdom Hearts 1. So ultimately, what we would now know as Xemnas.
Right. And this obviously sets up the trend of like having a secret boss from one game tease like a villain or a character in the next game.
Yeah.
What I love about this one for a couple things. A, it's honestly a great fight, and there's a lot of like little secrets to it and tricks and things. But I love that the other princesses will actually comment on the portal appearing. Like they will notice it and they'll reference it. If you talk to them, they'll be like, "What is that? This feels different. This doesn't feel like Maleficent's energy. This feels like something separate from the darkness and from Ansem and from things like that."
Yeah.
So the princesses actually directly reference that this is a different kind of enemy, which obviously we see once we start fighting him. The more you fight him, the more it becomes clear he is just playing with you.
Oh,
He is
absolutely.
not actually. So in the vein of great bosses that are holding themselves back, he's just like testing you,
Yeah.
and you have to do like everything in your power to get through this fight, and
Yeah.
it's barely an exercise.
If I'm also not mistaken, this is the only secret boss that's directly referenced to later in the series. So when Xemnas talks to Roxas on the
actually.
beach, Xemnas says, "I've been to see him." That's
Yes.
in reference to this fight.
And also
Well,
the fact that in Kingdom Hearts 2, during the story regaining his memories, the specific cutscene of him of that boss start fight
Yes.
of that cutscene is in that, even
The
before Final Mix
it's
came out.
final mix, but it's
Right.
in that. It's in that.
But yeah, take
So
some.
it's
I mean,
take-
unless you count references made to fights in the the orchestra concerts when they had like little lore drops there. But yeah, no, I mean like in terms of like just directly in the games, yeah.
Yeah. Next fight after the Unknown is Days Riku. So this is the actual final boss of Days after Xion.
I like this fight.
This
I
is
love this fight.
Do you want to talk about it, Jana?
I want to talk about this fight. I love this fight.
Go on. You take it then.
If you're a dumb bitch like me, this fight feels like you are taking everything possible that you've learned from the game that you liked so much, the got ruined because of a certain someone, and just throwing it at this guy.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
I went back and fought this boss battle again and again and again
Yeah.
because it's so.
Well, the biggest thing about is this fight was referenced in the first game. Like as a secret cutscene, it was referenced. Oh, this is Riku fighting some guy with 2 keyblades.
Yeah,
And like,
it feels so
Well, yeah,
special.
and then you see like little bits and pieces of it in 2, and then you finally actually get to see it happen in 3.
yeah,
Or 358, I mean.
The blonde-haired kid.
BHK.
Yeah, no, it's-
I am the BHK.
yeah,
But it feels so special, but it also feels so wrong.
yeah. No, absolutely. Next fight, Break 2 and Vanitas Ventus. So this is Aqua's final fight. Before like secret episode stuff. I know you said ew. I get it. Like of the Birth by Sleep fights, this is the weakest one.
It's
But
rough.
it is the weakest one. That's why it's the lowest down. But in terms of the actual fight itself and the theming of it, oh my god, it's amazing. The fact that Aqua has to turn on both of her friends, and this is the first time she does it. The break fight is fine. It's whatever. It's more so about the Vanitas fight, and it's the fact that, oh, my friend is being possessed. He's got this giant double keyblade weapon. Like, what am I supposed to do? And all she can do is beat the shit out of him with Mickey Mouse.
That's such a protagonist thing to do, though. It's like, my friend's
Beat the
possessed,
shit
I'm
out
just
of
gonna
someone with Mickey
beat
Mouse?
them.
Yep.
Well, not Mickey Mouse specifically, but
I'm just gonna knock him unconscious and figure it out later.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
The first
grab
time I
this
played
rat
this
and
game-
beat the
Yeah.
consciousness out of you.
The first time I played this game, and we see, and like Braig is there, and he's because we know that he's like allied with Xehanort,
Yeah,
and you fight
we know
him,
at
and then
this
he's like,
point, yeah.
"I was just here to waste your time," and I'm like, "Shut the fuck up! I don't need you in my life right
I
now."
don't need you in my
Well, no,
life.
he's
Get the
wasting
hell outta here.
he's wasting time because, like, by the time Braig is done, Xehanort has taken Terra's body. So
Oh,
he's
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
literally wasting your time.
He's biding time for
literally
that.
because he knows that if he's not there, Aqua will go and try and help Terra because, like, Ventus is all right. There's no Vanitas right now. At
You
least
know what that implies? That implies that Xehanort was afraid of Aqua.
absolutely.
That
I
there was a
mean-
genuine
I
chance that
mean,
she would fuck up his plans.
He kind of had good reason to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was kind of proven with the secret episode, which we will talk about that
Right.
fight. That is fight this way. Anyway, the next final fight, Ventus's final fight, is Vanitas. The one where he's fighting Vanitas outside, and then Vanitas delinks with you forcefully, and you have to expel him from your own heart.
I hate that. I hate that boss fight.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
no.
one specific mechanic.
So a lot of people don't realize like how that mechanic's supposed to work. It's if you don't use the D-links, you don't know how it works. But with the D-links, you make attacks on the enemy, and it builds up the D-link gauge. And when you do the D-link thing, it lets you do a special attack, and that special attack is what ultimately kills Vanitas.
You can miss.
You
It can miss, and you
it
have to
can
do it
miss.
again.
Yeah, it can miss.
Yeah, that's why I hate it. That's why I hate it.
I think there's like a 20% chance it can miss or something like that. It's not often, but it can miss. So I can see why like people would be frustrated by it. But like the theming of it, like you gotta admit that arena's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the disorientating colours around, like
Yeah.
Kosa, I think you wanted to talk about the next guy, Armored Ericus. And
Yeah, so 5.
This
Oh,
is
oh,
the this is the fight that's in Birth by Sleep. It's the arena fight in Land of Departure.
Yeah. And this battle is special to me for a couple reasons, but one of them can be summed up in 5 words: Master, tell me the truth. Such an amazing song.
Yeah.
Like that's playing like the entire fight.
Have you noticed that the theme is the battle theme for Land of Departure in a minor key?
Yeah. And like I love that I love that it's an arena fight, so you can like take it on. Like it's just like a little thing that makes my brain tingle. Because one, I mean, you gotta like pull out all the stops for this fight, but two, because of it being in the arena, you have to take it in your armor.
Yeah.
So it's like for me, I always fight that battle as Terra, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's like lingering will fighting the lingering ghost of Ericus, and I love that. I love that so much.
Yeah. It's a very, very good fight. Obviously, it lacks a little bit of theming because it is an arena fight, but the fact is that you can only fight him after the game has ended. Really, it does add that layer of, oh shit, no, this is Ericus's ghost. He's haunting me.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's and unlike the unknown figure of young Xehanort in that same arena, every single attack is telegraphed and telegraphed really well. So, and it's not just a case of, oh, if I just spam dodge, I'll be fine. You have to time it. And that to me adds a lot more skill than it does look, unlike the young Xehanort fight. So that's why it's as high as it is. Next, we have our next Kingdom Hearts 3 group fight. Luxord, Larxene, and Marluxia. Luxord really got the short end of the stick in this one. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
It always does.
Really? Are you sure? Do we want to talk about the fact that he single-handedly eliminates practically Mickey from the round until you release him?
Oh yeah,
He's
no, I'm
single-handedly.
no, absolutely. Like I will say, like, but in terms of like the fight itself, like Luxord got the short end because his health is like 1 bar, and his game is really easy.
You just gotta land 3 combos on him.
Yeah.
True.
It's not quite 3 combos. Like it depends on what your strength is. Sometimes you do have to do 4.
Right.
But yeah, no. Like one of the reasons why this is a lot higher than the Xigbar Riku fight is because of Larxene and Marluxia. Like their attacks are made to be like to work together. Marluxia zipping around, like spinning around the arena, and like trying like going after you, and obviously Larxene zipping around like a fucking Pikachu. Like there's a lot going on, and you can dodge all of them, but it takes a lot of skill. But yeah, Luxord definitely got the short end of the stick. He is redeemed a lot with his data fight, which we'll see soon.
Yeah, but I do like that. I just to kind of also add in there is all their lore dumping for each of their deaths is also a reason why they're up here too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like you say, the lore dumping thing. Like Larxene and Marluxia, we know why they say what they say because of the mobile game. So we're probably not going to see too much of them move forward. But Luxord, yeah, I think this is the start of his story.
Yeah.
Next, we have 3D's Xemnas. So this is Riku's.
I have no comment.
Riku's final fight, where dropping is still available. Oh no, it's not Riku's fight. It's Sora's fight. Sorry.
It's Sora's.
Sora's final fight.
I have no words. I have no comment on
So-
this because it's just a boring fight.
No, so the reason I like this fight is because Ansem feels like Riku's final boss, whereas Xemnas feels like Sora's because of the connection with Roxas. Roxas hates Xemnas, and by association, Sora also hates him. And so, having this whole situation of him, like the revelation of like, oh, you've been asleep this whole time, fuck you, and Sora trying to fight back by fighting this dream version of Xemnas. The fight is a lot more interesting than you realise. Like throwing buildings at you, yeah, he kind of does that in Kingdom Hearts 2, but like you have so much, you have so many movement abilities in Kingdom Hearts 2, like brand new stuff. Like even if you don't get glide, you'll get glide. You'll have a super jump. Your jump's lighter. Whereas with Kingdom Hearts 3D, all of the movement stuff is stuff that you've been doing throughout the game anyway. So you still have you still have to react as if you're fighting this guy mano a mano. And yeah, your movement stuff is really good, but his attacks work around the fact that your movement is really good.
Yeah.
So your movement has to be really good to actually get around him.
Man.
It just is a a better fight when it comes to the 3D stuff. There are 3D fights that are higher up, but I think this is one of the strongest ones.
Yeah.
This next one hurts me. This really does.
Really? How does this one hurt you?
Because Luxord deserved better.
Yeah, no, he did.
Luxord's got such a cool theme. Like I
Yeah.
love the gambler type. I love the time manipulation stuff, and it's very well used in his boss fight. But like he doesn't do much in the story, and like it's proven by that when he dies, he's just a mook to Xemnas in the final world, and you're like,
Right.
the Sayax, I get it. The Sayax Zigbar, I get why they're there. Like, Zigbar's kind of been taunting Sora a few times. Sayax is Xemnas' right-hand man. Why is Luxord here? Like,
Why is he just hanging around?
Yeah.
Go do something else.
He shows up in Port Royal, says some things, and then leaves.
I
The thing
think
about
Luxord would have worked better if you fought Luxord first, then Zigbar. Because
Okay. Yeah.
at least then it feels like, oh yeah, he might be a mook, but you might be able to add a couple of things to it. Whereas with Zigbar, because he's put between Zigbar and Sayax, it just feels like, oh, it's another guy.
Yeah.
Which is
It is
such
another-
Especially if you're going if you're basing this off of the original Kingdom Hearts 2, definitely if you're basing this off of original Kingdom Hearts 2. But with Final Mix adding the few extra cutscenes, it kind of
Yeah.
gives him some more
little
stuff,
more
but not
of it.
It
much.
does give him a
not
little
much.
bit more, but it's not.
the funny thing about Luxord is like out of all the organization members, he's kind of the most normal person.
Yeah, he's just
Like he's the
He's just
most
a guy.
average person.
he's just a
He's
Which
a dilf.
which in the context of Kingdom Hearts, makes him the fruitiest one. Like okay, that fell flat. But because he's got a normal haircut, right? He's the only one with like a normal haircut.
yeah.
Yeah.
He goes through the blaster, the Blizzard Blast for that blonde hair.
Yeah.
Um,
Eminem looking ass.
Our next one, and I hope that we'll be able to go through this fast enough. We might be able to finish within
Okay,
the next
okay.
hour.
Okay.
Hope.
Zaldin.
That's a big
Right.
hope.
Kingdom Hearts 2 Zaldin. I like the
The
fact.
jump-
Ayo, fuck
I-
this guy.
I
I
like.
like this right.
I like the fact that it's in a Disney world. Like,
Yeah.
we can't think of a boss fight for Beast Castle. I know. Let's make
Fuck
it the
this dude.
wind guy who can just dive off the end and
He
summon
ran
a
out of his
giant
therapist
snake
money and now he
serpent.
needs to beat up children.
I
Yeah,
also,
he's-
I also like that he is only one. I think he's the only organization member that is influencing Disney characters. He is
Yeah.
the only organization member.
Cognitive
Oh,
behavioral
yeah.
torture.
Absolutely. Plus, like, again, he's one of those sort of fights where if you've not leveled up properly, especially like Valor form or like even Master form to a little bit, it's a tough fight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's basically a more competent version of Pete who goes around trying to recruit Disney characters.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Next one is Zigbar, and like I said, Zigbar's position is Zigbar. You always feel like Zigbar is always like one step ahead of everyone else.
Jan's about to have a breakdown.
Yeah, Jan, you want to
Hop
talk
in your
about this,
hamster
don't you?
wheel and get some energy out.
No, Jan, Jan.
No.
While keeping calm, can you tell us what you think about Zigbar?
Okay. This fight is really good. Very fucking creative. Creative in a way where the stage is always changing. You have no idea what's going to happen or what's going on unless you've played the game before. And if you haven't played the game before, you better strap in because things are about to get wild. This guy, this little ceiling walking motherfucker, is a very respectable and amazing dude who's fun to fight against, especially with this one reaction command where he shoots at you, but you can like deflect the bullet from
Yeah.
multiple places where Sora literally fucking teleports.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Also,
I'm calm. I am calm.
also, I do like the fact that he can actually manipulate the arena as well.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like manipulating the arena is a really cool idea.
And it's also the first time that you're in the boss's POV for
Yeah.
a small portion.
Oh, I've realized how Luxord could have been worked in before Zigbar. So, if we ignore the grave situation, what if they found you know how like the bridge only opened because Anamine basically opened it for them. Well, I think that's how it's implied. Like someone opens the bridge from the inside, and that's how they get in, because there's just a massive chasm. What if they found a different way in, where they managed to scale part of the building, and that's where they encountered Luxord on his little platform?
He's just there waiting for them.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
When they get inside the building, that's when you get to like all of the insidey stuff.
Yeah.
You then make your way up to Xigbar, fight him in his arena, do the normal stuff. You go to the graves, and in the graves arena, that's where you actually meet Sayax, who tells you about all the fallen members.
Okay.
And basically saying like, I will not be the next one, and he then takes you to his arena from there.
Okay. Oh, okay. That'd be cool.
That would have, I think that could have worked a lot better, because like I feel like the arenas themselves are fine, but like looks like need more love. Come on, King Mars 4. Let's go.
Fuck you. Xigbar is
We
amazing.
need to see more of him.
Actually, speaking of Sayax, he's our next one. Sayax is a fun fight. Like he's the only one that in like oh no, nobodies don't have emotions. This guy does. Clearly, he has anger.
He is very angry.
He's emo. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Angry werewolf man.
Yeah. But yeah, he's just basically again. He feels a bit mooky.
He's a berserker.
This fight does feel a bit mooky. He's sort of in the way a little bit. But at least he has a bit more theming to him. Like he's been a bit of a menace the entire game.
Yeah.
Next one is Data Xemnas. So specifically the Data Xemnas fight from Kingdom Hearts 2. The reason this one is so high is because it's the only data fight that is in 2 stages. Specifically, his first fight and his final white coat fight.
Right.
No, and it's such a great distinction between the two. Obviously it's very simplified because it's just basically a recreation of the original fights, PS2 limitations. But like, oh my god, they're so fun. And obviously, like, you'll lose a lot of the theming because it's a data fight, but I feel like it doesn't need the theming.
Yeah.
It really does.
The next fight is Master Ericus from Birth by Sleep. This is Terra's fight.
This is straight up Star Wars now.
No,
Oh,
this is absolutely
Yeah.
Star Wars. I mean, the fact
Hey.
that he's voiced by Luke Skywalker as well. Fucking hell.
It
Mark Hamill.
was a fight that I definitely stumbled on a lot because I was like I haven't known you for a long time in this game, but I don't want to fight you.
Oh my
What if we
god,
just talk?
Yeah, it feels incorrect to fight him.
Let's go to therapy.
I don't want to
Suck this
fight Luke
out.
Okay, but
Skywalker.
to be fair, Ericus was being a real douche at that point.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay,
That
yeah.
I will not.
So
debate
you
with
want to
that.
kill a child? Let's
So
talk
you
about
wanna
that.
Well, whoop-de-doo.
Jan, you made it sound like it was a TED talk.
She made it sound like that. They made it sound like it was a TED Talk. I made it sound like that song from Hercules, Phil's song.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like, again, a very good fight. Let's keep going. Lag, you wanted to talk about the World of Chaos. So this is the Anthem fight specifically. Right,
All the way up to the end.
from the moment you step through that door in the final rest, all the way up to the end.
So. I will not be angry that it's so low. It's not an S tier. I won't be upset. I will stick to the fact that
Not low.
this is an amazing final boss rush from start to end. You fight Ansem. You're finally fighting Ansem after he reveals himself, to Kairi, Donald, and Goofy, and at Hollow Bastion. You fight Darkseid, sadly for a 3rd time, but it's whatever. You're like, okay, push over. Then you're by yourself you're by yourself at that point without Donald and Goofy. Like for the rest, almost half the bosses. You got Darkseid, you got Ansem 2, which is okay. You're like, okay, he's kind of pushing it. You're pushing your luck, Ansem. Stop it. But then you get to the actual end of the world. you have this giant airship battle. Like the picture on the screen does not do justice because that's just rendering for you.
Yeah.
Right.
But you go up, slap Ansem, go get Donald Goofy, kill off all his parts, and then go back and slap Ansem again, and it's an awesome ending.
Oh
to
yeah,
this
no,
series. It's an awesome.
yeah, no, it's a massive fight. It's absolutely amazing.
Also, plus for the guy that's the evil dude from Titanic is also a plus that he voices Ansem. So yes, Steph. I forgot his name, but yes.
Oh,
Yep.
I
Billy
forgot his
Zane.
name.
Billy Zane.
Yes, Billy Zane. Yes, Billy Zane.
Yeah, no, the only reason it's as low as it is, it's just that there's a lot of fights that are a lot better than it, and
You know,
it does go on for a lot longer than it needs to. Like
I know,
it really should have started. It really should have started at the like when
I
you,
think
if they did the original Ansem fight on the beach, and then immediately cut to the World of Chaos stuff, I think that would have been a lot better. It would have been a lot stronger. No Darkseid 3, no solo like Ansem fight. Just like, I'm going to fight you on your home turf. Oh no, I've lost. Let me bring you to my realm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree.
Let's move on to the actual last coded fight. Roxas. Data Roxas, I think we have. So we're not actually sure if this is actual Roxas or a data version of him.
It's I believe it's Data.
Yeah.
The reason Data Roxas is this high is because you know how a lot of people put like a lot of weight into the Roxas fight in Kingdom Hearts 2. Like this is Roxas like trying to earn himself back. This is the fight where Roxas does not give a shit and is just trying to hurt Sora. That is the only thing that he's trying to do. And
Sora's just like, man, I'm just
Yeah.
enjoying life, and Rox
Yeah.
is like, fuck you! I ain't ever
Right,
enjoyed life!
Pretty
Die!
much. Yeah. So yeah, the website. Just I was looking at the Kingdom Hearts wiki. They do call him Data Roxas.
it is Data
Kingdom
Roxas.
Hearts wiki.
Okay, that's good. So yeah, it's just a representative of Russia that absolutely hates
Russia.
Sora. I just stumbled on the words. It's fine.
Okay.
No, this is a version of Roxas that absolutely hates that Sora exists over him. It's like, why is it your life over mine? It's like, fuck you. I'm going to and as he says, I'm going to show you what real hurt feels
Real
like.
hurt feels like.
Yeah.
Like this.
He is the
just wanna
Sephiroth
cause you
to Sora's
pain.
cloud. And
This is the angriest fight in the entire franchise, and it's from the fucking mobile DS game.
Oh yeah.
Like, what the
They love to do
fuck?
that.
Actually, no, this fight wasn't in the mobile game. It was just in Recoded. That's
gonna
why.
say,
They didn't
I was
finish the
gonna say,
mobile
I
game before they made the remake.
Yeah, I was gonna say I consider Recoded to basically be like coded Final
The traditional.
essentially.
yeah,
like
yeah.
the traditional,
I'm fairly sure, like, Sora's Heartless was the final boss of the original mobile game.
Yeah.
And they added the extra stuff as for the DS. But
Recoded.
another detail that I like is that all of the attacks that Roxas does in Coded are all of the attacks that you would do if you were playing as him in Days.
Oh.
So when you
they
do-
probably just ported him over.
Yeah, when you do the double wielding thing against Riku, like all of the attacks he's doing are your attacks. It's like fucking hell. It's a very, very strong fight. Next one is the final boss of 3D Armored Ventus Nightmare.
Another final boss that doesn't really feel like a final boss.
Well,
Yeah.
this one is very much like Ventus's heart trying to protect Sora. Like, there's a lot of darkness going on, a lot of nightmare stuff going on, and Sora's heart has just gone into lockdown mode. And Ventus's armor and Ventus's heart is helping with that. And that's what it feels like. It feels like this is Ventus trying to protect Sora from anything. Even if Riku is his best friend. It's
It just the placement of when you fight him. Yeah, it should have been early, like maybe before whatever the boss was before that one. It just doesn't. It literally does not feel like the final
no,
boss.
it makes way more thematic sense that it's at the end.
Yeah,
Like,
thematically yes, but
I don't mind Kingdom Hearts not having like powerful final bosses if it thematically makes sense. Like take the Sora Heartless thing encoded. Like Sora's Heartless is a pretty tough fight, and it is supposed to be your final boss. But then you have all the extra stuff with Data Roxas and all that. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Replica Xehanort group fight. So this is when you're playing as all of the keykeepers, or the Keyblade wielders. When you're flying in the air in Remind, and you're surrounded by the 13 replicas of Xehanort.
Yes.
Yeah,
All
that's
the fans.
This
And-
fight's
Yeah.
so good.
And
this is...
it also includes the Mickey bit at the end.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god, yes.
Gosh, dramatic as
Lord.
mouse.
Pure cinema.
Yes. It is.
Absolute cinema.
That was
Roxas
the
and
Disney side
Ventus
games coming
actually
out.
get to talk.
Seeing
should
Tara
have
and
online.
Riku interact was great.
Yeah,
It's fully like just a movie in game form, but it's so like
Yeah.
satisfying.
absolutely. And obviously, like the tiny details of like the triangle attacks being names of Riku, like the famous one is Riku and Terra being called Successor. Like,
Oh my god, yes.
and it's-
I love the
so good.
Aqua and Shion being like healers and defenders in the
Yeah,
middle.
but it feels
Loved
what
it.
what it feels
And
like
Mickey.
is like obviously you go to each character individually, and then obviously you're attacking with everyone. Like you attack individually, and then when you get to the support guys in the middle, it feels like you're actually playing as the entire group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
so well
cool.
done, and then obviously the Mickey stuff is just dramatic as fuck. Like, that is pure fan service because you
As you're
can't,
sitting there thinking for a second,
Yeah.
like, wait, are they gonna kill Mickey?
you can't,
No, they wouldn't do
yeah,
that.
you can't die in that section. So you always
Oh, really? I thought you could.
I'm pretty sure I did at one point.
you can get knocked down to 1 health, but like
No, you can die.
you can die.
I think it's happened.
I don't think
I'm
ever
pretty
done.
sure.
I've
Maybe
never.
I was in critical mode, I think, and I died.
They
Oh.
might have changed it for critical mode, but like for standard mode, I'm fairly sure you just get knocked down.
Okay. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure
I'm sure someone in the comments will tell us. Right, we're gonna speed run the next few because
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah, 'cause
it's a
this
lot
is
of
all the
data
same.
fights.
Yeah.
So we have we've basically tiered this in terms of like which ones are the best fights. Like there's no theme into these. These are all the data fights.
let's just
Except for
speedrun
a
these.
couple. Skip.
Hold
You may
on.
want to
So-
skip to 23.
Yeah, so we
Let's
have
speedrun these and let's just say mid or peak depending on how we
okay,
feel.
Data Luxord.
Mid.
Okay, Data Zigbar.
Mid.
Eh,
Data Marluxia.
Peak.
peak.
Data Larxene.
Oh wait, these are based off the 3 guys. Oh yeah, these are off 3. I
These are all
forgot.
the 3 fights.
Um,
Yeah, 3.
Peak.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
Yeah, these are
Data
so.
Larxene.
So the reason these
Larxine's
fights,
pretty good.
yeah, the reason the 3 fights were a lot higher is because they actually reworked all of their AI to be better fights.
Yeah, they're very different.
Plus, they all got their own original music. Every single one of them has their own unique song.
Yep.
Yeah.
Except
Data
Venus.
Larxene is mid.
Data Syax. I had to use that picture.
Peak.
Made.
You'll see the Syax picture in a second. Data Vanitas.
Mid.
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 Data Master Xehanort.
Peak.
Peak.
Okay, high mid, low
Yeah.
peak.
We are gonna slow down a little bit because these ones aren't the data fights. This is Master Xehanort. So this is the oh god, which one was this?
It's like the armored fight where he like messes with the stage.
Yes, that's
Is it not?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
It's the 3-stage
Yeah.
fight. It's the 3-stage fight. So this
With,
is
with the replicas,
yeah, so
and then with
this is the replicas plus the 3-stage fight. We have separated the Master Xehanort and the final Master Xehanort fights because the data fights do. So there is a distinction between those 2 fights, even though there really shouldn't be. But yeah, this is the replicas fight and the Go Armored fight. And yeah, though the fact that it uses like land, air, and sea as its battle arenas is really cool, and also to make up the fact that the underwater stuff is okay. They add in Daybreak Town as an Easter egg.
Yes,
And
it's in the
then,
back.
and then you find out from Remind, that little fortune teller thing that tells you the history.
Yeah.
That that's the reason why you're seeing it.
Yeah.
Because it just flipped upside down.
Yeah, and obviously you find
Yeah.
yeah,
Dude, insane.
and you do also find out that in the original, in the mobile games, that Scarlet Island was built on the ruins of Daybreak Town.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we get into the final Master Xehanort. These pictures are the wrong way around. They should have been the other way around.
It's okay.
We do.
Yeah, final Master Xehanort. This is the. Oh, you know what it is? No, this is everything. This is everything, including the Keyblade fight.
Oh well, then what was the other one?
The final Master Xehanort. This is the one where he's fighting with Kairi.
Oh. So real quick, going back on the
Go back
the
to this
Master
one.
Xehanort.
Go back to
So that one, with the final boss of the main game, I do like the fact that canonically Sora dies. That is a canonical moment of time.
Yeah. I do like that also with the Keyblade, like, they bring back the idea of extracting someone's light. So Xehanort steals Sora's light and turns him into anti-Sora.
The rage form.
The rage form, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they did make the distinction, like Nomura was saying, like, oh, is rage form the same as anti-form? No, it isn't,
No, they're
because
different.
anti-form is specifically a heartless Sora, whereas rage form is Sora with all of his light extracted, which apparently is different for some reason.
Oh, no.
But yeah, no, we get onto the final fight. So this is the Kairi fight, which, oh my god, the fact that you can play with and as Kairi is enough to put this up here.
Incredible. Peak.
Why is it only happened now?
Hearts.
Right.
And then the reaction command with them having the rings. It's like one ring angel moment.
Yeah.
I need more Sora and Kairi things with them just being
Or
able
even
to
just
play with them,
Kairi.
at least being to get
More
Where is
Kairi.
A proper Kairi game. No more, you asshole.
Right. Yeah, closest thing we got was that rhythm game, which
And even
That
then,
did not
Kairi
count.
Even then, Kairi turned into Sora.
Yeah, she was robbed
How
of a
many
personal
times?
moment.
How many times do you actually play as Kairi in Melody of Memory?
Don't.
zero times.
Yeah.
Zero. I'm sorry, you gotta ruin that.
I'm being yelled at by my roommate, so I'm just gonna introduce the guys, and then you guys can talk about them. Keep it short though, okay? We'll talk.
Who's
Keep
next?
these short.
Yeah, we'll. Next one is Kingdom Hearts 2 Sephiroth.
Perfect.
Traumatized me.
Perfect.
Sephiroth fucking traumatized me. Whenever I hear his theme song, I immediately start looking for Triangle. I don't want to die again.
But it is top tier perfect. You go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, no.
You're good.
Or no, yeah. No, I mean,
No, you're good. No, you're good. No, you're good.
Okay, so here, real quick, all I was gonna say is the fact that basing this off of the original Kingdom Hearts 2 before Final Mix, you had to get your growth abilities up to even get a chance of surviving him. So it takes everything that you learned from the game just to beat him. It is amazing, top tier.
Mhm.
When I was a kid, I managed to beat him without having any growth abilities. It was very difficult, but I managed to do it. So it is
You were
possible.
unique. You were unique. You were
Yeah,
unique.
it's definitely a
I
test
remember-
of your skills. Yeah.
I remember getting to this point in the game when I was very tiny, and I went to my brother and I was like, I can't beat Sephiroth, and he went in and he was like, how do you have none of your skills equipped? And I, being the dumb baby that I was like, what skills? I still haven't beat him. I need to kill this man.
The next one.
Yeah. Next one is
Data Dark Riku.
Data Dark Riku. This is
You put that one above all the other Data ones?
where?
His is a
no,
good
there's
boss
more.
fight. Compared to the other ones, his is a good boss
What
fight.
what
compared to the other
what,
ones.
what is this picture?
Oh wait, which one is it? Hang on,
You
is this
chose
the one I
them.
did?
I
Is this
did-
one? No, I helped him. I helped him.
I didn't do this one.
Rose said, I did
Let me-
this.
I gotta see it. Oh, that's because it was not a good render and I couldn't find another one, so I was like, oh, I'm just gonna take this one. So I think this is coded or Days, one of the two.
Oh my god.
But yeah, Data Dark Riku. Yeah, it's just a better. It is one of the better
I
data
can
fights.
count the pixels on this
Um,
boy.
Xemnas. This is Final Xemnas. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, no, this is not Final Xemnas.
This is solo Xemnas.
This is Solo Xemnas.
Yeah,
That's
the
nice.
reaction commands for this one, I feel like really made the battle for me. Like, you know,
How
running up
old
and
were
down.
you when you
Oh.
realized it was more than
Oh,
one?
good.
Oh,
Huh?
it took me a couple years to find that
Oh
out.
yeah.
Yeah, it took me a bit
For
too.
sure.
Couple runs.
Patience does
Yes.
not run in my family.
The
Oh yeah,
Xemnas
it was-
and the tower is so good.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's very good. Very good fight.
We'll speed run the next few because they're all the data fights. So we have
Yeah.
Data
Yep, yep, yep.
we have Data Xemnas from 3,
Peak.
top tier.
Peak.
Yeah.
Peak.
Data Terra Xehanort.
Also
Peak.
peak.
We have Data Young Xehanort.
Way better than his 3D. Way
Mm.
better than his
Really
3D
like
game.
it.
Way
Really
better
like
than his
that.
3D game.
Infuriating peak.
And the final A tier, Data Ansem.
Top
Mid,
tier.
mid actually.
Top tier.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, I was not a
consider
huge
it
fan of this one.
Ooh,
Okay.
You don't
I
like
say
Come
hi,
Guardian?
Come Guardians!
Come Guardian!
No, my problem with it, I think, is there's oh shit. It's been a while since I played 3,
It's been a while.
but it's been a while. First of all, I appreciate that he's using like all the magic attacks. I really wish that double bladed Soul Eater halberd that he uses in his final form in the first game. I wish that came back.
Oh,
I wish
yeah,
he
true.
used that again. I also felt like there are some attacks that were really difficult to figure out how to avoid and like work through. And it was
Oh
just,
yeah.
it was
Figuring
a
out the
tricky fight
timing.
for me. Yeah, it was a
Figuring out the
tricky
timing on this fight
Um,
is so rewarding.
Yeah. We are moving on to the bottom of the S tier, and
last year.
I can't.
Yeah.
I am. I can't gush about this one because it's too late. So we're gonna have
Yeah.
to.
Oh,
You guys are gonna have to
Oh,
gush
no.
for me. This is
All right,
This is
one is peak Disney.
Pete.
Disney fight.
Pete 2 from Twilight.
Timeless
Timeless River. Timeless
Timeless
River.
River.
Yeah, no, this was
Yeah.
this is really cool
Ooh,
how they
if I remember-
transition through all the different areas. Or no,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes, yes,
I
yes,
remember,
yes,
that was this one. That was this one.
Adam, one of the points I remember you wanted to put on is that the Pete that you're initially fighting, that's not your only threat. Your other threat is the Pete that is also on your team, which can hurt you.
Yep.
Yes. I remember
can?
finding that out the hard
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whenever he like slams on the ground and stuff, or even
But then you can
attacks.
use them to your advantage. instead
Yeah,
of
but the
others.
theming of this boss fight is top tier Disney.
Yeah.
Top tier Disney, like
Yeah.
old style Disney.
Is.
Yeah, that being
Yeah.
said,
Also,
even though
I
he
love
can
that
hurt
it
you, you can hurt
ends-
him.
It ends on the platform that like bounces up and down because that has the reaction command you can like wallop him with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, it's so good. At
Go
It
ahead.
is
that stage.
pure comedy. This fight. It's also the only fight in the entire franchise that feels like a proper three-way fight.
Yeah.
It's
Mm.
so good. The
It's
next-
also the only fight
yeah.
that feels like Pete is actually a
Yeah.
formidable threat.
The
Yeah.
next one is Kingdom Hearts 3's Vanitas, where you're playing as Aqua.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So, yeah, so
Lag, you
Vinny
wanted this
Winnie.
one?
Vinny Winnie.
Vinny
Anyway, so no, this is a good boss fight, especially because you're back at the land of departure and it's in all of its glory. The fact that you're finally seeing Roxas, because that whole reveal of it being Castle Oblivion was mind-boggling to begin with.
Hmm.
But just the fact that Aqua is the one that you're using for this boss fight. You can use her. What is it? Dream Reaver moves. All the spells that she has from Breath by Sleep is back. It's a good theming boss fight, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
We'll move on again. Cello, you wanted to talk about this one. No Heart.
Yes.
From Birth
So
by Sleep.
this is another fight that was toned down between the PSP version and the re-release, because the PSP version, at 100%, was designed for 3 people to fight him at once. Like you are not meant to take him on solo. You're meant to have 3 party members that are like working together to fight him, because he has a bunch of attacks that you can't really like work through. It's very relentless, and it's like he'll attack and you block it and he'll immediately move on to something else. It is designed for one player to distract him while other players hit him from behind. That is how you're supposed to fight him.
Ooh.
But because they removed multiplayer in the remake, they lowered his health bar and they made him deal slightly less damage.
Yeah.
But even
and
that
it's
on its
still-
own, it still feels like a fair fight.
It still has the effect of like you have to kind of spam moves to get through him. I
Yeah.
think
Mm.
you have to be kind of lucky in how you
Yeah.
time things.
Kingdom
So
Hearts is
I
only raid boss.
I enjoyed this fight in the original game because it's clearly designed for multiplayer, and there's very few other fights that have that in mind. So
But even
True.
even the remake is still like very well put together. Like like that's like I'm basing this purely on the remake version, and even I think like it's still a very very good fight.
it's one of those fights that I have lost to him when
Yeah.
he was at 1 HP. So it's like you
Yeah.
can't let up at
Yeah,
all.
Damn. There is
the-
no rest.
The next one is Terra Xehanort. Again, playing as Aqua. This is the secret mission fight.
Yes.
The one in Radiant Garden, which again, this is pure theming. Like it's a very very good fight already. Like he has a lot of unique attacks, but this is purely like Aqua trying to get her friend back.
Of course.
I really hope my voice is coming through on the stream. I have no
It is.
idea.
It is.
Oh, I guess.
Coming
it
through
is.
on Discord.
Yeah, Discord's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, theming wise, this is really really strong.
You're a little
Very good.
quiet on this.
I
on
know
the
I
stream.
am, but there's nothing I can do.
He has
I
to
know.
It
be.
has to
I know. I was thinking you could like turn it up in your thing.
I
or
know,
whatever, I don't know.
but no.
I mean, hang on,
gotta be
I
a
probably could.
support.
Hang on. Let me turn the gain up. I'm gonna turn the gain up a
Do
little
I gotta?
bit.
Do
Nope,
I have
this
to
is-
ask
that's
favorite
volume.
color questions again? Oh, okay.
No, that's the
But yeah, Terra Xehanort is a very, very nice boss fight, like special
Yeah.
boss fight.
Very, very good boss fight.
all right. The next one is
Oh, yeah.
this is the
Go ahead.
Vanitas Master Xehanort Terra Xehanort fight in Birth by Sleep. So this is Terra's final fight.
Terra's. Go ahead,
This
Kosa.
one nasty.
Ah, yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah, so that this fight to me is like extremely special. Like just in terms of like theming. You know, I know we've talked about theming with a lot of fights, but like I like that this is the like climax of Terra's whole journey. Like he realizes how far he's been manipulated. He realizes that a lot of what's happening is kind of his fault.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to make up for it in every way he can. And he like to the point where he's not even gonna let his body getting stolen stop him from setting things right. And like I love that, like, you have this like everything feels so futile in that fight. Like Birth by Sleep is a tragedy, really, and like it just feels futile because you're fighting Vanitas and Xehanort, and it's kind of like, they weren't really like trying their best against you even then. And then like when you're trying to like save your friends, or when Terra's trying to save his friends, even then he can't do anything because Xehanort's just constantly in his way, and that pushes him to his breaking point, which is unfortunately what Xehanort wanted in the long run anyways. But it's just the whole thing just feels so futile, and I'm a sucker for tragedies
We
like that.
are hopeless.
Yeah.
Yay.
The next one at position 11 is just missing out of the top 10 is Demon Tide from 0.2.
Yeah, I hated this one, especially it's really hard and difficult on easy. Honestly, like it is a difficult fight.
I would argue that this is one of the better fights because you're teamed up with Mickey, and it's the first time you fight this thing. Like it's a little bit stale by the time you fight it in Kingdom Hearts 3, but like it's the fact that you have unique attacks to it with the chain stuff, and it's also the reason why Aqua is forced to stay in the Realm of Darkness, because she's the one fending it off, protecting Sora and Riku.
Yeah.
Right.
It's also the reason why Mickey loses his shirt.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, no, I the reason it's up this high is because, again, this is another theming thing. It's a very, very good fight. Like, the first time you fight the Demon Tide is so much fun, and I feel like if this was actually not a tech demo, and actually the prequel, like the actual tutorial stage of Kingdom Hearts 3, we wouldn't have got this guy in Twilight Town.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Which would mean that this is our game's dark side.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Okay, next, and I think Jan, you want to talk about this one. Number 10 is... Let me introduce him. Is Axel.
Our boy.
This is the...
I get to talk about Axel again! This fight hurts! This fight fucking hurts! Just the rage in Axel's voice from the start of the fight to the end of the fight. Even at the end when he's kind of like depressed about it. But like the entire thing being set on fire, the reaction commands of him just kind of going into that fire and coming out with a death wish. Just it's so good. And also Roxas with the fucking 2 keyblades. Two. It's so good. It feels so good. It's the only time you can use them in Kingdom Hearts 2, but still, it hurts.
It hurts.
Okay.
It hurts.
Should we keep going then?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I love you, Axel.
Okay.
Daejeon's good.
The next one is Data Xion.
Daejeon's good.
Xion?
Yeah.
Xion?
With a ZH?
Xion?
Xion.
Shun.
Okay, to be fair,
Very,
Axel says it weird.
Yeah, it's a very.
Well, yeah, he does. He says Xion.
Yeah. It is a very good fight though. The Data version of that. Because what? Yeah, this is like the second time in the entire series that you get to fight Xion, isn't it?
Yeah.
When's the first time?
358.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, her
that's not
actual
her.
fight. What?
Well, no. I mean, like again, like playing as Roxas.
Yeah, but I'm saying when at what point? Because the final boss is not her. I mean, not her actual like human form.
Well, right, but I mean,
It's
like
still
the second
her.
time you get to like
I
fight
guess.
her
Yeah, it's
in
still
general.
technically-
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking human form. I was like, wait,
She
when?
hasn't been like when we get like a game where she's a playable character again as a full person, we'll get to see like what her actual moveset is like, and then you can compare that to boss fights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But for
It's
now,
so
this Data Xion like is really, really cool. Like, you know how you had characters like Zexion who would mess with your cards and
Cards.
or like the unknown figure who would mess with your command deck. Xion messes with your maximum health,
Yep.
Yeah.
which no other boss does, and that's kind of fucked up.
Which is an insane thing to see
Yeah.
for the first time.
Excuse me.
Next one is Vanitas and Terra Xehanort.
I love this fight.
Ooh,
I love the music.
Yes.
I love
yes,
that we start with this like dramatic version of the Organization 13 theme.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like over this
so good.
this like driving
Yeah.
cello section.
Yeah.
It's dude, and then it slowly evolves into Rage Awakened.
Mm.
Dude, it's
Right.
brilliantly staged fight, and
Heart
the fact that
was
it's Vanitas and Terra Xehanort together, like
Mm-hmm.
the kind of two different versions of Aqua's closest friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No,
It's
definitely.
it's a fantastically set up.
Yeah,
And obviously-
Heart was racing for this, yeah.
And obviously, like the huge reveal at the end that the Shadow Guardian, or as someone in the comments said,
Marcus!
the Cum Guardian. Oh, is Ian? Where's Marcus? Where's
A
Marcus?
little late.
Y'all thought I'd miss it.
So
You did.
No. Listen, I'm in the stream right now. I know what's coming up next.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Y'all thought I was gonna miss that?
But
So,
okay.
real quick, I just wanted to kind of go over like with this. I definitely enjoyed this boss of these two as a whole because this is an amazing theme for them. The setting, the pacing of like Knights were fighting both of them together, and Aqua and Vin are practically having anxiety right now. What am I to do? And so basically the whole. It all builds up to the end of both their bosses, specifically Terra Nort's, because the fact that okay, my jaw dropped when I found out that come Guardian was Terra. I was like, wait,
Oh.
hold up, what?
that.
I immediately called one of my friends. I was like, I told you. I told you.
Wasn't it? It was a fan theory originally, and I
Yeah.
felt like they made it canon in like to honor. that.
Really? Really?
I-
Really?
There was a couple years before 3 came out. There was this fan theory video about like this person who's like, I think the Guardian is actually Terra, like trapped, and I thought they made it
yeah.
canon to reference that.
I've been saying that since 3D because there was like some little bits of that.
No,
I would have no clue.
I was slapped in the face when that happened. I was like, wait, what? Hold up, what?
Huh?
I've been fighting Terra since
Excuse
Kingdom Hearts 1?
Right.
Crazy.
All right.
All right,
All
let's
right.
Sorry,
let's
go ahead.
Time.
let's keep going. Marcus, Marcus,
Let's
can you
give them
say
the floor.
Marcus, can you say something for me?
Sorry, but I don't lose.
No,
Oh my God.
not that. I'm trying
Oh
to.
gosh.
I'm trying to test your microphone. Can you put your volume down a little
Oh,
bit?
yeah.
Put
Quiet.
it down.
There you go. That's fine. That's fine. All right.
Okay.
The next guy is Yuzora. Go on then, Marcus.
I wasn't gonna miss my boy here. So personally, I think one of the most deserving of the top 10 spots. I would personally put him at number 1, but that's personal bias. Come on, it's Yuzora. This is the only time in the Kingdom Hearts series where don't you dare lie to me. You lost this fight on your first try.
Yeah.
Leon is different. Leon, you
Nobody
probably
claimed otherwise.
Leon,
Who's
you know,
Oh.
Leon / Squall. You know, there were some that won, some that didn't. It depended on how old you were, old you were going into the fight, if you were prepared. The Jaguar, Sabor, like he was one of the
Yeah.
ones that you could optionally lose, and Cloud. Other than that, you've never really had any bosses that you could lose, but even then, the story continued. Here, the story ends, and you get a pre-rendered cutscene. They went all in. They're like, you're gonna lose to this guy, and you're just gonna have even more questions. Nomura is amazing.
Yeah.
But this guy is the only person in my mind that has canonically beaten Sora like it was nothing. The novelization of KH3 actually has Yuzora winning. So to have Remind come to an end, you beat all of the data organization, and then this guy just shows up, a guy that you saw for 2 seconds earlier in the Verum Rex trailer in Toy Box.
Mhm.
It's crazy, and then it's not just a crazy optional boss. No, there's lore here. He takes you to Quadra, and I could sit here for 35 minutes talking about several theories that I have on that.
Yeah.
But this guy shows up, and he is the only person in the series to just steal a Keyblade.
Right.
Yeah.
And not just the Keyblade, but your magic as well.
You can
So
steal your
this
Koopa
dude,
coin as well.
there's just so much to this
Let's
guy.
steal your Koopa coin.
There was a walking question mark. Yes, he steals the coin too.
Yup.
Yeah.
So imagine you're playing this for the first time. You're finally getting a grip on it. And you're like, yes, I'm about to beat him. You beat him. And this dude just... and just gets right back up. You thought...
You're just like, ha, don't you worry, I can get back up. He's like, no, you can't. What
And
do you
the
mean? I got
ultimate
my.
ending to the boss fight, regardless of how you look at it, it ends in the same spot. It ends with Yuzora in the car, reciting the very
I've been
first
having
lines
these strange
of
thoughts
Kingdom
lately.
Hearts.
Yeah.
Like,
Reference.
is
As
any
the
of this for
final line.
real or not?
We started
References.
the Xehanort saga or the Dark Seeker saga with
The same.
with those lines, and now we're ending with the exact same lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That means
yeah.
whatever his role is in the next game, they need to really deliver on like the story element.
They need to do
Yeah.
him better than they did Riku in KH3.
I feel like
Go ahead.
other bosses are terrifying as far as like theming goes and the story. This one's just terrifying to the player. Like,
Yeah.
This one wants to kill you.
And I think
don't
they
like
do
him.
that on purpose because it's such a disorienting fight because there's so much going on. The dude's goated, and I like Yuzora, by the way. Like it's such a disorienting fight, and I feel like the theming of that fits even more beautifully because, as we know, Sora initially thought, "Oh, well, cool, I saved Kairi. I guess I'll die now," and now he not only wakes up in the final world, but is then suddenly somehow transported to Quadratum, and has this guy that's saying, "Hey, I'm here to save you. Don't resist."
Marcus,
Please do not resist.
Marcus, as much as I would happily listen to you talk about Yuzora for the next hour, I do have
That's
to
a
go
lie.
I do have to go to sleep. So
We gotta muzzle you.
We've been here
We
for
gotta
10
muzzle you.
hours.
Put the leash on. Put the leash on.
yeah,
No, you can't do this. You can't.
Down, boy! Enough!
so let's talk about our next guy at 6th position, Lingering Will.
It's a special boss. It's a special boss. I have
Here.
no words.
This is someone that
Ever.
like
I still haven't actually beat him.
I still have trouble
Scary.
against him. I've beaten him, but I still have trouble against him.
I've only cheesed him. I've never
Yeah, I've
properly
cheesed
fought
him.
him.
Yeah. Are we moving straight to the next one then? Oh, fuck.
Yeah. We really.
Yeah,
don't have
no, no,
We're
excellent boss. No, no.
established. This one's scary.
Kingdom Hearts 2 Roxas.
Ooh.
I was
An incredibly bold move.
I was
Add a single mandatory fight in the final mix version, and to make it Roxas of all people.
I was so happy to finally get to face that boss when Final Mix came stateside because, like, you know, up until then I'd only seen YouTube videos of people playing.
real.
them.
When I first saw the Roxas boss fight online, as a strapping young lad, I was like, "What? Where is this in the game?" Because I'd played in
That's wrong
BKH2
setting?
so many times. Yeah, it's like, what did I do wrong?
I remember
Where-
wandering
where
around
is this
in the
from
base
me?
game trying to figure out if there was a way to open the Cavern of Remembrance. In
Same,
base game.
same.
So I was like, no, I have to know if these are
I kept,
here.
like trying to like
Let
clip
me
through the
in!
wall and
Let
everything.
Let me
Oh
in.
my God. But anyways, so yes, Roxas is a good boy. We can actually steal his Keyblade and then just cheese him the whole time with it without it getting back to
No,
him.
we steal
Yeah.
Roxas's Keyblade, Yozora steals our Keyblade. Insane.
no.
Yeah.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
There's
Um,
no
anyway,
connection. It's
let's-
just a
so
coincidence.
many
Move on.
things.
Let's
Anyway.
But at
move
least
on-
Roxas can still defend himself, unlike that.
Yes, he can.
Unlike that chump Sora.
Yeah,
Let's
guys,
let's move on to our next one. 4th position, Xion
Xion.
from Days.
Even more pain.
Had to,
Yeah,
had to,
this
had
is
to
the
play
who's
part
gonna
of-
eat ice cream with me?
yeah, had
I
to
lo-
play this boss
Out of
fight through my
context,
tears.
hilarious. In context,
Listen, no, you
heartbreaking.
don't get it. You don't
Mhm.
get it. You don't get it.
Every
I think
time
that's
I
the only
hear
thing that
somebody
matters for friendship
say-
to this boy.
Yeah.
That's all he knows.
Anytime I
That's
ever
his
hear
only frame of
somebody
reference
say
to
about
friendship. That's
Yeah,
his only
anytime-
frame of reference.
Yeah,
if I ever
had to
hear
play this-
somebody say that's such a dumb line, I'm always ready to swing on them.
Yeah,
It makes
I-
me
Yeah.
immediately
Yeah, it's like
violent.
you
Yeah,
don't
I had to
understand.
play this
You
fight
don't know
through
what
my
I've been
tears.
through.
I don't. I like.
You don't know
I-
the things I've seen, the trenches I've been in.
So the boss fight itself, opening up to the fact that that face reveal of Xion be like, "Hey, I'm actually Sora for real," is amazing. And then the
Crazy.
boss actually it takes you to all the different worlds you've been to for the fights is
Yeah.
This is worlds you
Xion
have visited
pulling
with
up like
Shion.
I'm literally him.
yes,
Mhm.
yes,
Yeah,
World's
yeah,
really
yeah.
original Xion.
Wait, no, was Shion ever in Wonderland?
No, she wasn't.
Yeah.
Not
No,
with
no?
not with you. Not
Not
with
with
you.
Roxas.
right, yeah, that's
in there.
okay.
She's in
Right,
there.
right, right.
But you do see one of the devices that you yourself placed in Agrabah. And that's kind of the moment where you, the player, see the full extent of like how much
What
the
you-
organization has set up this point of like
Yeah.
Roxas and Shion being pitted against each other.
Right.
Mhm.
Dude.
We,
I'm already half Xehanort.
This is the only one.
And then Vector to the Heavens is an incredible track. We don't even need to-
Oh, it makes me
Um,
cry.
Oh, we're almost
We-
there. We're almost there.
we're moving
so
on.
close.
We're
So
moving on.
close. We're so close.
We're
Top
mov-
three.
We're moving on to the top 3.
Bronze medal.
Give me a
What's our
chance, guys.
These are Adam's
We're
takes.
excited.
We're excited.
No, so
We should
You guys
probably,
have been here
we
for
should
like
probably-
6 hours.
No, so-
Shut up.
Yeah,
yeah, so
Right, so top
so
three.
the reason I put my name here was because of the original format of the video. We weren't planning on doing this as a live stream. It is now. So you guys can talk about these, but the one that gets the 3rd position is the Ansem, Xemnas, and young Xehanort fight from 3, the Naught Court.
Nordcourt.
Yes.
Los tres de Nortes.
The second I heard Xehanort say, "If you can survive that long," and then like the whole like boss music.
Dude, it's so epic.
So to fight all 3 of the final bosses at at once was
Man.
insane.
I will
So
say,
cool.
Wild.
canonically, my boss pattern canonically is beating young Xehanort Force because when you finish him off, he is a douche and a dick through and through. So basically, he does not care.
Damn, he's
When
both.
you then my next one is Xemnas, only because he
Yep.
he does feel remorse. He's like, okay, I did do wrong. I'm somewhat sorry of the people I basically manipulated.
I guess I'm
then-
sorry.
But then the Ansem
Ansem,
made me
oh
cry.
my
Ansem
God.
made me cry
Dude.
because I felt
Yeah.
so bad for him. He
Yeah.
understood. He was like, no, I fucked up. I
Yeah,
fucked up
yeah,
majorly.
he's like,
Man.
he's like,
And
that's
you-
been
and you're
working
like-
How'd I
from
get
the
here?
beginning, dog.
Yeah, and he's like, I was like, Ansem, no, I don't want you to die now. No.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
one and
Wait,
only
we're so
gripe.
close.
My one and only gripe with this boss fight is
mhm.
simply like I love that it's you fighting alongside Riku and Mickey. It's very
Yeah.
fitting, especially considering all three of them had something to do with Sora and
Yes.
Riku.
Mhm.
But my one gripe is that I would have loved to bring back reaction commands for this one fight, just to get a
yeah.
bunch
Oh,
of
yeah.
cool team attacks between Sora,
Mhm.
Riku, and Mickey.
Yeah.
There should have been more of that in
Definitely.
general.
Because
I
it
mean,
really
the
just
way
kind of
the
bugged
legs
me
go,
that
ways are going.
that Riku and Mickey, for whatever reason, just get swept away several times
Yeah.
mid-fight.
Yeah, and I mean, like the
So it
gosh,
feels like a Sora carry
yeah.
again.
And I either way, just like also having the music Forza finale, like that,
It's so good.
Right.
it's
Dude,
a matchup of
incredible
all
music.
three of
So
their
good.
themes.
Yeah, the tornado.
all of them
Oh,
together.
Xehanort summoning the
works so
tornadoes.
Yeah,
I
like
think-
I listen to that every once in a while when I'm driving, when I just want my
Mm.
drive to be just that much more entertaining. Just
No, yeah. Those boss battles specifically are really, really good, but the thematics afterwards is what
Yeah.
what pops it out.
Shall
The bit
we-
about I just one more thing.
Yeah,
The
go
bit with Xemnas, I'm trying to remember the order that I beat them in the first time. It
Mhm.
might have been Xemnas, Young Xehanort, Ansem, but
Okay.
Xemnas, the idea of like when Sora kills them and like destroys their present day body, that it like
Mhm.
reconnects them to their emotions and to like as their heart becomes untethered and they suddenly feel like their old memories and things. And Xemnas, who has no memories prior to becoming a nobody,
Mhm.
like he has been an empty shell his whole life, for him to say the first thing I've felt in years and it's loneliness.
mhm.
Yeah,
That fucking struck me so
that
hard.
That hurt.
That's, yeah, that's why I did him second. That's why I told him second.
No.
Because that.
Yeah. So shall
Go ahead.
we?
Go ahead.
Shall we now move on to our silver medal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
And-
bronze.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was bronze. That was bronze. This is silver. Drum roll,
Ooh,
please.
ooh, can
Yeah.
I talk about this one for like a second?
Well,
Yes.
yeah. Well, I'll hype it up for people who are watching. But yeah, our silver medal goes to Riku, specifically the second Riku fight from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Hey, Casa, we made it to top
Boys,
2,
they don't
buddy.
know.
Yeah.
I did it! All right,
All right.
I have a slight story with this one because this was the first boss battle. I'm tired.
Final
Fuck
boss
you.
fight.
This was the first
No one was complaining.
boss battle. I'm insecure.
I was
This is
gonna
the
let you
first
fight
boss
for your
battle
life.
that forced me to think as a
Mhm.
child.
That's such a good
Like,
point.
it-
Yes.
Yeah,
Mm.
it clicked something in my brain where I was like, wait, I have to count ethers and potions and stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, I have to work
I
hard.
gotta prepare. Yeah.
Yeah, this was the first boss battle in general to ever make me feel genuine anger.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the amount of times I would hear Riku go, "You like it? You like it?" I'm like, "Stop! Stop! Shut up!"
And because in the original game, you couldn't skip the cutscenes.
Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah.
had to watch that 4-minute segment every time.
Oh
You
my
hear it
God.
every single time.
The moment you beat him, you're just like at such a
I-
relief. And then,
I
but then everything else
swear.
happens. You're like,
I-
no.
Don't get a moment to rest.
Please.
Slammed that PS2 controller on the ground. I was like, "Yeah, yeah."
But then you like,
Like a football.
Yeah.
I'm free.
but then you get hit. Then you get hit with Sora dying.
Yeah,
Practically.
yeah. And I was like, "Wait, no, this isn't
and
a
it's like,
victory."
no.
That's how it was supposed to end.
I'm like, "This."
Ark said
Please.
Riku getting revenge for getting bodied 99
Okay,
to 0
I
on
wanna-
Destiny
I wanna
Island.
I want to comment on two things.
That's
Um,
awesome.
So, first of all, this is the first time we hear Forza Del Mal, or Del Mal,
With Minecraft tour.
as a battle track. I want to commend the voice acting skill of David Gallagher and Billy Zane to be able to separately at different times in different rooms record the same line in the same tone, like to speak as if they are one voice. Obviously one of them read it first and then the other had to imitate that.
It was probably Billy Zane.
You can't tell which one did it first. They're so like well done and so in sync.
It's almost like me and Casa did the same thing. Yo, dap me up, buddy.
You're right. That was fun.
They
It was good. It came out so good.
When they tried to have
Casa
Jessica
cooked on
and
that.
Haley Joel Osment do the same voice, but it didn't work as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Last one. Now,
Drum roll.
stop. Please don't hit the table. I think it sounds like my roommate hitting the door, and I really don't want that to happen.
Okay.
All right. The last one, and
Three shadows in a trench coat.
yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's Three Shadows of the
Two Supremacy.
It is.
It's Vivi, isn't it?
It is Final Zemnis. White Coat Zemnis.
Oh my god! Yo, the way I destroyed that PS2 controller with the final part of Final Fantasy.
J. Cole's Dollar in a Dream samples this song.
Yeah,
This is the phase, not just the final boss. This is the phase from when you
Yeah,
go
this
into
is
the door.
this is everything. Yeah.
The whole sequence.
Oh my, like
I
absolute peak.
Hardest
I have
scenes in
another-
all of fiction.
Yeah, I have another slight story with this one.
Go ahead.
Since when I first played this boss battle, I was probably too small for memories.
It's fine.
But I did get to watch one friend of mine, who's sadly not a friend anymore, play this game for the first time, and
Rest in peace.
me and other peeps were coaching him. I was like, all right, when you get to this part of the boss battle, just mash triangle. Those things can hurt you, but just be careful. Now dodge, you're Riku now. You gotta go. And just the excitement of just
I
watching
didn't
him
learn for quite some
trail
time
through.
that you're supposed to hit
no.
triangle and X at the same time.
Oh
For
yeah.
real.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
I would
dang
always try to heal. If I would always try to identify when that part was coming up because I didn't realize I was supposed to spam triangle and X. So obviously my Sora's health was just ticking down. But usually if I was at full health, I would survive with a tiny sliver, and I thought that's how the game was meant to be played.
Just
No,
watching
I never survived otherwise, and I eventually just had to channel my Budokai Tenkaichi skills there and just
Yo,
button that.
them team struggles.
Question.
Oh yeah. Answer.
When was the first time y'all realized that you could use Reflect to avoid his invitation to nothingness attack and stop him from stealing Sora's
too late.
heart?
What?
Yes.
What?
When he says, "Can you spare a heart?" and launches the attack at Sora that takes his heart, if you hit Reflect when he starts it, it will skip the attack.
What?
I was today years old,
I
huh?
was but 8 years old.
But here's
There
the
you go.
thing.
Go
Here's
try
the
it.
thing.
Go try it.
But here's the thing, buddy.
my
Do you
God.
really want to do that and rob yourself of the opportunity to play as Riku?
Yes, I
Right,
want to
right.
win.
Do you know how insane that was? Just mid-fight, you see Sora get grabbed. It's like, oh my god, what?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
Sora's
well,
dying, and then
yeah.
it just swaps to you
It was
playing
nice
as
the first
Riku.
time.
It
Kind of
is so hype.
I mean, I also
Places to be in the morning.
I
especially,
remember
like-
hopping in excitement. I wasn't even a Riku fan back then, and I was jumping out of my seat. Oh, Riku!
I especially like that he would do a little taunt at the end, like that. All you got?
Yeah.
He knew what that cheeky bastard.
Oh, he knew.
And what the
Oh,
best
he
part
fucking knew.
is getting through that fight and stunning Zemnis and immediately using Session and
You
just
have to.
doing that, just
You have to.
wailing on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Amazing.
say Iago?
We love you, Zemnis.
Riku, time's
What?
up.
It sounded like you said Iago. I
I
don't know
said,
why.
oh my god.
Oh.
Dude, incredible.
We
Peak,
are
peak
tired.
fiction. Peak
Yeah.
fiction.
We
We've been
are-
here for
we-
almost 6 hours.
Yeah, we've
5 hours.
we've been here a while. Obviously, I would have loved to have given my full opinions on the thing. I'll give my opinions on Zemnis at least.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
You kind of
obviously, one of my favorite things about this fight is that it's the fact that it's basically cut up into two, because when you take the Ansem stuff, it feels like a long time because it's just fight after fight after fight. Whereas with the Zemnis stuff, you go through a massive gauntlet, and then there's just calm. It feels like you've actually won. A cutscene. Oh, nice things are happening. People are going home. And then the tower starts to fall over. and you're like, oh no.
Yeah. Wait.
Wait.
Yep.
So yeah,
And then you get the ending scene of them on Destiny Islands with that stupid bottle that you don't find out until coded, or not coded.
yeah.
It was until was it coded?
Coded.
Or BBS?
Coded.
It was coded. Yeah, coded. It was like, oh good, oh yeah.
But then you get to see Roxas and Naminé reunited within the bodies of Sora and
which
Kairi.
should have just been
So-
left like that.
So touching.
we
Anyway, Kingdom Hearts 2 is peak fiction. That's what we learned here.
we
Go
are
ahead.
going to end the live stream here. This was
Thank God.
this was
We
originally
did it!
this was originally supposed to be a video, but we couldn't source any of the footage. That's why you all got a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
Adam, I got a job.
Good job,
guys.
Adam.
Good
Adam, I
job,
got a
guys. I
question.
knew we could get through this.
That's why if
6 hour
you
stream
need
together.
if you need to leave,
Boy,
just head off.
Marcus,
But,
You
like,
do not get to insert your opinion here. Get the fuck out.
You weren't even here! What are you talking about?
I was here in spirit.
You hopped
Hey,
in for
I
one
got a
character.
Guys.
Adam, I got a question for you.
go on, what's up?
So when are we doing a live stream for our favorite character top tier list? Just characters. No, boss.
Just characters?
Main characters. Just main
I
characters.
mean,
No, every character. Disney characters.
No.
No.
You better have us included on making that list.
yeah, no, I guarantee I'd put Luke Sword at the top. So.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'd put you
Maybe-
on at the
maybe
top.
later. You need to have like a vote. Like everyone votes on their favorite character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What?
That'd
What?
Roxas is
I,
getting
I,
up there
I,
100%.
I have an idea of what I could do for that one. Anyway,
We all know Roxas is probably
okay.
gonna win.
I'm going to. I'm
Roxas
going
is my
to.
favorite.
I'm going to change.
Same.
I'm going to change the live stream screen. So that's the end basically. That is nearly 6 hours from my timer. It's nearly 6 hours of streaming. I would like to do more live streams, but obviously I can't really do them this late, like from my end. So I'll probably do live streams more accommodating to an English audience if I'm going to be doing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe don't make a 230 slide PowerPoint.
Yeah, no, I fully thought this was going to only take about 3 hours. It did not.
Oh, hell no.
So
We should have done a part 2. We should have done a part 2.
no,
That's
absolutely.
foolish.
No, it's fine. You know what?
That's
It's fine.
foolish of you to
It's
think
fine
that.
that we did it here.
It's
So-
over. It's over now.
We
It's
had
over.
an
So-
experience.
So for everyone that was here during the live stream, whether you jumped in halfway through or you've been here from the start, thank you very much for sticking with us to the end. Be sure to like and subscribe. We have a lot coming up in the next month. Be sure to keep an eye out for that. No hints, anyone. I know what you guys are like for hints.
No,
Don't
no.
give hints. But yeah,
No,
that
no
is everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
This
I'm
is
gonna
my kingdom come.
I'm
This
going
is
This is
my
my
kingdom.
kingdom.
I'm going to guys.
Y'all, let him finish.
Adam's about to crash out. He's about to crash out.
Guys.
Finish.
I'm going to
Finish,
I'm going to ask my team mute themselves.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
In fact, it might be easier just to do this if I just could disconnect.
You're not my dad.
I'm just going to disconnect. Thank you for hanging out. I'd like to thank Cello Bear, Kosa, Janarama, and Lag for all being here with the entire stream. I'd like to thank Marcus for jumping in at the end. He should have been here earlier, but that's fine. I'd also like to thank the rest of the team for that wanted to help, like people like Bucky and Otaku, who I think Josh Chamber as well. They all wanted to help but couldn't be here for the live stream itself. So that's everything. Be sure to like and subscribe, and we'll all catch you next time. Take care.